773. It turned out that she was looking for that brat who was good at doing business. It was a waste of talent if he didn't become a disciple of a merchant. The ox Taoist heaved a sigh of relief. It was just stealing a watermelon. There was no need to be struck by lightning. The old Taoist threw away the watermelon in his hand like a dog gnawing at a watermelon. His expression changed from calmness to realization, and then to joy. It was natural and smooth without any pretense. Miss, are you talking about that fellow Taoistian? He's a close friend of mine. Despite the difference in age, our friendship is solid. Although we met by chance, we're very close. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Chin wouldn't have handed this sword to me for safekeeping and traveled to this useless city together to open up a path for him. On this small path in this White Ice City village, the Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator who cut open the night boat's restriction was carrying a sword case with 2 swords in it. A woman was traveling at night with a long sword in her hand. She was Ning Yao, who ascended from the 5th world to Howren. First, she broke through the realm and killed an ancient deity with her sword, accumulating a lot of merit. Then, she opened the sky with her sword and ascended to Howren. Following the clue of one of the 4 immortal swords, Tai Bai's sword point, she finally found this strange fairy. However, she didn't expect to not see that guy, but an old Taoist riding an ox with a sword hanging on his horn. Subconsciously, Ning Yao thought that he was trapped on the ferry. However, she thought about it again. Even the Great Wall of Sword Aura and the savage world couldn't trap him. How could he be detained by a pretentious fairy? Why couldn't that guy be like a fish in water? However, she was still worried because she didn't see him with her own eyes. Ning Yao frowned. This is the useless city? Then where is he? If that guy was traveling on this ferry, who did he meet? What kind of tricky situation did he have to hand over his sword to someone else? Or did he return to his old business, being a burden dealer while scheming against someone? In the Ascendant Realm's Quan Mansion, they were only missing a portrait of their ancestor. The old Taoist expression changed again. Without any hesitation, he said righteously, "You little girl, I don't care who you are, what background you have, what backing you have. Why do you want to seek revenge against Taoist Chen and ask for a sword fight? Then don't blame me for relying on my age to help fellow Taoist Chen take on this matter." He didn't mention anything about Sword Immortal or Ascendant Realm. He could only assume that his eyesight was lacking and that he couldn't tell at all. Ning Yao smiled and asked, "Senior, are you sure you can handle this?" That fellow had clearly returned to the vast heavens. If he was still in his hometown in the Aquarius continent, it would have been fine. But now, it seemed that he had gone to the North continent. Why was he so free? The old Taoist expression changed again. He didn't need to judge the situation and change the topic again. He sighed with emotion and said, "I'm an outsider after all, so it's not good for me to get involved in the affairs of you young people. Allow me to take advantage of my seniority and give you a piece of advice. If you really have some misunderstanding with my little fellow Taoist Chin, it will be fine as long as both sides talk it out. Don't let a good marriage in this world be delayed by not talking about it." Ning Yao smiled. Sure enough, he was a kindred spirit of that fellow. The old Taoist priest's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. He immediately felt relieved. As expected, they were the Taoist companions of the young couple on the mountain. Little fellow Taoist Chun is lucky on the ferry. These cultivators who were able to open up a different world, the so-called ascension, and leaving as one's heart could be real or fake. In the end, it was still a matter of borrowing. Moreover, if there was borrowing, there would be repayment. Both parties were willing. The rules were strict and business was fair. However, they were most afraid of using a sword to break 10,000 laws, especially sword cultivators who could break the restrictions of heaven and earth. Previously, the female immortal, Tsongmi, almost fell into a trap on the ferry. if she didn't have an immortal realm sword cultivator by her side to protect her, who used his sword to open a path and forcefully left, Songmi would have most likely capsized in a ditch. Generally speaking, immortal realm sword cultivators could come and go freely on the nighttime ferry. However, if they wanted to behave atrociously on the ferry, they still couldn't do it. This was because there was still an immortal realm sword cultivator on the ferry. His ending wasn't good. Now he was still working as a waiter in Bento City. Fortunately, the sword cultivator's heart wasn't ordinary. After living under someone else's roof for more than 1,000 years, he didn't lose his mind. Moreover, this fairy indeed didn't welcome the most simple-minded sword cultivator in the world. In addition to his abundant sword chi and fierce swordsmanship, which made people afraid, his knowledge was often shallow, which was of little benefit to the fairy. He might even be inferior to a cultivator of the lower 5 realms from the 100 schools of thought. Little fellow Taoist Chen is now in Medusa City. The old Taoist stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's just that this little girl, I'm not bluffing. With your swordsmanship, it's not difficult to board and disembark. However, it's really not easy to go through the doors between the many cities on the ferry. It's extremely difficult. You're like facing an immortal realm array master. You can only fall into a situation where you're in a disadvantageous position, instead of opening a path with a sword and bumping around everywhere. It's better to let little fellow Taoist Chen take the initiative to find you." As long as that kid came to White Eye City, it was equivalent to him taking back the long sword. This transaction would be considered even. What's more, this female immortal realm cultivator in front of him looked travel-worn and somewhat difficult to hide her tiredness from the previous journey. It was just that her pair of eyes still made people not dare to look directly at her. She was indeed the most difficult sword cultivator on the mountain. Her aura was sharp. On the contrary, little fellow Taoist Chen was pleasant when talking to others. When looking at others, his eyes were gentle, as if he was the opposite of this female sword cultivator. Probably because of this immortal realm sword cultivator's contrast, the old Taoist felt more and more that getting along with little fellow Taoist Chen was like a spring breeze. They had just parted, but it made people miss him very much. Ning Yao looked around. "I'll wait for him here. If he didn't come in half an hour, she would go to find him." It was not that she didn't have the confidence to find him. It was just that she didn't feel tired after crossing countless mountains and rivers between 2 worlds. However, when she was really close to him, Ning Yao wanted to stop instead. It was just that the first sentence after meeting him. What should she say? Ning Yao frowned unconsciously. The old Taoist, who didn't know whether to leave or not, rode on the back of the ox. He seemed calm and composed, but in fact he was very flustered. Especially when this woman frowned, he was even more uneasy. The old Taoist glanced at the blooming watermelon on the ground and felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have thrown it away. At this moment, he could have eaten it to relieve his boredom. It wasn't that Taoist green ox was cowardly. Thinking back to the past, in the vast world, this lord who loved to wander the world and play with the world was also an expert who had accomplished many magnificent feats and immortals. Interacting with an ascendant realm sword cultivator really made one's scalp go numb. How many sword cultivators in the world really had a good temper? One by one, after learning a little swordsmanship, they were either slashing people with their swords or walking on the path of slashing people with their swords. For example, wasn't Payman the same in the past? Otherwise, why would he flee to this night boat just to avoid the sharp edge? None of these sword cultivators with high swordsmanship were easy to talk to. Entry City, in the inn. Chun Pingon smiled at Pei Qian and said, "That mountain certificate, I'll lend it to Master first." Pei Qian handed over the immortal certificate made of green paper and said, "Master, just go and pick up Mistress. I will protect Xiaomi." Chun Pingon nodded with a smile. He put away the mountain certificate and put it in his sleeve. With one hand on the windowsill, he turned over and left the house. Then he rose from the ground and went straight to the sky. Looking down, Chun Pingon had a panoramic view of the land of Entry City. Sure enough, it was not as simple as a city, but mountains and rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was magnificent. As his figure rose, the world under his feet was like a chessboard. At some places where the vertical and horizontal lines intersected, there were cities where people gathered, or towering mountains stood like chess pieces on the chessboard. When Chun Pingon just rode the wind, the patrolling cavalry general of Entry City threw out the big halberd in his hand. It was as fast as thunder, as if a sword immortal had summoned a flying sword. The long halberd turned into a bright rainbow light, cutting through the sky. The sound of thunder was loud, and it went straight to the foreigner, who dared to violate the rules. Chun Pingon slightly changed the trajectory of his flight. With a tap of his toes, he stepped on the tip of the big halberd. Then his body suddenly leaned back and shrank the mountains and rivers. He was dozens of miles away. He put 2 fingers together and silently chanted the word slash and slashed down. It was as if a secret barrier of mountains and rivers had encountered the world's most effective barrier-breaking talisman, and the latter had forcibly opened a door in this small world. The sword cultivators of the world broke all laws with their swords. Chun Pingon stepped forward and waved his sleeve at the same time, knocking the long halberd that followed him back to the mortal world. His figure disappeared at the door. Chun Pingon didn't care, as he followed the blight that the long sword left on the ferry at night. He just went straight in a straight line. After Chun Pingon flipped out of the house, Xiaomi quickly jumped off the stool and ran to the window. She seemed to have realized that she was too short, so she had no choice but to return to the table and move a stool over. Standing on the stool, she stretched her neck and looked with all her might. Pei Qian walked to the window. Xiaomi asked softly, "Is the Hill Master's wife here?" Pei Qian leaned on the windowsill and nodded with a smile. "It must be Master's wife." Xiaomi whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "When I see the Hill Master's wife later, how many kowtows should I kowtow? Is 100 enough?" After Pei Qian returned home from his first trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pei Qian was still not very tall. He was about the same height as Sister Wanshu. But every time he talked to Zhou Mili about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pei Qian would be extremely happy. He would tell her all sorts of strange things, as well as Pei Qian's great achievements in the pugilistic world. He even told her about a little girl called Guizhuqiu. She was very tanned, even darker than charcoal. Moreover, she was much shorter than Xiaomi, but she was an extremely skilled bootlicker. When she kowtowed, she would kowtow to Pei Qian every time. However, that little girl, nicknamed Lu Duan, was a little silly. Her words were even more uncouth than Chunlingjuan's, but she was actually quite a good person. She could be considered Master's disciple. After a while, Xiaomi remembered that little girl who was Pei Qian's junior apprentice sister. She also remembered that little girl's favorite habit of kowtowing. When Pei Qian heard Xiaomi's question, he immediately knew that something was wrong. If Master knew how he had talked about Guizhuqiu behind his back when he was young, he would probably be in deep trouble. Those little account books of Master's were never written down. They were only in Master's heart. No one could flip through them or see them. Thus, Pei Qian first told Xiaomi that there was no need to kowtow. When she met Master's wife, she just had to remember to shout Mountain Lord's wife a few times. He also reminded Xiaomi that she did not recognize Guizhuqiu. Xiaomi scratched her face and said, "If I shout with all my might, my voice will be very loud. If I'm not careful, it will sound like thunder. What if I scare Mountain Lord's wife?" Pei Qian smiled and rubbed Xiaomi's head. "Master's wife is very powerful. She won't be scared by you." Xiaomi thought for a moment. How powerful? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. He looked at the twilight outside the window and gave an answer that did not seem to answer the question. "Without Master's wife, I wouldn't have met Master. Xiaomi suddenly stretched out her hand and patted Pei Qian's arm lightly, because for some reason, the black-clothed young lady felt that Pei Qian seemed a little sad at this moment. It was neither too sad nor too sad, just a little. After Pei Qian grew up, she would often be like this. She would accompany her and sister Wanshu on Luapa Mountain. No matter if it was on the second floor of the bamboo house, at the stone table by the cliff, or at the railing at the peak of the mountain, as they sat and chatted, Pei Qian would suddenly stop talking. She would think about something and purse her lips. Moreover, she would straighten her back, as if she was looking at a place very, very far away. During those years when they were on the mountain, Pei Qian would occasionally raise her head and look at a very, very high place. However, her mood seemed to be in a very, very low place. Even if Xiaomi wanted to help, she couldn't pick it up and move it. Pei Qian would no longer roll up her sleeves and walk backward step by step along the green bricks on the ground before jumping off the cliff. She would no longer strut around the mountain with him. Pei Qian would no longer jump under a tree, grab onto a branch with both hands, and let him grab her feet to swing with her. There were many branches that Pei Qian would need to jump to grab in the past. Now, Pei Qian could grab onto them by tiptoeing. It had been many years since they had a battle of wits and courage with the hornet's nest on Chiduan Mountain. Many of the interesting things that happened when Pei Qian was short were like melon seeds in her pocket, gone the moment she ate them. Xiaomi gently patted Pei Qian's arm. Pei Qian turned her head, then lowered it slightly and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Xiaomi seemed to have picked up a melon seed from Pei Qian's sleeve with 2 fingers and tossed it into her mouth. "It's just a little worry. Gone the moment I eat it." Pei Qian laughed, and Xiaomi laughed as well. At first, she was still a little reserved, but when she saw that Pei Qian was happy, Xiaomi immediately grinned from ear to ear. Pei Qian smacked her head and quickly walked to the table. She put away the scroll with the colorful note stuck on it. Xiaomi jumped off the stool and leaned on the table, laughing out loud. "I know, I've never seen it before. How can it be like this?" Pei Qian started munching on the melon seeds. Xiaomi leaned on the table and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, she said softly, "Pei Qian, can you cultivate?" Pei Qian was puzzled. "Why are you asking this?" Xiaomi grinned and rested her round chin on the back of her hand. "I'm just asking." In fact, she was afraid that the next time she went on a long journey, she would only return home after many years. She was afraid that Pei Qian would not grow taller, but have white hair. Pei Qian smiled. "I've always been practicing the sword. It doesn't seem particularly difficult." Pei Qian hurriedly added, "You can't say such words to my master. Can you?" Xiaomi was elated. "Do you know? Chun Pingon left the city, where Li Shilang was overseeing, and came to an unfamiliar city. Chun Pingon, who had traveled far, actually fell head first into the river. With a punch, the river was cut off and the water boiled. Soon after, he entered the 3rd city. There was a towering mountain blocking his way. Chun Pingon changed his sword technique and learned from Ding Ying and Pei Min. He used his finger sword technique, and the sword light burst out, splitting the mountain apart. In the next city, Chun Pingon rode the wind to a bridge in the clouds. On the bridge, there was a slender woman with a beautiful face who looked slightly bitter. When she saw Chun Pingon, who had crossed the boundary without permission, she became even more displeased. This woman's aura was astonishing. Countless pocket-sized scenes lingered around her like a little bird. There was a jade pendant by the lotus pond, an orchid boat ferry, and a flock of geese heading south. There was a temple with incense burning and a plaque with the words Lotus God Temple. There was a lush grass in front of the door, and the stars in the sky were rotating. There was a Rue brain golden beast in the house with green smoke rising in spirals. The wind rolled up the curtains, and a maidservant stood on tiptoe to look at the bananas and cherries in the courtyard outside the window. She was whispering to a haggard woman. On the muddy road, more than 10 carriages were moving slowly. A woman with a miserable expression lifted the curtains, and she was deeply worried. Beside her stood a young man with his sleeves hanging down. He had a handsome appearance, silver eyes, and antlers on his head. The young man with antlers raised his hand and reached out his sleeve. A thunder technique condensed in his palm. It was as small as a mustard seed, but its power was as great as a heavenly tribulation. Chun Pingan continued to ride the wind. He raised his hand and condensed the thunder technique in his palm. In the end, the woman gently shook her head. The young man with antlers, with a lonely gaze, retracted his hand back into his sleeve. Chun Pingan had just crossed the bridge in the clouds that hung high in the sky when he realized that he had appeared in a palace. In front of him was a huge mirror that was as tall as a person. It could actually reflect one's internal organs. After Chun Pingan appeared, his sharp sword chi and vigorous gang chi stirred up ripples on the surface of the mirror, causing the liver, gallbladder, and internal organs to be reflected in the mirror. In an instant, there were 2 realm protectors in the main hall. One of them slashed down with a knife, while the other summoned a flying sword. Chun Pingan walked straight forward. He held the blade with one hand and casually pushed it away. He used 2 fingers to catch the flying sword and gently threw it back. He was dressed in a green robe, and his sleeves swayed as he walked into the mirror. He strolled leisurely and turned his head with a smile. Sorry for the offense. How many mountains and rivers had he traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi twice? A night boat was no more than 12 cities. This distance was nothing. Above the sea, a group of 4 people hovered in the wind. The sea beneath their feet was turbulent, and huge waves that were dozens of feet high were stirred up by the sword chi of the female sword deity. In the distant sea, there were 8 winds and thunder, and 5 colored clouds were gathering and dispersing. Not long after they left the night boat, the woman seemed to be right next to them. She slashed out with her sword and cut the restriction, opening the door to the small world of the fairy. Her figure flashed, and she entered the fairy. The rules of heaven and earth and the fairy laws were all useless. The dangers on the mountain and the treacherous secret realms were all false. Anyway, she had leveled them with one strike. The yellow-purple noble of the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu was shocked. He patted his chest and did not hide his fear. I have never seen such a domineering woman who exudes the aura of a sword deity in my life. For the 4 cultivators on the mountain, the distance of dozens of miles was just a hair's breadth away from where the sword landed. Yuan Yen said, "If I'm not wrong, it's Ning Yao from the Ascension City." The young Taoist had a playful look in his eyes. Did the 2 of them know each other? Yuan Yen could only explain with a smile. She left the Ascension City, this time with a jade token from the Wind Temple. The young Taoist asked tentatively, did Ning Yao rely on accumulating merits to return to the vast world like Xiao Yao of the Wind Saint's lineage? The old sword deity, who had always been taciturn, suddenly said, "She's already an Ascension realm sword deity." The old man had unsheathed his sword and stood in front of the 3 young people to protect them. His main purpose was to protect the young celestial master and the young monk from the celestial master residence. As for Yuan Yen, the old sword deity did not need to worry too much. The young Taoist was shocked. How old is Ning Yao? She should be in her 40s at most. How can she be in the Ascension realm? It was not strange for Ning Yao to become the first Jade Pure realm cultivator in the history of the 5th world. Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent entered the Jade Pure realm in his 40s. It was not strange for Ning Yao to become the first immortal realm cultivator in the brand New World. It could be said that she was well prepared and blessed by the heavens. It was time for her to become the leader of the Sword Tao in the world. However, it would be strange if it was not strange for her to reach the Ascension realm just like that. The young Taoist shook his head vigorously. He would never believe that Ning Yao was already in the Ascension realm. The old sword deity said, Ning Yao's cultivation talent is too good. She has an immortal sword and the luck in the fifth world. It's not too difficult for her to reach the Ascension realm. It's just that it's unexpected that she broke through so quickly. There were many discussions about whether Ning Yao could reach the Ascension realm and reach the peak of the vast world. They all felt that it was not difficult. The only debate was how long it would take for Ning Yao to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. For example, the old sword deity from the Central Divine continent guessed that it would take about 80 years, which was not far from the estimation of the abacus plate. Only Fatty Yu, who was the banker and invited everyone to bet, was the most exaggerated, saying that it would take at most 30 years. Well, this time, Yu Panshui really killed him and made a lot of money. The 10 young people of the heavens and the 10 substitutes made a total of 22 people. Ascension City's Ning Yao, the Confucian scholar of the quasi-saint lineage, and the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qin Shi, as well as one of the substitutes, dream tourist of the Liuxia continent, the city lord of Appearance City, whose alias was Xiao Baowan. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuanzhen had just left, there would have been 4 people on a night boat. And this Yuanzhen was the Confucian scholar who won the debate against Li Baoping. The young Taoist turned to look at the old man and said with a smile, Senior? The old sword deity knew what this kid wanted to ask and said indifferently, I can't beat him, but I can barely escape. Sword cultivators of the same realm fought in pairs. The sword cultivators of the vast world were far inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was common sense, and they had to admit it even if they didn't want to. Qi Tingji, who had already established a sect in the South Swirl continent, had confirmed this truth. Cutting down a jade realm cultivator was really like playing around. Not to mention that Ning Yao was now in the Ascension realm, the young Taoist side. Scary, really scary. Such a woman who can become her Tao companion in the future. This really makes me very curious. The old sword deity smiled for the first time. Since Ning Yao isn't going to the wilderness to slay great demons, but is rushing to the ferry, why is she in such a hurry? The young Taoist laughed loudly and said, as expected of an experienced Jianghu veteran, unique views and sharp eyes. The old sword deity laughed it off. Cultivating in the mountains was a long time. As long as one was an old man who was still single, which old man didn't have a bit of romance. After all, it wasn't the left and right who seemed to have water in his head. If there really was a matchmaker in the world who flipped through the marriage book, Yu Lao would definitely be annoyed by alliance and afraid of the left and right. One of them would cry and beg Yu Lao, wishing that she could wrap her hands and feet with red strings. One of them was Yu Lao. If he dared to get close, he would be asking the left and right. Yuanjin said, let's continue on our way. The group rode the wind towards the Central Divine continent. There were now a total of 6 teams like them in the vast world. As the young Taoist rode the wind, he couldn't help but think of the smiling and good-tempered green, robed guest in Luogong City. Could it be that guy who attracted Ning Yao? That guy's breadth of mind and bearing were naturally excellent, but his appearance seemed to be inferior to his own. Xiao Baowan had returned from Taima City. He went to a famous shop and bought all the books that recorded that story. After that, he immediately used his identity as the city lord of Luogong City and crushed a talisman that was similar to a customs document. He set off for the extremely absurd Benmo City. In the corridor of a palace that was like a paradise, Xiao Baowan saw 2 beautiful women. One was wearing a palace dress and had a graceful bearing. The other was wearing a loose dress and was charming. The former was the Lady of Kongtong. She was now the leader of the female officials in the West Court of the Water Dragon Hall. She was in charge of drawing eyebrows and holding the lantern. She was also the secretary of the West Court and could be considered half the mistress of the 16th Court of Longland Canal. At this moment, she was kneeling on a bamboo mat. She turned her head and greeted Xiao Baoan with a smile. She didn't get up to greet him. The lady of Kongtong only wore one embroidered shoe all year round. The woman beside her had taken off her shoes and was lying on the bamboo mat. She leaned against a porcelain pillow and was drinking wine. She was naturally charming. She raised her head and finished the cup of wine in her hand. The lady of Kongtong poured her another cup. This woman's posture was as heroic as a man's. She was slightly drunk, and her cheeks were flushed. She looked like a peach blossom maiden. However, she wasn't from Benmo City. Her real name was Zhu Su. In Li Shilong's Luogong City, she changed her name to Zhu Shu. When she was alive, she was a famous courtesan in Beihao. She liked to drink wine, but she had a rule. If she didn't meet someone who understood her, she wouldn't touch a drop of wine. Zhu Su was Li Shilong's maid in Taima City. As for why she often came here to drink with the lady of Kongtong, it was probably because she met someone who empathized with her. There were also some erotic rumors that were widely spread in the two cities. Xiao Baoan wasn't in the mood to investigate whether they were true or false. Xiao Baoan bowed and said with a smile, "Greetings, Lady Wu, Miss Zhu." Zhu Su's lapel opened slightly, revealing a faintly discernible snow-white skin. She narrowed her peach blossom eyes and asked with a smile, "City Lord Xiao, could it be that you've already gathered the 3 items?" Xiao Baoan took out 3 items: a bag of green, a piece of string, and an embroidered shoe that he had prepared beforehand. He took a few steps forward and bent down to place it on the edge of the bamboo mat. Zhu Su suddenly stretched out her foot and stepped on the embroidered shoe. She smiled charmingly. "Oh, you've really gathered them for City Lord Xiao. This isn't an easy thing. Why don't I make a deal with you? The 3 items belong to me, and I'll get Baoan. As for whether it's a night of spring or a few nights of spring, we can discuss it." "Xiao," Baoan said helplessly, "Miss Xu, you must be joking." Wu Jiangxian sat up with a faint look in her eyes. She put away the conch and the string. Then she picked up the embroidered shoe and changed her sitting position. She turned sideways, lowered her head, and bent down to put it on her feet. Xiao Baoan had already retracted his gaze and looked forward, not looking at this charming scene. In fact, Xiao Baoan was most afraid of coming to absurd Tang City among the 11 cities outside of Appearance City, because here the cultivator's realm was the most useful and the least useful for outsiders like them. According to the rules of this world, they were considered passers-by. Therefore, a jade pure realm cultivator would have a realm of cultivation in this city. A cultivator who had just stepped on the path of cultivation might have the cultivation of an earth immortal here, and even have the jade pure realm spells and supernatural powers. Only cultivators around the Dragon Gate realm would have a cultivation that was roughly equivalent to their real realm in the city. The little cave-dwelling realm water monster in the basket on Chinpingan's back could, of course, climb a few realms after entering the city. But Chunpingan's sudden drop in realms was an opportunity for Xiao Baoan. Therefore, Xiao Baoan had to make another trip to absurd Tang City to set up an ambush for the hidden official on Du Xiucai's side. He first gave the white ginger and other items in exchange for the narrow knife and small eyebrows. It was true that he obtained the opportunity, but it was more to get close to Chinpingan without leaving a trace. He then added the content of the flower-smoked calligraphy to help the descendant of the Fu family fulfill his wish. In the end, he exchanged a bag of green and a piece of string from the old man. Exchanging a real opportunity with the lady of Kongtong was a lie, but asking her for something was real. The lady of Kongtong stood up and asked, "Mayor Xiao, if you have any requests, please state them. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse." Even if you want me to ask for the 400 scrolls of Chang Zhou Jade Mirror from Yanmen County Duke, or the set of Regional Universe illustrated records compiled by Chui Zilv and supplemented by Yuneshi, it is not a problem. I believe that Li Shilong's side in absurd Tang City has been waiting for many years. However, I am unable to move the excerpts of Dongdu's Guanwen Palace Hall. I hope that Mayor Xiao will not force me. The West Garden Longlin Canal and Dongdu's Guanwen Palace Hall in absurd Tang City had a very rich collection of books, totaling more than 400,000 scrolls. However, the most precious books were never exchanged with Taima City. Li Shilong could not do anything about it. Xiao Baowan glanced at Zhu Su. The lady of Kongtong turned her head and smiled. I won't keep you. Zhu Su's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. She put down the wine cup, covered her collar with one hand, and picked up her shoes with the other. She slowly stood up and whispered affectionately, "Wouldn't it be better if you count me in?" The lady of Kongtong turned a deaf ear. After Zhu Su's figure disappeared, Xiao Baowan opened his mouth and said, "I am not asking Lady Wu for these precious books. I only have one request. I hope that Lady Wu can at some point open the city's restriction, so that someone will not be bound by the great Tao of Benmo City and be able to wield his sword once. It will be enough to wield his sword 3 times against a passerby on the ferry." The lady of Kongtong frowned slightly. "The person you want to kill is the green-robed sword immortal beside that young woman?" Xiao Baowan nodded. "That's him." The lady of Kongtong walked beside the white jade railing. She habitually stretched out a slender finger and gently touched her eyebrows. For a moment, it was difficult to make a choice. The young woman who held the mountain walking staff was actually able to look at her from a distance in absurd Tang City. This already surprised the lady of Kongtong. As for the person Xiao Baowan mentioned, it was the immortal realm sword cultivator who was detained by the night boat for 1,000 years. His surname was Wan Kun, and he was a jade craftsman. At this moment, he was still serving tea and water in a wine shop. The style of the Xiaoxia money in the vast world had been revised several times. In the end, they chose the casting standard of this jade craftsman. Moreover, among the 3 kinds of immortal money on the mountain, only the Xiaoxia money chose seal characters. It was started by Wan Kun, this recognized, infatuated type. The reason why this famous jade craftsman, who eventually became a sword immortal, took the initiative to find the night boat and became an errand boy in Benmo City was, of course, to make the lady of Kongtong change her mind and continue their previous relationship. While the lady of Kongtong was hesitating, she and Xiao Baowan looked up at the sky almost at the same time. The sword light was like a rainbow, shining in all directions. In the end, the female sword immortal landed in the White Ice City. The lady of Kongtong was in a daze and murmured, "What an outstanding woman." Xiao Baowan was a little scared, because he guessed the identity of the female sword immortal. Ning Yao, the leader of the 100 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was now the number 1 person on the peak of the 5th world. The night boat itself was a wonderful immortal weapon. The cultivation base of the person overseeing the ferry was equivalent to an ascendant realm. The female immortal of Liuxia continent, Psongo, and the sword immortal who found the ferry with her did not land on the boat with a sword. Like Chun Pingon, they first took the ferry and then docked on the night boat. However, Psongo saw that the situation was not good. The sword immortal beside her had to open up a path with a sword. The night boat did not deliberately obstruct them. Xiao Baowan, as one of the 12 city lords, did not dare to say that he had seen the depth of the ferry under his feet. Xiao Baochuan's figure suddenly flashed, and he left Bento City involuntarily. The lady of Kongtong immediately bowed, as a salute to someone from afar. The will of heaven was unpredictable. In Chicken and Dog City, on the bank of the river that Chun Pingon had passed by, the man Laurel brought Longbin with him to the barrier's city gate. The city lord of Chicken and Dog City, with a slight thought, spread out a snow-white scroll like paper on the surface of the water. 70 to 80 seal sloughs of different sizes appeared one by one, with red and white seal scripts. The first seal slough was the Wine Immortal Poetry Buddha. The sword is eternal. It was used by the city lord of Chicken and Dog City, one of the upper four cities, to take the opportunity to tease city lord Huang of White Eye City. Didn't the latter say that the immortals and Buddhas were vast and boundless? The man's waist hung an ancient jade with the seal script of Fulling Marquis. This was self-deprecating. The young man beside the city lord could not help but grin and laugh. This Mr. Chen is both elegant and vulgar. He can open a shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, sell wine to make money, and have the mind to carve so many seals. No foreign sword cultivator can do such a thing. The man Laurel laughed. I heard that after the 100-sword Immortal Seal Manual, there is also the Phantom Sword Immortal Seal Manual. Now, not even 100 seals have been collected. There is still a long way to go. Long been said, if we can get 2 seals directly, we won't have to be so troublesome. The man shook his head and asked, looking at these seals, do you find any knowledge? Longbin glanced at the seals on the river and said, in the Golden Stone Seal Manual, there are dozens of types of characters, but this Chinpingan only uses a few seal scripts, adhering to the rules and regulations everywhere. No wonder Li Sherlang thinks he is pedantic, and even the relatively rare folded seal script and bird bug script are rarely used. Is he worried that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi will not recognize them? Can he sell the seals? And even the side of the seals are not written in cursive. It's as if he has never learned and does not know how to write at all. The man laughed. There are only 3 folded seal scripts. Beautiful idea prolongs life. Worried heart and half-knowing ghost hits the wall. These are all meant to borrow the meaning of the words. They purposely took the complexity of the words to match the seals. Other than that, all the seals are easy to recognize. Why, of course, it is because of this young hidden official's state of mind. He is pursuing a realm of knowledge that is just and right. He can stand firm anywhere. There is no threshold, so there is no need to pay attention to things like when in Rome do as the Romans do. It is like saying something casually to people. People on the mountain will understand it. Scholars will understand it. And people who have never studied will understand it. Longbin bowed and praised. The city lord is wise. The man continued. But the reason why I value the Ingsword Fairy Manual so much is not only because of the contents of the seals, but also because there is a hidden tug-of-war. It is too interesting. The man lifted his sleeves and made a gesture of writing with both hands. He poked lightly and smiled. Scholars are unable to study, and write books. Even the children in the village know how to write. What's so strange about that? However, this Chinpingan's handwriting resembled a person. It was already very similar, but he still had to work so hard for nothing. From beginning to end, he was chasing after another person. Therefore, it was extremely interesting. I can even imagine a young man in a shabby alley practicing calligraphy. The further he goes, the more competitive he will be, as if his eyes are about to kill someone. The young man looked at the shedding water scroll on the water and said in surprise, "There are so many ways." The laurel man put his hands behind his back and suddenly smiled. He said to himself, "One interesting person. There are the most number of single seals. There is the room of yearning. The heart is attached to the beauty, thinking of her. The regret of not being able to travel far. The sword hangs a long rainbow, clear and bright. The young man dreams and the wind and rain. A lifetime of bowing to the sword immortal. Behind the north, beautiful eyes look forward. The deer cry, the oriole flies, reluctant to part. The sword aura here is the longest in the world. The temple, the Taoist temple, the Taoist temple. The flowers and the moon are united the immortal couple. The beauty of a woman in the world shames the three lanterns in the sky. There are no mountains or rivers, but it is the highest city in the world. The children are playing, the sword immortal is drinking. There are 300 oranges in the frost. I am not moved by the wind. The banner is not moved, the heart is not moved. The golden wind and dew, the spring grass and green hills, the two are compatible. The white egret stands in the snow during the day. The inkstone has no light at night. Who is at the top of the city? There are the most clouds in the world. The wild goose hits the wall. The fish turns into a dragon. Ask to be drunk. Don't be drunk. The flowers and grass are lush. Climbing the city is like visiting a tomb. The sword is like offering wine. Resting in the big dragon cave of Yendang Mountain, in the dream of the third watch, the sky is full of stars, unable to sleep, barefoot jumping into the grass. The reincarnation of the Dingguang Buddha, the mortal of the Saha world. Hot pot and wine, I have the world. Winter bamboo shoots fried with meat. The wanderer, the person in the painting, the sweetheart. The fox talks nonsense. The books are not expensive, but they are hard to buy. The narrow path. Everyone is wild. I will let you have one move. It is just a heavenly tribulation. The meaning is clear. It is just walking with an umbrella. Repenting is better than not doing wrong. Not knowing enough. I don't dare to climb the city with a sword for fear of driving back the 3 moons. Why should I learn the sword? The sword supports the moon mountain. Which street does not have sword immortals? Those without flying swords are also sword cultivators. The great wall of sword energy can be arrogant. There were also pairs of imprint molts. You, me, inseparable. 2 hearts are connected, bowing to the sky. The Tao illuminates the world. Generosity goes. Boundless returns. Pour a cup of wine for you. The sun and moon are in the middle of the cup, past and present. They are all sword cultivators. Sword immortals were once young. Sword immortals were once young girls. The wine sold by the second shopkeeper is excellent. Drink if you don't believe it. It is indeed delicious. There are even imprints with marginal content. Marginal content. The road is muddy. The people are exhausted. Heroes are not recorded in the books. The real famous person is not romantic. The big stone is upright in the sky. Imprint. So, you are a gentleman. 1,000 credits are not as good as $800. Sincerity is hard to beat evil. Imprint. Earning money is not easy. Cultivation is very difficult. There are no accidents in the world. Fighting for fame and profit is endless. Let me roll my eyes at you. Imprint. Let's drink. Since ancient times, poets and poets can't wait to kill the word love. Only I hate that love does not come and drink his mother's wine. Anger comes from the guts, smashing the book with a stick, smashing the graceful poem. Imprint. I am a lonely man. Without money, sword immortals have no wine to get drunk. The graceful beauty suddenly has autumn fat. Imprint. What should I do? The old friend is even more beautiful, generous, and strange. The young man has a peak in his heart, suddenly stolen by the cloud. Imprint. Careless. Hanging arch city. Outside the main hall where the ancient mirror was placed, there was a lazy man sitting on the steps. His sword was across his knees, his body was leaning back, and his elbows were on the ground. Languid, he was looking into the distance. Under his feet was a white snake as thick as the mouth of a bull. The white snake twisted its body and spoke human language, cursing, "Come and chop me, you bastard. You are so shameless. With your swordsmanship, how dare you draw your sword and chop me? You can chop me to death? Why don't you let people write in the books that you killed all the flood dragons?" The man raised his hand and picked his nose. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." Only then did the white snake calm down. It swayed its tail gently and said, "These old and young are so annoying. It has been so many years and they still haven't stopped. Just the old street, they can't afford white cranes. So they want to steal their neighbors' white geese every day. Why don't they do something about it?" And that rake ear, he squats at the door and watches Miss Lou every day. Every time his wife sees him, she rushes out with a kitchen knife, wanting to chop off the arms and legs of the women passing by. Is this reasonable? That guy called Kwanjong, if he doesn't gather people to gamble, he spends money to buy people's hearts, forming cliques and fighting with those old enemies in the nearby streets. He really has nothing better to do. He fights all day long. If you want to *King fight, you should at least get a few weapons that can chop blood out. What's with the carrying poles and benches? Before the fight, you have to arrange the troops, and after the fight, you have to reward them according to their contributions and give them drumsticks. Are you messing with me? Ah. The more the white snake talked, the angrier it got. It opened its mouth and bit the lazy man's calf. The man felt a burst of pain. He pulled for a long time, but couldn't pull it off. Damn it, you haven't bathed for a few days. What's that smell? The white snake finally loosened its mouth and even spat on the ground. I don't even care to talk about those fellows in Wui Alley. And that Li guy, he has no grudges with your family's descendants for no reason. Both sides have been separated for so many years, and they have nothing to do with each other. He gave up on making money as a bodyguard and chose not to take the righteous path. He just had to find a way to arrange a battle. Two groups of paupers, together with those 30 or so horses, charged through the enemy's formation? Who are they trying to show off to? Are they crazy? Damn it, there are also some old bachelors and lechers. Look at how poor they are. Every day they can drink a bowl of wine for half a day. They still have to spit on the side of the road and brag. They are competing to see who has slept with the most women. Besides, that guy named Ordinary, do you think he has a problem in his head? He only eats one meal a day, and then when he has nothing to do, he runs a few streets away to block people's doors. He insists that the guy he forced to commit suicide by swallowing gold return his gold to him. Ooh, the man endured the white snake's incessant chatter and listened for a full 15 minutes. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He yawned, sat up, and said helplessly, "What else can I do if I don't make a ruckus like this? I have to find something to do." Each and every one of them, regardless of whether they were wise or incapable emperors, whether they were the founding emperors or the fallen emperors, were all people whose names would go down in history. In fact, the Hanging Arch City was mostly a quarrel between the emperor and his subjects. It was estimated that as long as the night ships were still there, the two sides would continue to quarrel. As for the fathers scolding their sons behind closed doors and the ancestors scolding their unfilial descendants, there was no need to talk about it. Every family had its own difficulties to recite. The white snake raised its head and said angrily, "You have no eyesight at all. Hurry up and give me a pot of wine to drink. If you don't have good wine, cut your own thigh with a sword and let me deal with it." The man laughed. "When that immortal couple comes to our place as guests, I'll help you ask them for a few pots of genuine immortal wine." The white snake was silent, then muttered in a low voice, "You can't drink decapitation wine. When the time comes, don't just call him brother and treat him to some snake stew. The water is the rippling of the eyes. The mountain is the gathering of the eyebrows. If you want to ask where to go to the eyebrows and eyes." The man took a deep breath and pressed his hands on the scabbard. He laughed. Being young and still alive really makes one envious. The white snake coiled up and asked, "You ignorant and incompetent person, when did you learn to talk about literature?" The man stretched and said, "Should we go see if there are any new nursery rhymes or go stroll around the pavilion of eternal peace?" The white snake sneered, "If you have the ability, go to the pavilion of Wu River." The man raised his sword and stood up. "If you have the guts, then you don't have the ability." He played with his sword and accidentally dropped it on the ground. The white snake swung its tail and swept the sword dozens of feet away. It remembered something and reminded Ji Sijuan, that debt collector, is asking you for the reward for the law side chaptered again. He's complaining to your Annie that he really can't eat these days. It can't be helped. It's not that he's spouting nonsense. Every now and then he'll treat a Seema to good wine. When he's drunk, he'll get a Seema to drink his fill. After all, the money for the wine and medicine are all real expenses. You can't blame the old man for coming here to complain about being poor. However, the old man deliberately wore that pair of worn-out boots that are about to wear through the soles. It's a little too much. The white snake suddenly said angrily, "Why are you staring at me with your eyes wide open? How much money can you get by selling me? You're crazy." The man retracted his gaze and walked down the stairs step by step. He asked that woman, "Is she really in the ascendant realm?" The white snake slid down the stairs and said, "She has to be. And I don't know why, seeing that woman and seeing that young sword immortal just now, I feel like my eyelids are twitching, my legs are unstable, and my heart is trembling." The man bent down to pick up the sword and put it on his shoulder. He looked down. "I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say that again?" The white snake flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to bite the man's calf, treating it as a drink. In the end, the man kicked it up high and used the scabbard to slap it away. The man hugged the sword and stood with a satisfied face. He nodded and said, "This is very kingly." The man quickly became worried. He thought about his Annie, and then thought about the young sword immortal's immortal companion. Comparisons were odious, but no matter what, he still liked her. The lazy man who walked slowly with his sword tapped on his shoulder felt that when he was 35 years old, she was only 20 years old. She was very beautiful at that time. Xiao Baowan came to a mountain peak that did not belong to the 12 fairy cities. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. On the top of the mountain, there was only a middle-aged scholar with a thin appearance and a monk who was sleeping soundly on a futon. Around this lonely mountain, there was a vast sea of clouds. Cities could be vaguely seen, like duckweed that was undulating with the water. Suddenly, the scenery changed. It was as if he was in the outer space. The stars were as small as mustard seeds, but they were all in the panoramic view, as bright as the Milky Way. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed again. It was as if pedestrians were walking on the ancient road like tall gods, and the lonely mountain was just a speck of dust on the road. Xiao Baowan bowed to the scholar first, and then smiled bitterly. "Ship owner, why do you want me to target Chinpingan like this?" If he did not agree to this, not only would he not be able to keep his position as the city lord of Appearance City, but he would also not be able to leave the dreamland. Although it was only a piece of divine sense, it would sink into the world of the fairy. But for Xiao Baowan, who was a traveler in the dreamland, as one of the 10 young candidates of several worlds, his ambition was to reach the peak of the Great Tao. This involved the entire future of the Great Tao, which was equivalent to his life. As long as a piece of his mind could not escape, when he broke through the bottleneck of nascent soul, he would not be disturbed by any inner demons. The next barrier on the Great Tao, in Buddhist words, was as big as Mount Meru lying across the road. As for Xiao Baowan, he had studied the Buddhist school, the least of the various schools of thought. Otherwise, he would not have missed out on the opportunities of the Buddhist sect so many times and still not been able to obtain them. The middle-aged scholar asked guests after he entered the city, including you, "How many words did he say to the locals of the ferry?" Xiao Baowan shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he guess? The middle-aged scholar slowly walked to the edge of the mountain peak. "He is a foreigner, and you are half a foreigner, so it is just right. Others are not suitable for this." Whether or not Xiao Baojuan's 3 schemes succeeded or not was not important at all. The fairy did not expect that the city lord Xiao, who was one of the 10 young candidates, would be able to keep the hidden official, Qin Shi, It was not only the gap between the two sides, but also their temperament. What the middle-aged scholar needed was to use Xiao Baojuan's appearance in the city to pester him endlessly. He wanted the young hidden official to chat with people on the night boat, visit immortals, and fish for opportunities. The more, the better. The more Chen Pingan spoke on the night boat, the more words he involved, the more weight he had on the ferry. Every word was a nail. Every sentence was a chain. And every opportunity was a small cage of thorns. In the end, when the young man thought about it, his heart would feel like it was being cut by a knife. This was the hospitality of the ferry. Ordinary people did not receive such treatment, and even immortals were not worthy. Therefore, there was a reason for making an exception to let Qin Pingan and the other two directly enter the city. The middle-aged scholar looked at the village path of the White Ice City and smiled. Man proposes, God disposes? This is a bit troublesome. He smiled at Xiao Baowan. You have already found a way out. What are you afraid of? Long Bin of the Chicken and Dog City kept calling him Mr. Chin and helped Marquis Fulling to ask for the seal slough, so you deliberately took the risk to expose Chen Pingan's identity as a hidden official. It is actually very wise, and it can dispel the other party's last hope. Besides, in the end, if you are really forced to confront him, you can pour all the dirty water on me. Here, take it as a promise, so there is no need to feel burdened. Xiao Baowan was silent. The owner of the ferry, Mr. Zhang, had the cultivation of the ascendant realm. This ferry was an immortal supreme treasure that ceaselessly rose in quality by relying on sewing and mending. Presently, it was already an immortal artifact. Moreover, on the night boat, the newest 4 cities would be opened in the near future. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Baowan had been so tirelessly running around recently. Moreover, Xiao Baojuan's biggest reliance was not the identity of the city lord of Beauty City. It was that every time he slept and woke up, he could leave his real body in the place of cultivation in the Liuxia continent, sleepwalk on the night boat, and change a certain mind time and time again. By repeatedly entering the dream, he added knowledge to the various cities on the ferry. Through this shortcut, he accumulated enough merit at an extremely fast speed to win the position of the city lord of Beauty City, one of the lower 4 cities. It was just that Xiao Baowan was still unable to determine whether Mr. Zhang was alive or dead, his true realm, his foundation of Tao, and his trump card. Everything was too illusory and too mysterious. On a night boat, there was an old saying that there was a house of gold in a book, 1,000 grains of rice, and a jade like beauty. Moreover, everyone's knowledge could be used to exchange for money, which could allow the living immortals to extend their lives, piece together their souls, and refine the real into the illusory so that a little bit of spiritual light would not dissipate. The middle-aged scholar looked at the distant sea of clouds. Xiao Baowan followed his gaze and found that it was the heaviest of the 12 cities on the night boat, Goose Feather City, also known as Question and Answer City. And this so-called heaviness was the kind of weight that could be bought for a price. The 12 cities on the ferry had always been divided into different sizes and weights. Even though Xiao Baowan was the city lord, he could not enter Goose Feather City. He only had some scattered rumors. It was completely different from the city that strictly adhered to the principles of seeking the truth in all matters, and Ninkei does not write. Goose Feather City, as its name suggested, recorded countless trivial matters, both big and small. But because they were all old records outside the ferry, immortals would not be able to overturn them, so they were as light as a feather and insignificant. The files in the city were piled up like mountains. They recorded everything up and down the mountain, the court, the officialdom, the streets of Jianghu, and countless things. Some things had both a cause and an effect, but Goose Feather City never cared whether the effect was true or false. They never deliberately sought the truth. For example, an official document from the Yamen, a verdict from the local ancestral hall, or a fair statement from a famous Jianghu figure to settle a dispute would all be recorded. And some things, no matter how big or small, had no effect in the world. So only the word no effect was written at the end of the entry because it had no effect. The middle-aged scholar said, "Go about your business." Xiao Baowan respectfully bowed and bade farewell to the ship owner. The monk sitting on the futon finally opened his eyes. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "Do you think Chimpingon has noticed?" The monk began to nap again. The middle-aged scholar interlocked his fingers and tapped his thumbs lightly. He said slowly, "North Continent, the assassin of Deer Mountain, escaped with his left hand. The memory is still fresh. The warning of the first disciple, the Mountain River prison, the reflection of the words, the clear name of the night boat, the Karma line, the Taoist network of East Sea Temple. On the path of growth, I began to believe that every knowledge and every principle had power, but at the same time, it was a burden. It does seem a little troublesome. Is a young man so hard to deal with? Every dynasty had its own rules and regulations. Every place had its own customs, and every person had their own way of living. He thought of a few things from the past. Among the important guests in the history of the ferry, there was Lu Qin, who had not yet ascended to the Qingming world, and the boatman called Gu Qingsong, who was by Lu Chen's side. There was also Haran Jiasheng, who later became Wen Haizhou, who was invited to board the night boat on the way to Inverted Hanging Mountain. There was also embroidered Tiger Chui Dong, who returned from the Central Plains to his hometown, Aquarius Continent, and later Dali Imperial Tutor. The middle-aged scholar could not help but laugh. One is the first disciple of the Wen lineage. The other is the last disciple. Embroidered Tiger opened the door, and you closed the door? Are you really so powerful? In the night, Taoist Green Ox sensed something strange and immediately flipped off the ox's back. The old Taoist picked up a watermelon and squatted by the side of the road, his back facing the ascendant realm woman, who seemed to be uneasy. The old Taoist took a deep breath and shouted softly. His chi sank into his dantian, and he split the watermelon with his palm. He placed half of it by his feet, and then lowered his head to eat the other half. Soon, a green robe staggered out and appeared beside Ning Yao. It was a small country road, and the ground was filled with moonlight. Chun Pingon appeared on the road. Ning Yao had been waiting at the same place, and finally, this guy appeared. He looked at her, and she looked at him. Once at the entrance of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, after they met after a long separation, he said, "Great World Chin Pingon came to see Ning Yao." They met again, but this time, both of them were in a foreign land. Their earliest hometown, the small town, was still there, but the Pearl Grotto heaven was gone. The two city walls were still there, and the Great Wall of Sword Chi was gone. But she was still her, and Ning Yao would always be that Ning Yao. Chun Pingon smiled brightly, but his face gradually wrinkled, and he pursed his lips. Then his eyes lit up, and he curled his lips, holding back his laughter. His eyes were gentle. He said nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. "Ning Yao, I've missed you for so many years. It's been tough, but it's nothing. Meeting you today is the best." She was in high spirits, and she lifted her head slightly, her eyebrows flying. She said to the guy, "Ning Yao of Ascension City is here to see Chin Pingon." 774. The old Taoist, who was squatting by the side of the road, had just finished eating half of the watermelon in his hand. It was half-cooked and tasted average. He was about to pick up the other half when he heard the names. One of them bent down, and the other stretched out his arm. The back of his hand touched the ground and held the watermelon in his palm. He looked like an immortal holding a mountain. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. The watermelon was neither ripe nor sweet. His Taoist spells were not bad at all. However, the two names had nothing to do with little Taoistchen, whom he was close to. They were from Ascension City, and Ning Yao. The old Taoist had seen too many sword immortals. However, The number one person in the entire world was much more important than the watermelon in Taoist Green Ox's hand. What was Brother Sun from the Xian Du Temple's ranking in the world? 5th place, Talisman Yu Xian. Our Brother Yu's sleeves were filled with talisman. What was his ranking in Howren? It seemed that no one knew what his ranking was. In any case, his ranking was still very low. If Ning Yao was only at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be fine. The so-called Great Tao was just a matter of the future. However, Ning Yao was already in Ascension City. Ning Yao was already in the Ascension Realm. It was a matter of fact. Since she had successfully ascended to the Ascension Realm in the 5th world, it meant that in the future, as long as Ning Yao did not go to the Confucian Temple or ask the sword in the Beko Keikyung building, nothing would happen to her. Therefore, Ning Yao was now traveling far away with her sword. She was leaving her hometown with the great Tao of the world. What was a dragon crossing the river? This was it. The old Taoist could not help but turn his head. He did not care if he would hold a grudge against little Taoist Chen. He still could not help but glance at the girl who was traveling far away with a sword case on her back. It was worth it to look at her. What was the meaning of being experienced in Jianghu? It meant that one had met someone in life, drank with someone, called someone friends, sparred with someone, and exchanged Taoist spells. The heavens were vast, and the earth was vast. If a cultivator had won against someone, it might not be a big deal. But if he had lost to someone, it might be a matter of pride. Bang! That little fellow Taoist Chen is so bold that he even dares to attack Fairy Ning. Fairy Ning, you can take out your sword and chop off his dog paws. If this kind of thing were to spread out, wouldn't it be a joke to outsiders? Wait a moment, who could spread out what happened tonight? That little fellow Taoist Chen wouldn't fall out with Fairy Ning and whisper some pillow talk to her. Would he? Forget it. A pair of celestial companions that no other celestial couple in the world was like a match made in heaven. Under the moon and flowers, they were whispering sweet nothings to each other, shaming the bright moon. It was the perfect time. I'm redundant. It was better to just eat the melon. Chun Pingon gently hugged Ning Yao, but quickly let go of her and took a step back. Why are you here? Her sideburns and ears were a little red. She didn't need any makeup, eyebrows, or makeup. Ning Yao returned the sword to Chun Pingon and said, Aren't you being too careless? You dare to give your sword to someone else? Chun Pingon took the Night Ranger and put it behind his back. He smiled and said, Old Immortal Feng Jun is a magnanimous and upright person. I'm relieved that you gave me the Night Ranger. It's not worse than carrying the sword myself. Ning Yao was a little confused. Feng Jun? Chun Pingon turned his back to the grass-eating green ox and the melon-eating old Taoist. He blinked at Ning Yao and reminded her, It's the Taoist green ox that you mentioned at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact, it's also this old immortal who first proposed the idea of using external talisman to refine elixirs inside. It's a pity that this old Taoist standards are too high and he suffered too many losses. That's why he wasn't able to become famous. Most people don't deserve their position and reputation. Old Immortal Feng Jun is the opposite. He's someone who can fight for justice. Ning Yao said, I was wondering who it was. So it's one of the 4 Taoist seniors that you mentioned before. The old Taoist who was squatting far away had been listening attentively. His eyes lit up and his shoulders trembled. The melon in his hand had a rich aftertaste. It was really sweet. Which 4? That stinky ox nose from the Eastern Sea Monastery, Sun Huaizhong from the Dashuan Monastery, the Talisman Yu Xian, the great heavenly master from Mount Longhu, and Venerable Fire Dragon. There were already 5 of them. No matter which one I managed to squeeze out, it would be a wonderful thing. It's fine, even if all 4 of them were at the bottom. Why didn't little Taoist Chen mention this when he was chatting with me at Niaoja Mountain? That's not sincere enough. Since you already have such respect in your heart, why hide it? Young people can't be too thick-skinned. It's even worse if they're too thin-skinned. At that time, a dagger slipped out of his sleeve and spun around. It looked quite scary and almost made me think that I met Chow Mo. Then I gathered the 5 thunders Dharma in my palm and played around with it. It was nothing more than the word authentic. It was a little noble from the Taoist master's residence who forgot to bring the peach with sword home. I didn't expect it to be a misunderstanding. For example, the cloud goose grass worm disturbed my dreams, and the iron horse ice river entered my dreams. Such misunderstandings weren't bad. The old Taoist, who was refreshed, immediately threw away the melon in his hand. He shook his sleeves and coughed softly as a reminder. Then he slowly got up and faced the young couple. The old Taoist didn't forget to kick the remaining melon on the ground with his heel. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. After seeing the woman's ascendant realm, he thought for a while and didn't feel guilty at all. He cupped his hands and said loudly, "I'm a lord. My Taoist name is Green Bull." Chun Pingon made an exception and cupped his hands. Ning Yao cupped her hands and said, "Junior Ning Yao, nice to meet you." The old Taoist laughed heartily. This trip to Bai Yen City was so tiring that he could see the 2 celestial couples with his own eyes. Finally, the lovers got married. It was worth it. Chun Pingon took out the green paper mountain voucher from his sleeve. The old Taoist's eyes were sharp. He saw that the word sell changed to buy, and the 3 words stop pavilion appeared on the back. The old Taoist shuddered. Li Shirlang, who was the god of Entry City, was flirtatious, but he wasn't a person who was easy to negotiate with. Especially when it came to business, he was extremely shrewd. How could Chun Pingon get this thing from him? Among the 12 cities sailing at night, except for Xiao Baowan of the Beauty City, who was still a fledgling, the other 11 old city lords each had their own temperament, and each had their own great Tao supernatural power. However, none of them were easy to deal with. Chun Pingon took out another talisman and handed it to the old Taoist, changed the sword to the talisman. The business is still the same. The old Taoist was speechless. He took the cheap talisman and could only nod his head in agreement. He continued to help this brat inquire about that information. Chun Pingon brought Ning Yao to a pavilion in Entry City. There was a horizontal board and a stop pavilion. On the night path in Bai Yen City, the old Taoist sighed. He had nothing to do, so he picked up the talisman and looked at it. He immediately held his breath and rolled up the big sleeve of his Taoist robe. In an instant, he kept the talisman in his sleeve. He then reached out and grabbed something with his arms. He walked towards the mount. The green ox lay on the ground. The old Taoist sat on its back. The green ox stood up and walked slowly. The old Taoist held a melon in one hand and tapped it a few times with the other. He tilted his ear to listen and muttered to himself, "The heaven and earth are dense, all things mellow. The great sound is beautiful. The great medium is pure. It's definitely sweet." Li Shirlong's maid, who came from the Yenji God office, stood at the bottom of the steps outside the pavilion. Qin Zidu, Chun Pingon, and Ning Yao curtsied. Then she took out a piece of wudong leaf and said with a smile, "In the future, Mr. Chun can use this item to travel between the city gate and the pavilion. However, you still have to use it carefully. Once the strokes are used up, the city lord will take back the pavilion according to the rules." Chun Pingon indeed found that on the back of the paper to buy mountain vouchers, there were originally 3 words, "Stop Pavilion." The words were missing a vertical stroke, and the whole word had disappeared. Chun Pingon and Qin Zidu smiled and nodded. He reached out and grabbed the item from her hand. He took the wutong leaf from her hand. The front and back of the wutong leaf were engraved with Fu Qi Sheng and Jinong. The word Fu was missing a little. It was probably the same rule as buying mountain vouchers. Every time it was used, 1 stroke would be missing. As for why the word stop was missing, it must be because he violated the rules and went to Useless City night sailing ship and entry city. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Chin." Chin Zido smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Chen can just call me Biu." Chun Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. He wanted to say, "We are not familiar with each other. You can just call me Sword Immortal Chun." Ning Yao put her hands behind her back and looked up at the signboard and couplets of the pavilion. Chun Pingon thought for a moment. He was not in a hurry to leave this place. He took out the mountain voucher again and asked, "How many answers can I exchange for this thing?" "For the 2 words by mountain voucher, I have to trouble Miss Chin to answer my question for every stroke that is missing. How about it?" Because there was an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator here, the city lord definitely couldn't pry into this place casually. Therefore, Chin Zido was silent for a moment. She thought for a moment and seemed to have gotten city Lord Li Shilong's permission. She nodded and shook her head, saying, "It can be bought and sold, but the rules have to be changed. There are still 2 words left on by mountain voucher. Mr. Chun can only ask 2 questions. As for the stroke that is missing, the city lord said that it will be a meeting gift for City Lord Ning." Chun Pingon thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chun Pingon didn't want to occupy this pavilion for a long time from the beginning. This night boat was not a place to stay for a long time. In an instant, Chin Zido subconsciously turned sideways and had to reach out to block her eyes. She didn't dare to look at the sword light. It turned out that the silent female, Sword Immortal, drew her sword out of the sheath without warning. She cut open the heaven and earth enchantment of the city and followed Chin Zida's thought to find the city lord Li Shilong. The young man in green with a sword on his back continued to stay in the same place as if nothing had happened. He smiled and asked, "May I ask Miss Chin, what are the small cities on the night boat?" Chin Zido, who was ruthlessly schemed against, was annoyed and said angrily, "You two, did you make an appointment in advance?" Chun Pingon shook his head. "Not really. On the way here, he just casually told Ning Yao about his experience in Lu City." Chin Zido glared at the man and said in a deep voice, "The upper 4 cities, Feather City, Lu City, Chicken and Dog City, and the City of Rules." Chun Pingon interrupted her words. "May I trouble Miss Chin to add the other names of the 4 cities?" Chin Zido didn't speak. Chun Pingon walked to the steps of the pavilion and sat down. His hands were tucked into his sleeves and his body was slightly bent forward. However, compared to when he had just entered the city, his expression was much more relaxed. His entire person appeared very relaxed and lazy. Chin Zido said, "The other names of the 4 cities are Lu City, Wuya City, Dao Attainment City, and Mountain City." Chun Pingon nodded, a little absent-minded. When he passed by earlier, he saw the Laurel Man, Long Bin, and a swordsman retainer who almost drew his sword in the distance. It was Chicken and Dog City, but he didn't know why the big stone in the heart of the water imprisoned the snow-white hard ape. So even if the city lord didn't invite him, he had to go to this Dao Attainment City. The middle 4 cities are by Yen City, Consonant City, Chuegong City, and Peaceful City, also known as Useless City, First City, Family Tree City, and Jiazi City. Chun Pingon had already strolled through Chuegong City. At that time, there was a lazy man sitting on the steps outside the main hall. He only turned his head to look inside the hall and didn't have any intention of stopping him. When the wind passed by the covered bridge in the sky, there was the poor woman and the deer-horned young man standing side by side. It was most likely Consonant City, also known as the First City. It meant that there was no number 1 outside the ship, but there was one on the ship at night. Chin Zido said the last 4 cities. The lower 4 cities are Benmo City, Rumor City, Miscellaneous City, and Appearance City, also known as Tang City, One Word City, Struggle City, and Color City. Chun Pingon asked, "How do I go to the other city gates?" "I only said that in my entry city I can find a bookstore and use a certain entry that has been inspected to exchange for a customs clearance document. Then I can tell the store owner which city I want to go to." Then I can pass without any obstruction. Chun Pingan's fingers suddenly pinched the last word pavilion on the mountain coupon, forcibly stopping the word from fading away. He said with a smile, Miss Cheen only mentioned the method of leaving the entry city. This transaction isn't fair. What about the other 11 cities' customs clearance documents? Chun Pingan opened his palm and shook it. Then he raised the mountain coupon in his other hand. Goose Feather City, Chicken Dog City, Bayen City, Wool City, Chue Gong City, Consonant City. Forget it. I'll change the city to Appearance City and give a discount. A total of 6 cities. Qin Zido hesitated for a moment before extending his palm and bending 2 fingers, at most 3 cities. Furthermore, it has to be Chicken Dog City, Bayen City, and Benmo City. There's no room for discussion. I don't believe that Sword Immortal Chin can hold on to this mountain coupon all the time. Chicken Dog City and Bayen City had a good relationship with Entry City. Furthermore, Chicken Dog City's city, Lord Lu had the intention of letting this person go there as a guest. As for Benmo City, which was preposterous and treasured everything, it had always had the worst relationship with Entry City. Let this unruly troublemaker go and stir up trouble over there. Chun Pingan retracted his hands and changed his words for no reason. Then let's pretend this transaction didn't happen. I'll change a small question with Miss Qin. Which city's city lord is Xiao Baowan? Qin Zido heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's one of the lower 4 cities. Appearance City. Chun Pingan looked at his expression and asked with a smile, Is it because with Entry City's customs clearance document, you might not be able to go to Appearance City now? Qin Zido nodded. Xiao Baowan was a city lord. Of course, he could close the door and refuse guests. Chun Pingan released the mountain coupon on his fingertips. The words on both sides disappeared from the world. However, the genuine green talisman remained in Chun Pingan's hands. Qin Zido said hatefully, If Sword Immortal Chin is really the kind of pedantic and inflexible person that City Lord thinks, then it's good. What she meant was, of course, that this shrewd and scheming Mr. Chin was too outrageous to be a sword immortal instead of a merchant. Chun Pingan smiled and said, It's precisely because I'm not that I can walk here step by step, sit on the steps of this pavilion, and talk politely with Miss Qin, doing business that makes money amicably. Qin Zido was puzzled, but did not think too much about it. She just thought that this young sword immortal was talking nonsense. Chun Pingan got up and walked down the steps. He turned to look at the plaque and said softly, What a good name. Life stops at a pavilion. There's no hurry. Qin Zido sneered. Since he liked it so much, why did he still do that business and return this pavilion to Entry City? If a passerby could take root here, it was equivalent to having an extra life-saving talisman. Scholar Du, Taoist Greenox, and the like, all of them had worked hard to save up their own property. Moreover, compared to this pavilion, which was a land of mountains and rivers that was close to a physical object, what other paradise? It only sounded mysterious and fancy, but it was still far inferior to this pavilion. Now, he only had the 1-leaf parasol tree in his hands. In the future, he could come here, but this pavilion had already been returned to its original owner. However, Qin Zido vaguely remembered that when this person heard that his city lord was Li Shilang on the streets of Entry City, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. However, the young man's expression quickly became awkward. Perhaps it was because his cultivation in this life had been smooth, and he had never been treated so coldly in public. There was also a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was fleeting, as if it had never happened. At that time, Qin Zido was tired of the ink ingot of Chicken and Dog City, and he was really curious about this passerby, Sword Immortal of Entry City. So he saw these imperceptible details clearly. Qin Zido remembered another matter for no reason. It seemed that when the city lord went to see the green shirt Sword Immortal twice, the young outsider, and Li Shilang walked side by side. There were several times when the young outsider wanted to say something, but stopped. The corner of his eyes kept secretly sizing them up. When the city lord took out the mountain certificate, the young sword immortal's expression returned to normal, and he began to do business. Before the city lord appeared on the streets, the deputy city lord had joked that the young man's temperament was very calm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so impatient. It seemed that he had been angered by Li Shilong's words of evil nature and get out of Entry City. The courtyard was less than 3 acres, and there was only one hill, so it was called Mustard Seed. Ning Yao took a step forward with her sword and came to the entrance of the small garden. Her eyes were unusually sharp and unreasonable. She had nothing to do with Entry City or Li Shiling, but Chun Pingan did. Once on the city wall of her hometown, under the 3 bright moons, Ning Yao sat next to that person. When he was free, he would often pick up some of the treasured books beside him. Most of them were literary manuscripts accumulated in the early years. Among them, there was a painting score. Of course, Chun Pingan didn't tell her about the green ox Taoist priest, but when he was lying on the city wall, he often took out the painting score to bask in the moonlight. Occasionally, he would raise his head and swear to Ning Yao that this Li Shiling was really an immortal. Except for one thing that couldn't be learned, his other knowledge was really fascinating. He was really too powerful. So on his bamboo slip, he engraved the proverb to make friends word for word. Don't mention the matter of being conferred the title of Marquis. Let's drink together in the narrow alley was also beautifully written. Li Shilong's explanation of the difference between scholarly articles and legendary plays was even better. Turns out it was about the same as reasoning with people, especially Li Shilong's business. It was even better. It was just that when it came to the matter of other booksellers engraving books, he wasn't so magnanimous. It was a pity that she couldn't meet this Mr. Li otherwise. She really wanted to ask this Li Shiling if he was really so poor and destitute. Did he really have a detestable life? Also, when Mr. Li was born, did he really meet an immortal to help him read his fortune? Did the stars really come to this place? Was the ancestral home too small? And the immortal was only born after moving to the ancestral hall of the family? If Li Shiling was easy to talk to, she would have to ask again. If Mr. Li had repaired the ancestral hall after he made his fortune and brought glory to the family, perhaps in the 2 plaques of the ancestral hall, the immortal incense could be born. Ning Yao couldn't understand. How could she let such a Li Shiling talk endlessly on the city wall back then? Was it necessary? So, what if she really met Li Shiling in this Time of City? Did she still want to ask Mr. Li about the doubts in her heart in the past? Li Shiling and the old scholar, who was the deputy city lord, walked out of the mustard seed garden in the painting. Li Shiling frowned and asked, "Is something the matter?" Ning Yao nodded and said, "Yes." Li Shiling smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Ning Yao turned to look at the white-haired old man and said, "It has nothing to do with old Mr. Senior, please step aside." The old scholar smiled and said, Okay, it's only right." Li Shiling immediately reached out and grabbed his old friend's sleeve. The old scholar waved his sleeve vigorously and left. In an instant, the world was filled with sword light. As a result, a huge hole was opened in the entire night boat by a sword light. The scholar on the mountain peak sighed. With a slight thought, he mended the hole in the ferry. Fortunately, the existence of this ferry was similar to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the past. This was also one of the foundations of the Great Tao of the night boat, and the ferry knowledge that Chun Pingan had comprehended in the word interaction was also one of them. The monk on the praying mat also opened his eyes. He stretched and was about to get up. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "There's no need for now." The white-haired old man returned to his original spot and couldn't help but laugh. He saw the city lord Li Shiling holding a tattered picture book in his hand. Fragments of the book kept gathering from all directions. The old scholar clicked his tongue in wonder and joked, being questioned by the number one person in the world can be considered a beautiful story in our entry city. Thinking of this, I'm not willing to resign from my position as the deputy city lord. I'll just be a few hundred more years. And at the pavilion, Ning Yao took a step forward and returned to the place. She put her sword back into the box and said, I've seen the mustard seed garden. There's nothing good about it. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. He rubbed his cheeks with both hands and inevitably felt a little regretful. I see. Then Chun Pingon picked up the parasol leaf and took Ning Yao to the inn in the city. He only hoped that Xiaomi wouldn't follow Pei Qian's example and kowtow when they met. Ning Yao suddenly said, Aren't you going to say goodbye to Miss Bu? Chun Pingon was speechless. Qin Zita squeezed out a smile and said with a trembling voice, There's no need. The parasol leaf in Chun Pingon's hand flashed, and he arrived at the city gate with Ning Yao. They walked to the inn in the city. There was no night ban in Entry City, but compared to the bustling streets during the day, it was still slightly deserted. There were no more stalls on the streets, and all the shops were closed. There were only a few restaurants, and there were still lights and noise. Ning Yao was silent for a moment and said, I shouldn't have drawn my sword. Chun Pingon held her hand. There's no such thing as should or should. Ning Yao looked at the streets on both sides. Is this the Entry City, where knowledge can be sold for money? Chun Pingon nodded and smiled. Very good, as expected of Li Shirlang. At the entrance of the inn, Pei Qian and Xiaomi were waiting at the door. Little Millet, who had been pretending to be calm all this while, suddenly became anxious. Because she had been trying so hard for too long, she was smiling too hard. She foolishly looked at the woman beside the good person, mountain chieftain. She tugged on Pei Qian's sleeve with all her might and stomped her feet. Her smile didn't change in the slightest as she hurriedly coaxed, Pei Qian, why don't I kowtow? Pei Qian tiptoed and waved at his master and mistress from afar. He said softly, There's really no need. Xiaomi couldn't maintain her smile and said bitterly, There's really no need. Pei Qian rubbed the head of the black-clothed girl and said gently, There's really no need. In the future, when Chao Qinglang and Jing Qing are by your side, you can kowtow when you see mistress. The little girl scratched her face and remembered. Ning Yao shook her wrist, and Chun Pingon had to let go. At the inn, Ning Yao nodded to Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled and called her mistress. Ning Yao bent down and rubbed Xiaomi's head. She smiled and said, In my hometown, everyone knows that the Mute Lake wine can make many sword immortals speechless. They can only continue to drink. Xiaomi nodded and took a step back. She quickly reached into her sleeve and took out a big handful of melon seeds. She raised it high above her head and offered it with both hands. She said loudly, Mistress, please have some melon seeds. Ning Yao was a little surprised. Chun Pingon held back his laughter. In the Shirwan Mountains, there was a 14th level cultivator and an ascendant state cultivator at the peak of the mountain. In the end, there was only a thatched cottage. It was probably just the old blind man's place of residence. It was probably also the place of cultivation, now that he had taken in a disciple who only recognized half of his master. He had to have a place to stay. It was not that Li Huai was not used to a hard life. It was just that he had been in Jianghu for a long time, especially when he was with Pei Qian. He had heard of all kinds of tricks in Jianghu. He had also seen how difficult it was to make a living as a martial artist at the foot of the mountain. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like he had fallen into a den of Jianghu swindlers. He saw the old man in yellow running around and chopping firewood in order to build a new thatched cottage. It was said that he was an ascendant state cultivator. Who would believe that? Anyway, Li Huai did not believe it. At that time, Li Huai felt sympathy for him. He could not help but feel sorry for the old senior Duke Longshan's diligence, and he did not have a fixed residence. Li Huai said to build 2 rooms for the new thatched cottage so that they could live together. He could also help and build a residence together. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could shelter them from the wind and rain. As a result, when the old man in yellow heard that Li Huai wanted to help, it was almost like a battle of the great Tao. The old man spoke righteously and refused to let go. He said that the young master's body was priceless. How could his hands touch such lowly work? He also said that he did not dare to live with the young master. He would only disturb the young master's study. Besides, it was actually quite cool on the other side of the fence. Therefore, when the old man was busy, Li Huai squatted at the side and chatted with him. Only then did he know that this ascendant state senior, whose Taoist name was Duke Longshan and temporary name was Koflu, had actually wandered in the vast world for more than 10 years just to talk to him. Li Huai could not help but ask the senior what he was after. The old man almost drank 10 pounds of bitter tears on the spot. He lowered his head and chopped firewood. His expression was as lonely as a lonely mountain. It turned out that this old man in yellow, although his Taoist name was Duke Longshan, in fact, in the wilderness earlier, he had countless incarnations and many aliases, including Tao Ting, Crane Lord, Gung Yun, and now this Koflu. They all sounded very elegant. It was just that every time Li Huai did not know what the old senior said wrong, a series of inexplicable firecrackers would be inexplicably heard. Then he would be forced to reveal his original form and roll on the ground. Otherwise, he would be kicked off the top of the mountain by the old blind man, who was half a master. In this bumpy way, when the hut was finally built, it was really only Li Huai's residence. Because the hut opposite had become Li Huai's study, Li Huai caught a glimpse of those headache-inducing books. In the end, the old man asked him what books he lacked and could help him find them. No matter how rare a book was, as long as it was in the wilderness, it would not be a problem. At that time, Li Huai felt that there was a reason why this old senior could not mix in the Jianghu. Do I, Li Huai, look like a scholar? Today, in the study room, the old man in yellow, who had given himself the pseudonym Wu Fengshi, moved a chair and sat at the door today. He did not dare to disturb his young master's study. After a long silence, he saw Li Huai put down the book in his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. The old man sincerely admired him and said, "Young master is young, but your state of mind is very stable. You are naturally born, unlike me. I have lived for thousands of years, but I have really lived like a dog." As for why he gave himself the name Wu Fengshi, of course, it was to seek an auspicious omen. He hoped that with the addition of Uncle Li Huai, he would be able to bask in some of the light and follow the change of fortune. Li Huai put down the book and said honestly, "What accepting a disciple? What acknowledging a master? I did not take it seriously. No matter why the old blind senior was willing to accept me as a disciple, I am still me. If I disappoint him, I am sorry, but what can I do? I did not disappoint him. So of course I am happy. Old blind man who is half a master, you don't have to thank me anyway. We are half a master and disciple, so there is no need to be so polite." The word blind made the old man in yellow tremble with fear. This old man, Li Huai, was most likely fine, but he himself was not. The old man felt that he had to do something. He hurriedly stood up, shook his sleeves, and threw out a pile of objects on the table. The cluster of osmanthus in Guanghanyu Mountain was cut into strips. The essence of fire was picked and refined into a brush holder. There was an open book of cursive calligraphy with a poem on it. There was a drawing of a coral brush holder in the middle. The old man pinched the coral brush holder with 2 fingers and actually twisted it out. He then gently placed it on the table. There was also an old dragon lying across the swamp inkstone. The inscription was not small, Raising jade bones, a 1,000-year object. When the owner uses it, the light is strange. There was also a jasper lotus pond pen washing pen with the inscription Young Taoist. The brush was gentle and delicate. Li Huai was puzzled. Old senior, what are you doing? Li Huai could roughly tell the quality of the things on the table. However, in this way, Li Huai complained incessantly in his heart. Is there an end to this? I came here to sightsee. It's fine if I have to pretend to flip through books every day because of you, old senior, but don't tell me I have to pretend to be refined and practice calligraphy and painting. The old man in yellow even said with a flattering face, Young master is a rare scholar. This little gift is not enough to show my respect, not enough to show my respect. It was hard to imagine that this was a famous ascendant realm great demon in the world of desolation. Among the great demons on the throne, there was Fei Fei, that old woman, Huang Wan, who had once been his brother, and Old Deaf. He was very familiar with all of them. The little girl in Golden Jade City had a story with him. Even Old Dong of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was chased and bitten by him when he was traveling the world of desolation. As for Alliance, there was no need to mention him. Every time this son of AB** TCH passed by 100,000 mountains, Old Blind would let him do whatever he wanted. Therefore, his most famous alias was Tao Ting. Tao Ting in the world of desolation, Gu Qingsong in the world of desolation. These two people were slightly famous everywhere in the world. Old Blind walked into the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back. He stood at the door and glanced at the items on the table. He frowned at the watchdog and said, Fancy things carrying bones home on the street. Are you courting death? Hearing this, the old man in yellow's eyelids trembled. His sincerity and kindness to take credit did not work. Instead, his loyalty and hot-blooded heart were drenched in cold water. Li Huai stood up and helped the old senior out of the predicament. He asked with a smile, I don't have a name. I can't really call you Old Blind every day, right? Old Blind smiled and said, Old Blind is not bad. Just call me that. Li Huai gave him a thumbs up and said, It's more and more to my taste. You're half a master now. The old man in yellow glanced at Old Blind, who was smiling so much that flowers were about to bloom on his old face. He then looked at Li Huai, who had repeatedly courted death but did not die. Finally, he thought about his own miserable situation and felt that there was no way he could continue living like this. On this day, there was a rare bit of smoke and fire on the mountain peak. Finally, a large pot of stewed meat was placed on the table. It was steaming hot and fragrant. At first, Li Huai felt apologetic and did not dare to eat. However, when he saw Old Blind take the lead, and the old man in yellow did not hesitate at all, Li Huai did not hold back. Old Blind glanced at him, and the old man in yellow immediately took the bowl and left the table. Li Huai stepped on the bench and picked up a large piece of dog meat with his chopsticks. He slammed the table and said angrily, Damn it, Old Blind, do you still have the slightest bit of loyalty? Li Huai smiled at the old senior and helped support him. Don't get up. Let's sit down and eat. Don't worry about Old Blind. We're all family. Who are you trying to show off your power to every day? After all, his mouth was soft after eating food. Of course, it was not some dog meat that was cut off from the old man in yellow's body. In the 100,000 mountains, there were still some mountain delicacies. Otherwise, Li Huai really did not dare to eat half of it. It was too scary. The old man in yellow thought for a while and felt that it would be safer for him to take the bowl outside and not be an eyesore. In any case, he could eat a full bowl. Unexpectedly, Old Blind sneered and said, There's meat on the table, and you don't want to eat it. Are you going to dig up dirt and eat shit outside? The old man in yellow was both sad and happy at the same time. He could only lower his head and eat the meat silently. The taste was not bad. What a good salty taste. Li Huai, This little bastard's cooking was really good. Old Blind did not eat much. He chewed slowly and suddenly said, "You will follow Li Huai back to his hometown this time. Weigh the pros and cons yourself. If you do well, we will settle old scores. As for what would happen if he did not do well, Old Blind was too lazy to say." The old man in yellow nodded vigorously. When he saw Li Huai take a piece of meat for Old Blind, he followed suit and quickly took a large piece of meat for Uncle Li. He suddenly realized that it was not bad to follow Uncle Li. Wasn't he on the same level as Old Blind to eat a pot of meat? However, the old man in yellow, who had good eyesight, realized that every time Li Huai took a piece of meat for Old Blind, it was as if he was giving it to another old man. The young man was smiling and talking nonsense. However, he was still not experienced enough because his eyes did not hide his words. In the sky of the Central Plains, a figure the size of a mustard seed suddenly appeared and fell straight to the ground. While falling, the man spread out his hands and spun nonstop. He floated to the ground and lowered his head. He put 2 fingers together and pressed them against his forehead, while the other hand stretched out behind him. It was hard to say whether this posture would look cool or not in the eyes of others. In any case, he had thought for a long time to come up with this way of appearing. However, this was the square of the Central Plains Confucian Temple. A sage of the Confucian Temple only glanced at him and chose to ignore him. He even told the gentleman nearby to ignore him and not try to get close to him. Only an old scholar left the forest of merits and virtue and appeared here. He was very supportive. He turned his head and covered his face with one hand. He waved his hand and said, "Where did this handsome young man come from? Quickly, keep your dignified appearance and walk like a dragon or a tiger." The man looked wronged and shouted, "Old scholar." The 2 of them quickly walked over and shook hands. The old scholar sighed and shook his hand vigorously. When I became friends with He Fun Fun, they said that there was only one person who could be together. The man sighed and said, "A handshake in the midst of thousands of people made my sleeves fragrant for 3 years. Poetry competition?" The old scholar did not learn from his mistakes. He had found the wrong opponent. The old scholar's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and said, "I've never heard of it before." "Where did you copy it from? Can you lend it to me?" The man blushed and said, "It's my humble work. I came up with it on the spur of the moment. Take it, take it. There's no need to be so polite between brothers." No matter who borrowed it, they would be scolded together. The 2 of them hugged each other. They almost looked like a pair of brothers who were about to cry on each other's shoulders. The old scholar hammered the guy's back with all his strength and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Brother Liang, your muscles are even stronger than before." The sloppy man with stubble on his face wailed, Old scholar, I've missed you so much. Not only did I almost die, but I also finally got rid of that tortoiseshell with great difficulty. These years have been really hard. Just mentioning this makes me want to cry." The old scholar hit the man's back harder and said, "It's been hard on both of us. It's not easy. Good brothers don't have it easy." Alliance coughed and asked, "Old scholar, why do you look like you've lost weight? Is it because you have a big chest and your heart cares about the world?" The old scholar let go of his hand and complained, "You always say such embarrassing truths." Alliance spat and ran his fingers through his hair. He didn't have much hair, and it took him a lot of effort to tie it into a small bun. It was no wonder that he didn't like to come here. There were no girls. As a worthy descendant of one of the 4 great families, the number of times he took the initiative to come here could be counted on one's fingers. In addition, every time he was called here to confront and reason with someone, he was called here to apologize. Only the old scholar wasn't idle. He would always be the first to jump out and deliberately stand on the side of the other party. It was as if everyone had been wronged. The old scholar's voice was the loudest and fiercest. He would always fan the flames. He would either speak up for the other party or say something ruthless, saying that he should just kill this guy. How could being imprisoned in the Forest of Merits for a few years be enough? In any case, Alliance had gotten used to it. As long as the old scholar was present, he would lower his head and apologize with a sincere expression. He would get angry with whoever tried to stop him. However, in the years before the old scholar became a sacrificial sage, Alliance wasn't so easy to talk to. He would even ignore the invitations from the Confucian temple, even if the quasi-sage personally brought him to the Confucian temple to question him. He wouldn't say anything and just do whatever he wanted. Today, Alliance didn't need to apologize to anyone. The old scholar didn't seem to be used to having nothing to do. He sighed and asked in confusion, "Why are you so late? Didn't you return to Harran long time ago? Why are you strolling around Liuxia continent?" Alliance pointed at the top of his head and said helplessly, "At least I've grown some hair. Otherwise, if I dare to go anywhere, I'll only make the girls feel sorry for me. When I arrived at Liuxia continent, I wanted to look for Big Sister Tsong Nyo to talk about old times. However, I didn't expect her to not be at home. I heard that she went to the old site of the Rain Dragon sect and hasn't returned home for many years. I asked Big Sister Tsong, Nyo's disciple, to help me send a message on a flying sword. I received a reply very quickly. It was concise and comprehensive. It only had 2 words. Wait. Old scholar, listen to it. Isn't it very sincere? The old scholar stomped his foot and lamented on Alliance's behalf. Then you should wait. Alliance chuckled and said, "I'll wait. I'm afraid that once we meet, Big Sister Tsong Nyo won't be able to hold herself back." The old scholar also chuckled. Alliance suddenly became silent and looked at the thin old man, who had never been tall. The old scholar couldn't go anywhere at this time. It was different from when he imprisoned himself in the meritorious forest. The 2 of them walked toward the steps in front of the Confucian temple and sat down together. Alliance told him some interesting stories on the way here. He said that in a certain restaurant in Liuxia continent, he learned from the old scholar and ate and drank without paying. Since he couldn't write an IOU, he shouted angrily and took out a brush. He wanted to leave behind a piece of calligraphy to help inscribe the plaque. After the brush and ink were served, he wrote the words with great vigor. He put in more effort than the words carved on the city wall. However, the shopkeeper didn't know what was good for him and asked for the money for the food, wine, and paper. Thus, he could only owe them for now. He also said that in a place where colorful dresses fluttered and embroidered shoes were everywhere, he happened to hear a group of people talking about him. He felt a little embarrassed, especially the 2 young ladies. Their beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with the words Alliance and Big Brother, making people drunk, as if they had drunk fine wine. As for him, he was the kind of person who couldn't stand others praising him. Thus, he straightened his clothes and went over with an empty bowl of wine. He told them the truth, saying that a 14th realm sword cultivator wasn't that great and didn't mean much in the end. He praised him for being bald, and even asked why he didn't just say that his second brother wasn't really invincible. Since he had already told them the truth, he could only sit there for a while and listen to the customers chat for a while. Both sides were having a good time. He was busy calling them brothers and getting some food to go with the wine. In the end, he couldn't stand the admiring gazes of the young ladies and was worried that he would attract unnecessary love debts. Thus, he put down the bowl of wine and left the restaurant. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the setting sun. Then he took an even more learned step and walked alone on the street. He could only leave behind a lonely back view that would break the hearts of women, and the debt of wine that he had accidentally forgotten. The old scholar gently patted the knee of the man beside him and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You're still as elegant as ever. You didn't even give anyone a discount." Alliance laughed loudly. The sloppy man with not much hair told the old scholar many interesting stories about his travels. He said that he had made a trip to the heavens and met Old Man Yu, who was working hard to integrate with the way of the Milky Way. He didn't talk about the 14th realm, so as to avoid Old Man Yu, who was older and had an average aptitude for cultivation. He only said that he had always been jealous of all the friends around him. Why did they have such a handsome and elegant friend, but Alliance didn't? After Old Man Yu heard this, he didn't speak for a long time. It was probably because he felt guilty and ashamed of his own inferiority. However, Old Man Yu said something in the end that sounded like a scholar. He said that what an old man would think of was his hometown, his childhood, and his youth. The only place Alliance didn't mention was the last place he stopped at in the Laotia continent. It was a mass grave in the wilderness. There wasn't even the slightest bit of evil aura, let alone the Lingqi of heaven and earth. The man sat cross-legged, his hands clenched into fists and lightly pressed against his knees. He didn't speak and didn't drink. He just sat there and dozed off until dawn. The sun rose from the east and the world was bright. Only then did he open his eyes, as if it was a new day. It didn't matter what Alliance said. The old scholar sat at the side and listened carefully. It seemed that he had always been like this. As long as someone else spoke, regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, whether it was big or small, interesting or not, the old scholar would always be like this. His expression was serious and extremely patient. He would wait for the others to finish speaking before continuing his own words. Perhaps only this kind of old man could teach such a disciple. The first disciple, Cui Dong. The left and right disciples, Qi Jingchun, Jun Xian, and the last disciple, Chen Pingan. Alliance asked softly, the left and right idiot, hasn't he returned from outer space yet? The old scholar made a sound of acknowledgement. In the outer space where fists, legs, and swords could be used at will, around the two people who were facing each other in the air, there were specks of light. They were all distant stars. A little girl with a ponytail was holding half of her wrist in one hand. As she fiddled with the wound, she glared at the other person and said, "Is that enough? Do you have to stop me from going to the wilderness? Do you believe that if you piss me off, I will crash into the South Swirl continent or the Tonga continent and completely destroy your pitiful teacher?" Dressed in a green robe and expressionless, she held a sword in one hand. Her sword, aura, was no longer restrained. "I beg you to go." It wasn't easy for her to temporarily borrow that slender wrist. Xiao Chua shook her arm and smiled brightly. "Then I won't trouble your teacher. I'll go somewhere else. I'll go to the Luapa Mountain in the Aquarius continent and pay a visit to our hidden official." The left and right sword thrust out. At a ferry in the wilderness, the Mahis Juzi, who guarded the South Swirl continent with the mellow scholar Chinchunan, was here alone. One was building a city, while the other was guarding it. Neither was delayed. A burly man with a little demon by his side traveled from the ultimate ruins on the sea to the wilderness. Along the way, he deliberately avoided the forces on the mountains and only looked at the mountains and rivers. Lu Shirlu looked up at the strange city that grew on its own. The little demon, who called himself the Whirlwind King, had the appearance of a child and carried a big bag. It wasn't that his master asked for it. The bag was full of the little demon's belongings that he couldn't bear to throw away. At this moment, he stood at the edge of the ferry and said in a small voice, "Master, the books say that it's better to avoid trouble. It seems like we have to take a detour." The little demon couldn't help but complain. "Let's go, Master. When will it end?" Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "I wanted to bring you to see your little martial uncle. Now, I can't. It seems like we have to walk a long way." The little demon sighed and said, Annoying. It would be great if I could see little martial uncle sooner." Lu Shirlu smiled and nodded. After passing the great wall of sword chi, "Master can find a ferry, and it will be easier." The little demon said, "Master, I don't have any divine money." Lu Shirlu rubbed the little guy's head. "You're the same as your little martial uncle. You're not careless when it comes to important matters, but you're stingy when it comes to small matters." The little demon suddenly felt a little nervous and whispered, "Master, I'm a little demon. Little martial uncle is the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Will he despise me?" Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "No, he's your little martial uncle." The little demon hesitated for a moment. "Where's eldest martial uncle? Where's eldest martial uncle Chi? I really can't see him?" Lu Shirlu nodded. "There's nothing we can do." 775. Pei Qian felt a little helpless as he looked at Xiao Meili, who was trying her best to laugh foolishly. "Fortunately, it was you, the right guardian of Luo Pa Mountain. Otherwise, not to mention Chen Lingjun, even a proud student like Chao Qinglang would be in trouble tomorrow." Xiao Meili bade farewell and ran to her room. When she came back, she brought a big bag of melon seeds and a small bag of dried brook fish. Chen Pingon stood by the window and looked at the sky. Then he took out a lantern-lighting talisman and burned it slowly. It was no different from the previous 2 talismans. Then he made a sword sign with 2 fingers and silently chanted the word "rise." A golden sword aura swam like a dragon and finally connected head to tail, drawing a big golden circle in the room. It created a forbidden area with a golden lightning pool. The talisman array's atmosphere was almost like a small world. Compared to Pei Qian's previous imitation of the iron rod on the street, Chen Pingon's array was obviously more flexible and conformed to the meaning of Tao. A saying immediately popped up in Pei Qian's mind. The heavenly Tao was mysterious. When he was learning martial arts in the bamboo house, the old man who taught him martial arts often said that Pei Qian's aptitude was too poor. He was not even as good as his master. He was not interesting at all. Even when Pei Qian became the famous Zheng Qian and returned to Luo Pa Mountain, there was one time when he sparred with Old Chef. After Zhu Lian withdrew his fist, he happened to say something similar. Compared to the mountain master, he was still a little lacking. Ning Yao chewed on melon seeds and asked, "This is a sword array?" Obviously, Ning Yao also felt that this sword art that was integrated with the array was not simple. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "I learned it from someone. I just added some of my own sword art and fist intent." This nameless array formation originated from his student, Cui Dongshan. The latter liked to use a sword immortal relic golden tassel to draw a circle that isolated the world. It was extremely profound. Later, at Luapa Mountain, Chen Pingon pulled Lu Jinglong and Cui Dongshan together. Chen Pingon took out a secret record that was copied from the Summer Palace. It was somewhat related to the Thunder Pool in the inverted hanging mountain, but the written record was more ancestral. It was related to the sword cleansing pool in the Doshu courtyard of the Thunder Department. Chen Pingon let the 2 of them flip through the records. In the end, Lu Jinglong and Cui Dongshan worked together to perfect the formation. However, Chen Pingon was still used to adding some of his own fist intent and the 18 stops of sword chi that Alliance had taught him. Since he was on the ferry, he was still living under someone else's roof. It was not appropriate for him to talk about Ascension City and Luapa Mountain. Previously, Li Shilong's observation of the mountains and rivers had been exposed by Chen Pingon. Hence, both sides opened the window and spoke frankly. Since it was the city lord spying on the inn, it was also a kind of reminder. It meant that in this city, especially on this night boat, as long as the heavens of this world were willing, there was nothing that was unknown. At that moment, the group was already in the array formation. Chen Pingon looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately understood and reported a number. Before Chen Pingon ascended and left the city, Qin Pingan used his voice to speak to Pei Qian in riddles. From the moment Qin Pingan left the inn to look for Ning Yao, Pei Qian had already been counting. He only gave the number when his master asked. Ning Yao was a little puzzled. Qin Pingan smiled and explained, "I'm afraid of being schemed against and being kept in the dark without realizing it. If I'm not careful, I'll delay my trip to the North Continent too much." Qin Pingan put two of his fingers together and gently shook his wrist. From the flying sword cage in the small world of his body, he actually took out a half-burnt lamp-raising talisman. This was the same as the Taoist priest Green Ox and the curly-bearded man. It could be considered a completely different world on the ferry. After lighting up a lamp, the difference between the small world and the lamp-raising talisman hovering at the window was not small. Finally, Qin Pingan discovered a rather deeply hidden truth. He sneered, "On this side of the ferry, there really is someone secretly controlling the speed of the long river of time. If they want to do it without anyone noticing, they can do it in the mountains for 60 years and in the world for 1,000 years. It's definitely not Li Shirlang from Entry City. It's very likely that it's the ship's owner." Chui Dongshan's "Heaven and earth in the sleeve" could make a cultivator in a cage pass a day like a year. Naturally, it could also let the person in the trap experience what it meant to pass by. In a flash, Pei Qian's scalp went numb when he heard this. Imagine being on the ferry at night for 10 days to half a month, leisurely strolling through the 12 cities. However, when they left the ferry, they realized that months or even years had passed in the vast world. Qin Pingan walked to the windowsill and said in a clear voice, "I'll have to trouble Li Shirlang to tell the ship's owner that it doesn't matter if the ferry is now close to the entrance of the ultimate or directly going to the wasteland. However, since I've already noticed that it's changing the river of time, can it be avoided?" Previously, on the street and in the inn, Qin Pingan had lit 2 lamp-raising talismans to help the ferry. They mistakenly thought that Qin Pingan was full of himself. He thought that his Tao was high enough and his spells were invincible in the continent. He became the ancestor of other sections. He thought that he was far-sighted and that all the opportunities were in his bag. He relied on a longevity lamp from the ancestral hall to luckily climb the mountain and walk the path of cultivation. Qin Pingan stood at the window for a moment before turning to look at Ning Yao. Ning Yao shook her head and said, "Either the ship's owner didn't pay attention to this side, or the other party's Tao is high enough that I can't detect any clues." Qin Pingan nodded and returned to his seat. He asked softly, "How long can we stay in the vast world this time?" Ning Yao plucked 3 melon seeds from the mountain of melon seeds with her fingers. Qin Pingan slammed the table with a deafening sound. He cursed angrily. "Only 3 months? Has the person in charge of the Confucian temple lost his mind? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Don't worry about it. I'll scold anyone who dares to rush you." Ning Yao shook her head gently. Qin Pingan said in shock, "Only 3 days?" Ning Yao remained silent. Qin Pingan frowned and rubbed his chin. He narrowed his eyes and began to think carefully. Zhou Mili hurriedly plucked another pile of melon seeds for the hill master's wife to eat more. In an instant, Ning Yao's sword left its scabbard. She held the sword in one hand and suddenly slashed the air in the room. Ning Yao instantly swam away with her sword. Ning Yao didn't need to say anything. Ning Yao and Qin Pingan didn't have any telepathic communication. However, they didn't even need to look at each other. Qin Pingan had already followed Ning Yao and disappeared in a flash. They arrived at a mountain peak. It was where Xiao Baoan stood when he met the ship's owner. However, the middle-aged scholar and the sleeping monk were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the mountain peak was empty except for a cattail hassock. Qin Pingan reached behind him and gently placed his hand on the scabbard on his back. Night Ranger, which had been unsheathed by an inch, returned to its scabbard. He looked around and praised. The grotto heaven in a flask is such a beautiful place. It's hard for anyone to return the favor when the owner treats his guests so well. Chun Pingon squatted down and carefully looked at the cattail hassock. It seemed that the ship's owner had deliberately left it as a reward for solving the mystery. Ning Yao leaned on the immortal sword Naivety with both hands. She looked down at the golden palace in the sea of clouds and said, "It's still difficult to catch the ship's owner with just you and me. Guests have their manners. Risking one's life has its own way of fighting." Chun Pingon left the cattail hassock behind and stood up. He smiled at Ning Yao and said, "Let's go back." Ning Yao extended her sword. Over at the inn in Entry City, Ning Yao and Chun Pingon returned together. Pei Qian had already sat down on the long bench beside Zhou Meili. Little Meili had remained in her previous posture of munching on melon seeds, like a wooden puppet. Only when the good mountain chieftain and his wife returned did little Meili continue munching on melon seeds. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It's nothing. We went to an interesting place just now and almost met Teacher Zhang. Let's chat more casually." Chun Pingon took out 4 pots of wine, 2 pots of osmanthus wine, and 1 pot of glutinous rice wine from his hometown. He then took out 4 wine bowls and placed them on the table. They were all from his wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He handed the pot of glutinous rice wine to Pei Qian and said that he and Xiaomi could drink some today. "Just don't drink too much." He poured a bowl of osmanthus wine for himself and Ning Yao and asked tentatively, "Is it really only 3 days?" "It's 3 years, but I won't stay for too long." Ning Yao said, "Before I came here, I killed an ancient remnant, the One-Eyed Man. He seemed to be one of the 12 high-level gods. I earned a lot of merits from the Confucian Temple. Being able to kill the One-Eyed Man has something to do with me breaking through the bottleneck and ascending to the Ascendant Realm. It's not just the difference of one realm and the difference in swordsmanship. It's just that the time and place are not on my opponent's side. So compared to the first time, it's much easier. Breaking through the realm and ascending. 2 rounds of swordsmanship, time and place, One-Eyed Man, high-level god." When she said this, Ning Yao's tone was calm and her expression was normal. It was not that she deliberately made it sound shocking, but for Ning Yao, there was nothing much to say about all the troubles in the past. But today, Ning Yao added, "If you were here, it would be easier." It was just that Ning Yao didn't say whether Ascension City would be more relaxed with the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or if she would be more relaxed with Chun Pingon by her side. Maybe it was both. Maybe it was the same. Ning Yao had nothing to be embarrassed about because what she said was the truth. Even the entire Ascension City would not deny this fact, especially the swordsmen of the hidden official's lineage, the martial arts lineage of the criminal official, and the young swordsmen of the lineage of the Quan Mansion. They especially missed the young hidden official who had left behind too many interesting deeds and countless stories. Even if it was for various reasons, those swordsmen who did not have a good impression of the wine shop's second shopkeeper and half a foreigner, when they were drinking together, they would often talk about this person. Whether it was from afar, he's Alliance, from close up, he's the hidden official, or he knocked down the second shopkeeper with 1 punch, or he went to the battlefield in a fancy way. They were all topics of conversation and excellent side dishes. For example, even among the 9 sword fairy embryos that Chun Pingon brought back to the vast world, there would be children who did not like the young hidden official, and there was more than one of them. However, no one could deny that when facing the enemy on their side, there was always a hidden official by their side. When sheathing his sword, he would help to give advice and suggestions, find loopholes, and fill in the gaps. When he attacked with his sword, he would also be in danger and risk his life. The difference between the two was indeed not small. Hearing this, Chun Pingon felt a little guilty. He raised his wine bowl, took a sip of wine, and picked up a dried fish from the creek of his family's Luapa Mountain as a side dish. Ning Yao said, In that new world where opportunities are everywhere, if anyone can kill an ancient god, even if it's not one of the 12 high positions, as long as they are lucky, they can obtain a supernatural power. Taoist Shan Qing, Lady Guan Huangting of Tongya Continent, and Heatstroke of Liuxia Continent. According to the intelligence of the Ascension City, they all have their own opportunities. What Ning Yao meant was, of course, that if Chun Pingan was also in the fifth world, even if it was the Ascension City or the hidden official's lineage, he would definitely be very busy every day. He would be a heaven-grade burden house. Chun Pingan told her about the ruins of Taiping Mountain. He hoped that Huang Ting would not be too worried. As long as she returned to the vast world, she could immediately rebuild her sect. Ning Yao nodded and said, "When I return, I will go and tell the Lady Guan." Seeing that Chun Pingan was staring at her, Ning Yao asked, "Do you need me to pass on a message? Are you not in a hurry?" Chun Pingan said firmly, "No." Ning Yao took a sip of wine. Xiaomi felt that she could finally speak. Turning her head, she asked softly, Pei Qian, is she the female Taoist elder sister who taught you the sword-carrying technique and the knife-dragging technique? You even said that she's very pretty, but she has a bad eye for people." The master and disciple at the table had a headache. Pei Qian said awkwardly, "Did I say that?" Zhou merely looked at Pei Qian, then looked at the good mountain master and his wife. She hesitated and said, "You didn't, right?" She felt that she probably said something wrong. She quickly drank a big mouthful of glutinous rice wine and said with a laugh, "My alcohol tolerance is not good. I was drunk." Ning Yao smiled. It seemed that she needed to talk more with Xiaomi. When it came to the affinity of the elders on Luopa Mountain, other than Sister Muanshu, no one dared to say that they were second. Chun Pingan's two senior brothers, Zuyu and Jun Qian, although they did not stay on Luopa Mountain for long, without exception, they chatted with Xiaomi the most. They really liked to chat with Zhou Meili, because this little water monster of the Mute Lake was the most innocent. Head butler Zhu Lian was too watertight. Mountain Master Wei Pai was too reserved, Muanshu was too busy every day, and Chen Lingjun would avoid them. Only Xiaomi, who liked to patrol the mountain, liked to ask all kinds of questions, and would answer all of them. Chun Pingan immediately changed the topic. After chatting for a while, Pei Qian learned that his master had long admired Li Shirlang of Luopa City. Pei Qian felt a little strange. It was hard to imagine that his master would admire someone so much. Zhou merely scratched her face. It was quite awkward. It was not worse than being chased out of the poetry competition back then. Chun Pingan did not think that Li Shirlang would disappoint people when he saw a real, living immortal outside of the books. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Do you still remember when you were young, when you were rushing at night in Tongya Continent? I taught you those jingles to boost your courage?" Chun Pingan took a sip of wine and tapped the table with 2 fingers. He smiled and said, "Door to door, street to street, day to day, home to a foreign land. Qingxia Palace on the ground, Guanghan Palace in the sky. Master the talisman of the 5 mountains, hanging the sword of the 7 stars." Pei Qian grinned. "Cook early garlic, cut spring celery, locust tree to willow, cypress to regular, yellow dog to Qingwan, lake to cliff, 2 white jade chopsticks at the foot of the mountain, immortal 9-turn purple gold pill." Chun Pingan nodded. "Actually, these are the rhymes that I compiled according to Li Shirlang. I chose and cut them out before teaching you. When Master first went out to travel, he often carried this. These beautiful words had once accompanied the straw sandals youth through thousands of mountains and rivers. Whenever he was homesick, the youth would think of the streets of his hometown, the locust tree in the small town, and the regular tree in the mountains. Whenever his stomach was rumbling, he would think of the fragrance of scrambled eggs with leeks and dried celery. It would make an ignorant youth unable to help but think about the cloud guard envoy, the snow-clothed lady, the white jade chopsticks, and the purple gold pill. He said in the book that there is no secret to the poor's pleasure. There is only the method of taking a step back. When I read this, I felt that this senior was right. It seemed to be like this. There are a lot of things that cannot be avoided. It is impossible to avoid. What else can be done? Really can't be done. Chun Pingon smiled and said, but I didn't expect that Li Shilang gave another example at the end of the book. It was about the summer season. There were a lot of mosquitoes in the tent. The traveler was staying at the post house and couldn't bear the disturbance. Then the village head said something. The reason that Li Shilang wanted to use was that there is no need to lead others to take a step back. Because the reason is very simple. In this life, who hasn't faced adversity? Therefore, comparing the past to the present, I don't know the pain, but I feel happy. Therefore, every time after I practice my boxing, or when I come across something, I feel more and more that Li Shilang's words seem to have made a certain reason clear, leaving no room for discussion. But he himself said that his intention was to advise and punish, but he won't say it clearly. Isn't that strange? Pei Qian opened his eyes wide. Shifu said that when you are your enemy, you don't need to be anxious to compare yourself with others. If you want me today to be better than me yesterday, tomorrow I will be better than me today. Is this the reason? Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. That's right. Otherwise, do you think that Shifu's reason is to catch me when I fall from the sky? Ooh. Chun Pingon raised his wine bowl and turned his head to look out the window. Then he suddenly drained it in one gulp. It could be considered a distant toast to Li Shilang to express his heartfelt gratitude. In a garden in Lizhong City, the white-haired old scholar stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Shilang, looking at the ripples in the pond. He smiled and said, "This flattery, this kind of intention, do you accept it or not?" Li Shilang snorted coldly and said, "So what if this kid admires me? There are more than millions of people in the world who admire my talent and knowledge. This kid is incomparably slippery. Could it be that he thinks I am that stupid person who uses a stick and a date? I dare say that kid is very clear that you and I are listening at the side right now, because he already knows that if he calls Li Shilang by name, I will be able to sense it." The old scholar clicked his tongue. Li Shilang's expression immediately relaxed. He stroked his beard and smiled. It's just that these heartfelt words can't be grasped at the last moment. Sincerity can be seen at a glance. The old scholar nodded in agreement. He is indeed the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He even dared to scheme against the ship owner. To be able to be schemed against by him, to be able to make such a shrewd junior admire him. Li Shilang can be considered to have gained a lot of face this time. Li Shilang nodded and said, "That Taoist green ox only knows how to eat melons." In one of the 4 cities under the ship that night, the middle-aged scholar concealed his figure and came to a banquet. The banquet was filled with red strings and jade-green sleeves. The candlelight was uneven. Those who looked at it would suspect that it was an immortal. A woman was playing the zither. On the main seat was the handsome man who took the initiative to give the position of city lord to Xiao Baoan. His nickname was Beautiful Zhou. The middle-aged scholar took another step and silently came to another place. He smiled and asked a man with a blurry figure, "You and Chun Pingon were once colleagues in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, right? Why did you let Xiao Baoan attack him? Was it because you had some agreement with the previous criminal official when Haizhou that you had no choice but to do so?" The man whose face even the ship owner could not see clearly was the criminal official in the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There, he took in a young sword cultivator as his direct disciple. His name was Du Shanin. And this strange sword, celestial who was unknown in the records of the Summer Palace, was the only one who attacked in the small world of the prison. It was the sword that killed the Ascendant Realm external demon, Wu Shuangjiang. After this person left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had been a guest on the night ship, At this moment, the man said to the ship owner, Mr. Zhang, indifferently, it's just a business deal. There's a woman who wants to escape from the Aquarius continent. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, That's strange. Chun Pingon is already on this ferry. Isn't it the best time for her to escape? Taking a step back, Chun Pingon went to the North Continent. Can he directly decide the changes in the situation at Qingyang Mountain? The man said Tianwan only did a divination. It seems like it has to be so to survive. The middle-aged scholar was puzzled and asked, Is it that external demon hiding in the wick of the lamp? He shook his head and said, Even if there's that external demon, it's still not enough. In this place, even if the external demon is in the ascendant realm, it's still not useful. The man waved his hand and ordered him to leave. The middle-aged scholar just stood there and fell into deep thought. In the entry city, Ning Yao took out an oil lamp and gently twisted the wick to open a mountain restriction. Before the great wall of sword qi ascended and left, Chun Pingon handed this oil lamp to the tailor and brought it with him to the fifth world. Now that Ning Yao was already an ascendant realm sword cultivator, then its existence was dispensable. A white-haired boy jumped out of the house and sat cross-legged in the air. He had a big forehead, a green snake, and 2 swords. He was wearing a Taoist robe, and his eyes were sparkling. He was probably bored in the small world. Now that he was forced to appear, he was still chewing on his fingers. An ascendant realm external demon, alias Wu Shuangjiang. In the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he asked Old Deaf to call him Grandpa. Old Deaf never hesitated and called him Grandpa. However, his green snake, 2 swords, and Taoist robe had long been traded with Chun Pingon. Now, they were just some pitiful and nostalgic camouflage. Now he was a pauper. When he saw Chun Pingon in green, the white-haired boy's face was full of disbelief. He was struck by lightning, and his eyes were dull, as if a lifetime had passed. He was about to cry. Then his face was full of grievance, as if his heart and lungs were hurt, like a drop of thick ink dripping into clear water. It instantly became dizzy. He fell to the ground on his butt and moved his hands and feet. He wailed loudly and finally pounded his chest as if he was so sad that he couldn't say a word. He just sat on the ground and wailed. Chun Pingon chewed on melon seeds and said with a sideways glance, Stop. The white-haired boy stood up quickly and began to shout at the top of his lungs. His face was flushed red, and he began to walk around a table. He raised his arms and shouted, Hidden Officer Lao Zu, handsome and handsome, returning home in glory. His martial arts are unparalleled, and he is invincible in the world. His fist is at the 11th realm, and his swordsmanship is at the 15th realm. Pei Qian chewed on melon seeds and looked at this strange existence. It was just that his words were a little out of tune. Even she couldn't bear to listen to him. Compared to Guizhu Jiu, it was much worse. Zhou merely mistakenly thought that this short wintermelon was possessed by Jingqing. Chun Pingon said, That's enough. The white-haired boy first flattered Ning Yao. Sister Ning really keeps her promise. You are indeed the most powerful person in the world for thousands of years. Ning Yao ignored him. Then the white-haired boy ran to Chun Pingon and asked carefully, Hidden Officer Lao Zu, how about that deal? Chun Pingon said, You are already free. After Chun Pingon returned to the world, he asked Cui Dongshan about Wu Shuangjiang. Only then did he know that the real Wu Shuangjiang could be ranked among the top 10 in the Qingming Tian, and the white-haired boy, as he expected, was the demon in Wu Shuangjiang's heart. He was even his Taoist companion on the mountain. Her real name was Tian Tian. That was the name on the registry of mountains and rivers. It seemed that there was no surname. However, Chun Pingon felt that it was quite good to think that this otherworldly demon was Wu Shuangjiang. Back then, he had a good relationship with the young shopkeeper of the Stork Inn, because of the ownership of this otherworldly demon. But in the end, there was some unhappiness between them. The white-haired boy sighed and was speechless. After so many hardships, he got what he wanted. Instead, he felt a little lost. He suddenly put his hands on his waist and said, "Who are those two? That bun and that short winter melon, what are they doing? How dare they sit at the same table with my hidden officer Laozu? Did I borrow your guts? Ha! Don't you understand human language? Hurry up and sit on the ground." Ooh, Pei Qian chuckled. Zhou merely scratched her head. She was not afraid at all. The next moment, this otherworldly demon of the ascendant realm suddenly showed an illusory Dharma form. It instantly propped up the heaven and earth of the city. After slightly bending its knees and bowing its head, it took in the mountains and rivers on the ground. Then it rotated its sleeves, and the starlight scattered between heaven and earth. It instantly put away its Dharma form and starlight, and its body shrank back to its original form, except for Chun Pingon, Ning Yao, and Pei Qian, who had a pair of shining eyes. Even the patrolling cavalry did not notice this ripple of chi activity. Even the towering Dharma form could not be seen at all. Only Li Shirlang and the old scholar raised their heads and found something unusual. It could be seen that Wu Shuangjiang's magical power was very high. No wonder Cui Dongshan said that this palace master was about to become the latest 14th realm great cultivator in the Qingming world. The white-haired boy swaggered and sat on the empty bench opposite Chen Pingan. He put his hands on the table and was about to stand up. Suddenly, he lowered his head and saw that the little girl in black could not step on the ground. So it did not matter. He continued to sit, picked some melon seeds for himself, and began to eat them. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Old Ancestor Ingguan, what is this place? It's quite strange. If you look outside, it's dark. The host here is at least at the Ascendant Realm. Don't tell me this is our own mountain? Oh my God, it's really a big family. Then we're really rich." Chin Pingon said, "We're on a ferry." The white-haired boy was stunned. He leaned forward and did not care about eating melon seeds. He reached out to cover his mouth and urged, "Old Ancestor Ingguan, when shall we do it? If we don't do it, we'll lose our elegance and face. It's dark now, so it's the best time to do it. With you, Sister Ning, and me on the side, we'll be in charge of holding the line." "What ferry? It'll be our property from tomorrow onwards." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Then you'll go and explore the way first." He sighed and continued to eat melon seeds, pretending that he did not say anything. It found that there were some junk on the table. Eating sunflower seeds was boring, so it stood on the bench and began to fiddle with the virtual objects. There was a small bundle of dried plum branches, a small porcelain pot with a simple shape of daffodil, an iron cast flower artifact, and an ebony paperweight with the name Shu Yi. He suddenly felt a little sad. He slowly raised his head and looked at the guy who was drinking opposite him. He rubbed the corner of his eyes and said with a bitter face, "Old Ancestor Ingguan, you've returned to your hometown, but why are you getting worse and worse?" "Chun Pingon," he suddenly asked carefully, "did anyone look for you at the inverted hanging mountain?" Chun Pingon did not hide anything. He nodded and said, "They did, but I rejected them." He stood on the bench and asked with a smile, "That was then. What about now?" Chun Pingon could not even protect himself at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was uncertain whether he could return to his hometown, so he rejected them. Now that he had returned to the vast world, what would happen? Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I promised you. So for the next 80 years, even if Wu Shuang comes, as long as I'm here, you'll be free." A young worker who was napping at the counter suddenly raised his head and yawned. He rested his chin on one hand and said with a smile, "Young man, you talk so big. Won't you stuff yourself to death?" The white-haired boy's face instantly turned pale. Chun Pingon said, "I've made Court Chief Wu wait. The young worker smiled and asked, "What do you say now? Are you going to take back your arrogant words and earn a small favor from me? Or are you going to stop me?" Chun Pingon took out a talisman and said with a smile, "Since Court Chief Wu is proficient in divination and predicted that I would come to this night sailing ship, you've been waiting for me. To be safe, why don't I make an exception and temporarily restore my cultivation to its peak and perform a divination as a 14th level great cultivator? Otherwise, I might fail miserably. It's easy to come to the vast world, but difficult to return to the green netherworld. As for Court Chief Wu's exception, it'll definitely break the rule we made with the Confucian Temple. However, I can use my merits to smooth things over with the Confucian Temple." The middle-aged scholar had a helpless expression. He did not even notice Wu Shuang's arrival at the night sailing ship. The officer said, "That's a good thing." Other than Ning Yao, who is a surprise to everyone, if Chun Pingon really did have a trump card prepared beforehand, as long as he goes up against Wu Shuangjiang, the truth will come to light. The middle-aged scholar clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Regardless of whether he has a trump card or not, he's indeed worthy of his title as a secluded official since he dares to challenge a 14th level great cultivator." He then sighed and said, "I want to witness the prowess of a 14th level cultivator, but I don't want to attract the attention of the Confucian Temple. It's really difficult." He turned to look at the man and said jokingly, "With Xiao Baojuan's luck, he should have a place there like you and Tian Wan." Chun Pingon had lost a portion of Taoism's fate regarding the bramble bow. With the bearded guest, the man nodded and said, "I can consider it." The young waiter of the inn stood up. It was obvious that this court chief of the Sui Chu Palace who had ascended to the 14th level would not perform a divination. With a slight movement of his sleeve, Chun Pingon took out a talisman. There was nothing profound about it. He had merely used the talisman technique to move a mountain onto a piece of paper and draw an ordinary mountaintop. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Court Chief Wu, do you really want to give it a try?" The Sui Chu Palace chief Wu Shuangjiang, who had quietly rushed to the righteous world and boarded the ship, sneered. Chun Pingon instantly took out his natal flying sword and let Pei Qian and the white-haired boy protect Xiaomi. A sparrow in a cage. Chun Pingon and Ning Yao stood side by side. Apart from the absence of Pei Qian and the other two, the small world seemed to be normal. The next moment, there were no living immortals in the entire city. There were only Chun Pingon and Ning Yao who were carrying swords on their backs. A sparrow in a cage. Within the small world, all the streets and buildings turned into flying swords. Wu Shuangjiang put his hands behind his back and took the lead to walk out of the street. He leisurely looked at the flying sword's natal Abijna and took the lead to walk to the empty and quiet street. The talisman in Chun Pingon's sleeve flashed with spiritual light and disappeared instantly. Wu Shuangjiang frowned slightly. Chun Pingon extended his hand, an unsheathed Night Ranger. He squinted his eyes and said, "Then, shall we try the 14th level?" Ning Yao smiled. A white-robed youth suddenly appeared and struck a palm with his fist. "All right, mister." A slender man in a long green robe and cloth shoes raised his hand. A willow leaf spun between his fingers as he laughed at Wu Shuangjiang, the 14th level. "You scare me to death." "776. A bunch of caged sparrows seemed to be independent in the city of night sailing ships. Other than the two opposing sides, with a great disparity in numbers, there were no other outsiders in the world. Under the green underworld, Sui Chu Palace Master Wu Shuangjiang was the newest 14th realm Qi cultivator in several realms. Chun Pingon, Jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, 10th realm martial artist. Ning Yao, the first ascendant realm sword cultivator in the 5th realm. Cui Dongshan, Immortal Realm Qi Cultivator, Gu Shu Dragon Body, Jiang Shangzhen, Immortal Realm Sword Cultivator. Falling from Ascendant Realm, Wu Shuangjiang stood on the street with one hand behind his back and the other hand twirling the hair on his temples. He smiled calmly and sized up the young man in white from the corner of his eyes. Poor Cui Dong. Poor Xiu Hu. Chun Pingan suddenly reached out and grabbed Ning Yao's arm. In a flash, his figure dissipated and disappeared without a trace. As the owner of a bunch of caged sparrows, he actually took the initiative to leave this small world. Wu Shuangjiang glanced at the entrance of the inn. His fingers twirling the hair on his temples paused slightly. He did not say a word, and there was not the slightest ripple of aura. Jiang Shangzhen's willow leaf was the direction of his flying sword. It slashed down in the void between Chun Pingan and Wu Shuangjiang. It drew a verdant sword light arc and directly cut off Wu Shuangjiang's Dao technique without warning. After the Dao technique was cut, it was a snow-white talisman paper that floated to the ground. It was like a child folding paper. It folded into the shape of a slender snake. At that moment, it was like two headless white snakes wriggling on the ground. It was obvious that the talisman snake head actually followed Chun Pingan out of the caged sparrow. It would not let Chun Pingan leave without leaving a trace. Wu Shuangjiang slightly chanted, and the white snake folded from the snow-white talisman paper on the ground dissipated. Talisman paper was just a self-made snowflake letter paper of Sui Japalis. In the green underworld, it was the most suitable letter paper for Dao companions to entrust their lovesickness. This was the magical ability of a 14th level cultivator. It could easily turn something rotten into something magical. In the vision of Wu Shuangjiang's mind, there was a light somewhere outside the small world. It was extremely bright, but soon the light seemed to be covered by layers of lantern covers and gradually became blurry. In the blink of an eye, it became dim, and there was no trace left. Wu Shuangjiang smiled. It definitely wasn't Ning Yao's flying sword. This talisman didn't have anything special about it. The only wonderful thing about it was that the talisman paper could be cut and broken, but it couldn't be turned into nothingness unless someone could refine the talisman into their own. So, just in case, he drew a talisman on the snowflake letter. It was very simple. In fact, it was just two names, Chun Pingan and Ning Yao. Therefore, it became a long-lost talisman of marriage. Could it be that the young hidden official had used an unorthodox divine ability? It was a good move, and the response was appropriate. It wasn't some universe creator technique. With Chun Pingan's cultivation at the unpolished jade boundary, such a rash move would only bring trouble to himself. Jiang Shangzhen put away his flying sword and used his fingers to gently wipe away the snow-white fragments of the willow leaf. He sighed and said with a sad expression, "Old Immortal Wu, you really have a good plan. You've immediately made me reveal my background. What should I do? Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat?" After his cultivation fell, Jiang Shangzhen's life flying sword had been broken from a complete willow leaf to a broken willow leaf. According to common sense, the world believed that old sect Master Zhang's combat strength had fallen, that snow-white talisman paper was like a whetstone used to sharpen the sword. Although it was cut in half like tofu, Wu Shuangjiang was still able to rely on this to instantly determine the fierceness of the flying sword. As expected of Jiang Shangzhen, not only is he gifted, but the key is that he's ruthless enough. He's a natural Dao fusing embryo. It's not without reason that he's able to cause trouble everywhere and live until today. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and was very understanding. He said slowly, "Actually, there's no need to deliberately delay. It's not easy for me to come to the righteous world, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. You can do whatever you want and experience the most outstanding people among the young people of the righteous world. Ning Yao, Chun Pingan, the white-robed youth with half an embroidered tiger embroidery, and Jiang Shangzhen of Tongye Continent, to Wu Shuangjiang. Even Jiang Shangzhen, who was the oldest, was still a junior. He was still a young man in his prime. Jiang Shangzhen's fall in cultivation was extremely dangerous and ingenious. Simply speaking, he used the fall in cultivation to sharpen that piece of willow leaf. The flying sword of a willow leaf was real, but its sharpness still far exceeded that of Jiang Shangzhen's willow leaf when he was in the immortal realm. The price was that Jiang Shangzhen's cultivator physique was much more damaged than before and became relatively weak. That was why Jiang Shangzhen now had white hair on his temples and looked like he was old. In other words, Jiang Shangzhen's fall in cultivation was real, absolutely real. However, the quality of that natal flying sword was almost equivalent to leaving it in the ascendant realm. It was just that Jiang Shangzhen was too shrewd. He had always used the fall in cultivation as the best camouflage to deceive the world. Jiang Shangzhen really did not hold back. He flipped his wrist, and a pot of wine appeared. He said with a sincere face, "Since we hit it off, how about a pot of wine first?" When the small talk was over, it would not be a competition to determine the winner. Instead, it would be a life-and-death battle with Wu Shuangjiang. As long as Wu Shuangjiang dared to be arrogant, that would be the best. However, no one would underestimate Wu Shuangjiang. After all, he was a cultivator who could teach each other how to be a person. Cui Dongshan stood on the roof of a shop, and a mountain walking stick suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved his hands in a circle, and ripples appeared. Layers of halos rippled, and layers of halos appeared. It was like a golden painting scroll, and a pocket-sized sun was hanging in the sky. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Palace Master Wu, nice to meet you." He reached out and grabbed the pocket-sized white sun in his hand. He shook his wrist, and the ball rolled away like a palm. It spun and shone in all directions. The white-clothed youth's 5 fingers moved slightly. 28 characters appeared around the ball. They were like a star array. The 4 divisions of heaven and earth and the 28 mansions array diagram appeared one after another. Wu Shuangjiang did not have the slightest murderous aura. He ignored the white-clothed youth shaking his palm. Instead, he seemed to be catching up with Cui Dongshan. He smiled and nodded. "It's a pity that I can't see Xiao Hu." However, to be able to see half of him, this trip was not in vain. Mr. Cui's current appearance was of good quality. What Lu Qin said was true. The disciple of an old elementary scholar is indeed an expert. Others can only be envious of him. As he spoke, Wu Shuangjiang put 2 fingers together and pulled lightly. He pulled out the body of the young worker from the inn who had been taken over by him. Like a piece of paper, he folded the body and casually put it into his sleeve. The Year Palace removal, Wu Shuang descended, revealing her true body. This frequent guest of the green darkness world, Ten only had the appearance of a middle-aged man. Nothing out of the ordinary. However, his aura condensed, and the great Tao manifested. A faintly discernible Dharma idol as tall as a person appeared. Scarlet heaven robe, purple knot scarf, white cloud shoes, and stood in the clouds. There was a red mark between the eyebrows of the Dharma idol, as if it had opened the heavenly eye. Colorful ribbons were wrapped around its arms, lingering and fluttering. Behind the Dharma idol, there was a circle of solidified Dharma idol halo. Jiang Shangzhen stood at the end of the street and rubbed his chin. He knew that Wu Shuang's great Tao aura was the so-called sign of heaven. Attuning to the great Tao and becoming one with the world was the 14th level. The only and biggest problem was that he didn't know where Wu Shuangjiang's 14th level was. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen smiled and asked, "May I ask how Great Palace Master Wu integrated? Please tell me. You don't have to worry about scaring me out of my wits." As soon as he asked this question, even Jiang Shangzhen was somewhat impressed by his own sincerity. As expected, one is marked by the company one keeps. After interacting with the mountain chieftain for a long time, he would be influenced by her and treat others with sincerity. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Harmony." Jiang Shangzhen smiled bitterly, muttering over and over again what to do. Cui Dongshan's expression was solemn, like a chicken pecking rice, echoing Chief Zhou from afar. The 14th level of Tao integration was very troublesome, so troublesome that it couldn't be more troublesome, especially the 14th level of Tao integration, which outsiders only knew about but didn't know what Tao integration was. That was the most troublesome existence. If Wu Shuangjiang were to integrate Tao integration at the right time or in the right place, it would be much better than integrating harmony. Bai Yi wielded his sword and supported the Yao continent. He challenged several sovereigns with his sword and still had the upper hand, completely ignoring the encirclement. One of the reasons was that he was the proudest of the human world, the poem in the heart of Tao integration. As long as the poem didn't stop, he would be invincible. It was really too mysterious. In addition, Bai Yi wielded one of the 4 celestial swords, Tai Bai, which made him even more unreasonable. The former head of the Lotus Nunnery in the desolate world, the talisman Yuxian, who oversaw the dazzling Milky Way, had been yearning and working hard all his life, hoping for the location of Tao integration. It was the right time, the seemingly unchanging sun, moon, and stars. In a sense, it was the veritable Tao and immortality. The blind old man integrated the Tao integration of the 100,000 mountains, and the sage of literature integrated the Tao integration of the vast 3 continents. Bai Yi integrated the poem in the heart of Tao integration, which was harmony. Su Zi and the mellow scholar Chen Chunan of the South Saw continent were also walking on this path. Other than that, there were also sword cultivators. For example, the long-bearded hero Lu Cha, who was the 3rd highest sovereign stage great demon in the beginning, above the sea, by the shore of the ultimate. This sword cultivator, who had reached the 14th level, was beaten back to the ascendant stage from the 14th level by Chen Chunan. Because of this, Lu Cha couldn't return to the desolate world. Instead, he was detained in the Merit and Virtue Forest by the Confucian Temple. The previous hidden official, Xiao Chua, betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi and took a shortcut to the Martyr's Palace in the wilderness. Although she was only at the 14th level of the Immortal Soul 3rd level, she had the geographical advantage and had lost the greatest reliance of a sword cultivator, which was the great freedom of being unfettered by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Xiao Chua couldn't fight with the left and right sides in the alien battlefield, even though she was 1 level higher than them. It was also the reason why the left and right sides were determined to stop Xiao Chua from returning to the desolate world. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Brother Cui, the more I look at it, the scarier it is. What do you think?" Cui Dongshan said seriously, "You should be thick-skinned and beg for mercy from Palace Master Wu. Didn't Chief Zhou notice? He said that we can do whatever we want, but Palace Master Wu is the one who hasn't been idle the most. Facing such a strong enemy, since we can't win in a battle of strength and wits, we can only admit defeat." Wu Shuangjiang smiled knowingly. Among the Taoist officials of the Qing Ming world, there was a popular golden rule that when a cultivator of the lower 5 realms faced a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, and then used the spells and divine abilities of a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, there would be less accidents. Wu Shuangjiang still had one hand behind his back and snapped his fingers with the other. 3 natal flying swords were flying around him. They were the caged sparrow, the moon in the well, and a willow leaf. Of course, they were imitation swords. However, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen didn't think that the imitation swords of the sword, Hatred Mountain in the North Continent, could be compared to these 3. Cui Dongshan said, "Fortunately, it can only last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Jiang Shangzhen said with a sad look, "Mountain Master's hands-off boss is very unpredictable. Wu Shuangjiang used his fingertip to press against the caged sparrow imitation sword and smiled. Then, "May I invite you to tour the Sparrow Tower with me?" In an instant, the scenery of the world changed completely. There was a tall building standing on the bank of the river. It was none other than the Stork Tower of the Qingming Heavenly Palace. Wu Shuangjiang waved his sleeves, and the moon in the well flashed past. The water of the river rose, like rain clouds hanging upside down on the earth. Finally, rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops shot up, and every raindrop was a flying sword. There were millions of flying swords. Cui Dongshan, who was floating in the air, knocked the green bamboo cane in his hand heavily and smiled. "Since ancient times, let's go to the past and catch a big fish upstream. Go back." The words of the Confucian sage were like the heavenly law, and the river of time flowed in reverse. The three of them returned to the real world of the caged sparrow. In fact, the 2 times the flowing water of time passed by Wu Shuangjiang, it took a detour. Cui Dongshan stood on one leg like a golden rooster. With one hand raised high, he held the white sun in his palm while the other pointed at Wu Shuangjiang with the mountain treading staff. The 4 directions are called the universe. Let this junior teach court chief what a small world is. In fact, before Cui Dongshan made that comical pose, the world had already been formed. Wu Shuangjiang kept the 3 imitation swords in his sleeves. Looking at his posture, he was going to use them to refine the void into reality. Wu Shuangjiang took a step forward for the first time. The moment he took a step, the celestial form behind him overlapped with his true body, and a majestic Dharma form appeared on the spot. It was millions of feet tall, and compared to the indomitable scene of the otherworldly demon in Lizhong City, it was even more exaggerated. It was as if it was about to open up a canopy of Cui Dongshan's world. When it took its second step, the Dharma form held up the sky with one hand and swept its other arm. The originally stable world instantly became chaotic, and countless torrents of Tao techniques appeared. Each and every strand was as large as a raging river that broke through a dam. They surged through the world, and a slight sound of silk tearing could be heard. Cui Dongshan sneered. He twirled the green bamboo cane with 2 fingers and drew a circle. He pinched his fingers and silently recited the teachings of the sage. The world that included Wu Shuangjiang and the Dharma form was cut apart and condensed into a mustard seed. Jiang Shangzhen no longer hesitated. He took out a rare copy of the Mountain Search painting from his sleeve. It was known as the Peaceful Edition of the Mountain, and its seniority was only slightly lower than the founding ancestor. He threw out the painting scroll and enveloped the mustard seed world within it, using the world to envelop the world. At the same time, Jiang Shangzhen seemed to have received an imperial order. The small world of the caged sparrow suddenly opened, allowing Jiang Shangzhen to leave this place without leaving a trace. Cui Dongshan pressed his palms together and suddenly twisted them. The world changed, turning into a large swamp. Countless flood dragons were entrenched in it, and countless sword gleams crisscrossed within. When he arrived outside the small world of the caged sparrow, Jiang Shangzhen saw the young hill master, who was meticulously setting up the array. The 2 of them only looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They did not exchange any words. Jiang Shangzhen disappeared in a flash once again. He flipped his sleeves, and another world stood tall. It was an ancient arcane realm ruin that Jiang Shangzhen had refined. It was called the Willow Shade Land. A flying sword, the caged sparrow, a mustard seed world of the constellation painting, and a mountain search formation. There were already 3 small worlds. One of Cui Dongshan's small world of the heart image, the great swamp of ancient Shu, the Willow Shade Land that Jiang Shangzhen had refined. In addition to the lawless place that Chen Pingan was responsible for setting up the array, there were another 3 small grotto heavens. In the next moment, Cui Dongshan quickly passed by the willow shade land and went outside, creating another world. In the next moment, Chen Pingan met Cui Dongshan face to face again. He spread out a sort of mortal painting scroll that he had brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the peak of Luapa Mountain. Ning Yao, who had nothing to do, was only responsible for overseeing it. It was not that the small worlds of cultivators were worthless, but that Chen Pingan and the other 2, especially Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan, who had many magic treasures, could not be judged by common sense. Previously, outside the mirage city of the Great Quan Empire, Chen Pingan was alone. Wen Jian, Pei Min, Cui Dongshan, and Jiang Shangzhen did not have a chance to make a move. After that, the 3 of them stayed at Luapa Mountain and chatted for a night. In the end, they even invited Shan Jun, Wei Pai, and Lu Jinglong to come up with a plan. The 3 mountains talisman that Chen Pingan had taken out earlier was one of his earliest ideas on the mountain. It was the most crucial move on the chessboard. It was worthy of being called the unreasonable move. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen both had identical mountain talismans in their hands. This meant that no matter who encountered a difficult opponent who was bound to lose in a one-on-one fight, they could take out this talisman and summon the other 2 to instantly enter the battlefield. In the beginning, they used the swordsman Pei Min as an imaginary opponent. Later, the 3 of them did not even let go of the talisman Yuxian and the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. They were all invited to the chessboard one by one. Of course, they could also use it to deal with a protector who might be behind Tianwan. In short, they were all aiming for ascendant realm sword cultivators like Pei Min. Even if they were to use it to deal with Wu Shuangjiang, who was a 14th level great cultivator, it was still the same sentence. If the 3 of them worked together, they could risk their lives. After all, Wu Shuangjiang came from the Green Netherworld. He was in a similar situation as Lu Chen when he traveled to Liju Grotto Heaven. There were many rules and restrictions. Even if he was driven to desperation, Wu Shuangjiang had no choice but to restore his 14th level cultivation base. That would violate the rules of the Sage of Rites. Naturally, he would be suppressed by the Great Way. Moreover, the situation had changed now. There was an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, Ning Yao. Not only was she an Ascendant Realm cultivator, she was also proficient in fighting. Therefore, whether it was Ning Yao guarding the formation from the side or making the final decision, there was no doubt that she was the best candidate. However, according to the 3 of them, they did not expect Ning Yao to be involved in the battlefield. Even if she was an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, she could only take charge of one of them. This was because the superposition of the small worlds were interconnected. Every step was taken carefully. The slightest difference was the difference between heaven and earth. The order of the formation of each small world was very particular, not to mention the mystery within. Ning Yao had no qualms about this. She quietly waited for Wu Shuangjiang. Earlier, she had heard Chen Pingan say that these small worlds were used to entertain the guests. They were just the first moves. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen shook their sleeves in the various worlds. Magic weapons fell like rain. This was Luapa Mountain's way of entertaining guests. The higher the realm, the more money they spent, and the more attention they paid. (777) Wu Shuangjiang was trapped in the overlapping mini-worlds. He could no longer see the figures of the 4 people. Instead, he retracted the Dharma form that could hold up the heavens and earth. He started to admire the first layer of the mustard world that was the foundation of the constellation map. Outside, There was the aura of the mountain-searching map, but Wu Shuangjiang was not in a hurry. He soared through the void, and with a casual step, he could cross a constellation in the small world. Around him, because he was the only one who was suppressed, a breath or a step would collide with the small world, especially when Wu Shuangjiang walked. It was like a surging river crashing into a pillar in the water, stirring up waves of dazzling seven-colored glaze. The flowing light overflowed and was incomparably bright. Behind him, there seemed to be an extremely thin but condensed long line that did not disperse, making Wu Shuangjiang look like a god crossing the river of stars. He strolled leisurely like a qi cultivator who had just entered the secular world of Kintianjian. He had to do the 4 introductory courses of fainting vision, fainting meditation, morning meditation, and morning meditation. Then Wu Shuangjiang took a step and hovered in the void between the 2 constellations. He looked back and saw long lines that seemed to be the trajectory of life. They did not dissipate for a long time. Was this the manifestation of a karmic line? Wu Shuangjiang felt that it was a little novel. He let it go and waited for the other party to pull the thread. He only hoped that it was not a trick that was all talk and no action. Wu Shuangjiang put his hands behind his back and lowered his head with a smile. Mr. Cui, they all say that the qi is like a bull. Where is the sword light? There were only 2 people that Wu Shuangjiang was interested in. They were Su Zi and Xiao Hu. Wu Shuangjiang admired the former's poems from the bottom of his heart. That was why, when he and Lu Qin stood outside the Dexiandu temple, Wu Shuangjiang said that he admired Su Zi even in front of the child in the tiger hat. As for the latter, he did not admire the deceit of his master or the 3 noble things. Instead, he admired Cui Dong's choice and the 100 years of preparation that led to that choice. Wu Shuangjiang felt that it was very interesting. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. Since that was the case, he deserved his respect. Wu Shuangjiang rarely felt that he couldn't accomplish anything. He couldn't write as heroic a poem as Su Zi. He could scheme against 2 worlds in just 100 years and play them in the palm of his hand. He couldn't compare to Cui Shi. Therefore, Wu Shuangjiang was really not being polite when he addressed him as Mr. Cui. In fact, Wu Shuangjiang no longer needed to be courteous to anyone, not to Sun Huaizhong of the Xuandu Monastery or Lu Qin of the Beko Keikyang building. A white-robed young man who had returned to this place appeared extremely far below. Even with Wu Shuangjiang's level of cultivation, he could only see the silhouette of a mustard seed, no matter how hard he tried. However, the young man's voice was loud. "Beg me, or you won't be able to see me." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. When Xiao Hu was young, he shouldn't be like this, right? He remembered that there was a time when he hid his identity and watched the debate between the 3 factions from afar. The young scholar standing behind the old Shoutsai had a scholarly air about him. He had a steady temperament, and even had a natural elegance about him. At that time, Wu Shuangjiang felt that this person was not ordinary. Sure enough, after that, White Emperor City's Rosy Clouds Bureau was formed. Wu Shuangjiang said to himself, "That's right. I'm a guest, and the person I'm meeting is half Xiao Hu. I should give him a greeting gift." This person raised his palm casually and said the 2 words, "Raise the sword," with a smile. First, a snow-white light appeared beside him. Then, it stretched into a long line of sword light. Finally, it turned into a slightly chipped long sword. The style of the long sword, except for more than 200 extremely fine chipped edges, was exactly the same as the sword of Yudo of the Beko Keikyang building, the Taoist scripture of the 4 immortal swords. Wu Shuangjiang said again, "Drop the sword." A line fell straight down. The magnificent sword light fell straight from the constellation of the bullfighting constellation to the mortal world from the heavens. The white-robed young man stood where he was. His sleeves puffed up, and 12 sword lights appeared in his sleeves. He was returning the favor to the guest from the heavens. The 12 sword lights each drew a slight arc. They did not compete with the Taoist scripture of the Taoist scripture. At most, they would each cut their own way. Moreover, he might not be able to dodge the sword. The sword light from the heavens fell like a mountain. Cui Dongshan curled his lips. Damn it, I can't dodge it. Wu Shuangjiang is shameless. He's not a sword cultivator, but he dares to use a sword. One of Cui Dongshan's talisman incarnations was crushed on the spot. There was no suspense. The sword light was vast and mighty. However, it was limited by the strange rules of heaven and earth. It could not really penetrate the small world of the star atlas. Instead, it kept appearing abruptly among the various constellations. It folded again and again, suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again. A sword light kept shining between heaven and earth. Wu Shuangjiang did not even look at the 12 flying swords. After they came close, they stopped dozens of feet away from Wu Shuangjiang without exception. Wu Shuangjiang reached out and grabbed. The flying swords of different sizes were all condensed into the size of mustard seeds. He grasped all of them in the palm of his hand and instantly crushed them into powder. These virtual objects did not contain any real Taoist meaning. They were not qualified to be imitated by him. Wu Shuangjiang shook his sleeve. The imitated sword with boundless Taoist meaning disappeared into his sleeve. Cui Dongshan appeared at the 7 constellations of the south. The 7th constellation of the south was at the tail of the vermilion bird. However, he had changed into Wu Shuangjiang's appearance. Moreover, he used his finger to draw a talisman, writing in the Year Palace Wu Shuangjiang on his palm. With a flip of his palm, a string of characters immediately melted like snow, merging into the chariot mansion beneath his feet. Afterwards, a colossal chariot earthworm appeared, swimming slowly. On top of the earthworm, a burly giant dressed in black and carrying a sword appeared. There were also 5 yellow-clothed women standing on a carriage. They each took out a character from In the Year Palace Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang laughed involuntarily. This Mr. Cui really knew how to fuss over such petty benefits. He took advantage of everything. Did he want to use this to take advantage of the situation to go against people? Many little drops make an ocean. He could split the losses with the other 3. In the end, not only would none of them die in battle, he could even secure victory at a certain moment. That was a good plan. However, whether or not he could fulfill his wish would depend on his mood. These young people really dared to think of exchanging injuries for the life of a 14th realm cultivator. The 4 spirits of the heavens were in the 4 cardinal directions. The 4 palaces, 9 plains, 28 mansions, the sun, moon, and 5 stars were in the 4 cardinal directions. The great path was like a grinding ant. Apart from the small commotion at the chariot mansion, there was also a huge phenomenon. The heavens and earth closed. The 28 mansions each had a god general in charge. It was like a spectator opening up a star map on a table and rolling up the scroll once more. He wanted to use this to grind down some of Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation. Wu Shuangjiang only pointed at the constellation not far away and asked with a smile. Most books record that it is a wall water serpent, but according to the ferryman, it is a wall water serpent. Which one is true? Cui Dongshan turned into a god spirit that supported the heavens and earth. He lowered his head and bent his waist. His eyes were like the sun and moon. On his snow-white sleeves were numerous water descendants of the flood dragon species. They were all curled up like a dragon. Cui Dongshan's Dharma image looked down on Wu Shuangjiang. His normal casual tone was like thunder. It was like a thunder god was beating a drum. However, the content of his words was very similar to Cui Dongshan's. You ask, Father? Who should Father ask? Wu Shuangjiang raised his head and said, If Mr. Cui continues to cause trouble, I will be greatly disappointed in Xiao, who Cui Dongshan slammed his palm down. Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and shook his sleeves. He roughly understood the mysteries of the star map and felt that there was no need to stay here any longer. He went outside to take a look at the mountain search formation. Therefore, 4 swords appeared from his sleeves and circled around him. The 4 swords pointed in 4 different directions: Taoist scripture, Taibai, Wanfa, and naivety. Although they were 4 imitation swords, there was still a great disparity between the swords of Taoist's second elder, Yu Do, Sun Huaizhong by Yi, the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, and Ning Yao, the 4 true masters of the immortal swords. However, only Wu Shuangjiang could perform such a magnificent feat. Moreover, the sword qi that filled the heavens and earth could not be faked. It was like the world's inferior, authentic immortal swords had gathered once more. It was a magnificent sight. Wu Shuangjiang only needed to casually point his finger to break Cui Dongshan's Dharma image. The 4 swords flashed and disappeared. The mustard seed world was smashed. The white-clothed youth did not even have the chance to retrieve the damaged formation map. Perhaps Cui Dongshan had never thought of retrieving it from the start. He came to the second mini-world. It was the Taiping edition of Jiang Shangzhen's mountain search formation map. It was different from the most widely circulated mountain search formation maps in the world. In this Taiping edition, the targets of the immortal generals searching the mountains were mostly human. Among them, there were many graceful women whose faces had turned pale. On the other hand, the immortal generals with golden rings on their hands looked very fierce and did not look human. When Wu Shuangjiang came to the mountain search formation, there were no more disputes or killing in the mini-world of the mountain search formation map. Regardless of friend or foe, they all left the mountain and swarmed out. They all used their mystiques and tens of thousands of spells crazily attacked Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang's mind moved slightly, and the 4 imitation swords instantly went far away. They hovered in the 4 corners of the world. Wherever the 4 swords pointed, sword light bloomed. It was as if 4 pillars were erected in the 4 corners of the world. Then he took out 2 talismans and threw it lightly. A woman with a fox-white fur coat appeared beside him. She was full of heroic spirit. She was wearing a pair of flying cloud shoes. They were made of black silk and embroidered with clouds. They were dyed with perfume. Fragrant mist lingered around her feet. She walked leisurely like a fairy who had ascended to heaven with white clouds under her feet. As she walked, white clouds rolled, and the world was filled with a strange fragrance. There was also a handsome young man with a yellow belt around his waist. A jade pouch hung from his waist. The young man only needed to reach out and press on his belt. Countless mountain spirits and monsters who were being searched retreated into the mountains. When the young man took out a jade pouch from his pouch and casually threw it into the air, all the immortal generals with golden rings on their wrists began to stop moving forward. In the end, they slowly retreated. Wu Shuangjiang looked left and right. Looking at the immortal couple beside him, he smiled faintly. On the other side of the talisman imitation sword, a white-clothed young man stood over 10 li away. He nodded and let out a sigh of relief. I have to remind Mistress not to use her sword so easily. A small spirit that had sneaked over furtively nodded. How troublesome. Compared to fighting with Pei Min and Court Chief Wu, it's much more worrisome. The talisman imitation sword flashed, and the white-clothed young man was cut in half at the waist. The small spirit was beheaded. In the end, the white-clothed young man's legs bounced, and his body was severed. The small spirit waved his hand and placed the head back on his shoulder. Wu Shuangjiang was slightly surprised. It was not Cui Dongshan's method. The talisman was just to refresh the mind. It was a simple and insignificant trick. However, Jiang Shangzhen's Yin spirit had truly left his body. How could he be unharmed? Wu Shuangjiang thought for a while and smiled. Stop hiding. Don't be idle. After he finished speaking, in the three small worlds, in the small world in the cage, Ning Yao saw Qin Pingan, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on his back. In a secluded place, Qin Pingan, who was holding his breath and holding his sword on his knees, opened his eyes and saw Ning Yao. In front of Jiang Shangjin, there was a weak girl who looked like Heng Wu. However, there was no one beside Cui Dongshan's real body. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, "Good show who? You really don't disappoint." In the inn, the white-haired boy's face was pale as he stood on the bench in a daze. He thought that after Ning Yao reached the Ascendant Realm, he would hide in the fifth world with Ning Yao for at least 70 to 80 years. Even if the next time the door opened, he could go to several worlds. Even if the traveling cultivators were no longer restricted by the realm, he could ask Ning Yao or Qin Pingan to hide in the Confucian Temple in the Middle Earth for a few years. He could avoid Wu Shuangjiang no matter what. Firstly, he didn't expect Ning Yao to bring him to the vast world. Secondly, he didn't expect Wu Shuangjiang to have reached the 14th realm. Thirdly, he didn't expect that he would really cross a world. He had been waiting for him on this ferry for a long time. It was ridiculous. In the world, there were only cultivators who were afraid of inner demons. How could inner demons be afraid of qi cultivators? The only exception was Wu Shuangjiang, who was an exception. First, he deliberately created an inner demon for her at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. After Wu Shuangjiang smoothly reached the pure jade realm, he refined the inner demon that he imprisoned in his heart bit by bit with secret techniques for 1,000 years. Finally, Wu Shuangjiang used it as an opportunity to reach the 14th realm. Wu Shuangjiang was infatuated, but he was even more ruthless. Under the Qing Ming heaven, Wu Shuangjiang's stubbornness was almost as famous as his Tao techniques. That was why it tried so hard to find an opportunity to leave the prison of its heart. In the end, it followed the Taoist from the Daxian Du Temple and traveled to the vast world's north continent. After that, it obtained its freedom according to a certain agreement. It wandered around and finally found a place to stay, which was the prison that Old Deaf was in charge of at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It looked like a prison, but to it was an extremely precious place of freedom. At least it didn't have to worry about its life. Moreover, compared to the life that was worse than death in Wu Shuangjiang's hands, it could scold Old Deaf in the prison. When it was bored, it could take the initiative to take a few swords from the torture officers. It could chat with the little girl and occasionally have some fun with Xiao Chua. When it teased the demon cultivators who were in a more miserable situation than it was, it didn't feel that it was so miserable. This was especially so when they could follow the gaps in the demon's state of mind, as if they were traveling and enjoying the scenery. With their vision, they could see the great rivers and mountains of the desolate wasteland, and casually read through countless interesting stories. It was even more of a joy. Don't be afraid. Pei Qian took a sip of the glutinous rice wine and touched Xiaomi's head. He said softly, "It's okay if you're really afraid. Drink until you're drunk and fall asleep. When you wake up, you can see master and mistress." Zhou merely raised her hands and wiped her face. She nodded vigorously and held the white bowl with both hands. It was a pity that the bowl was too small. A pot of wine seemed to be too much. It took a lot of effort to finish the entire pot of glutinous rice wine. If you can't help, don't add to the trouble. This was the first principle of Zhou Mili's journey in the martial world. Pei Qian handed over his pot of wine, and Xiaomi continued to drink bowl by bowl. The white-haired boy saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He sat on the long bench and was about to say something about Wu Shuangjiang's power. Pei Qian immediately cast a glance at him. The white-haired boy understood instantly. He was already feeling guilty, so he stubbornly shut his mouth. and didn't say anything. The little girl in black burped, lay on the table, and fell asleep. Only then did the white-haired boy sigh. I know Ning Yao and Chen Pingan's backgrounds. They are very powerful, but against that person, they don't have any chance of winning. I'm not trying to scare you, but they really don't have any chance of winning. That's why Chen Pingan didn't hand me over. Your master is really too stupid. It reached out and grabbed a pot of osmanthus wine. It raised its head and drank a mouthful of wine. It wiped its mouth and sighed. It slowly said, I'm that young man's inner demon. My realm is not bad. I'm in the ascendant state. Anyway, you can see that. But this inner demon of mine is very down and out. I'm not a Confucian sage. Otherwise, I would have refined 8 characters. My luck is bad. And my life is full of difficulties. I've lost face for thousands of inner demons. Alas, it's all ancestral patriarch Ingwan's fault for naming his mountain too casually. If it were Mount Joy, I would have bullied that person. When it came to sad matters, it could only drink. It never dared to call Wu Shuangjiang's name directly. It was not just a taboo, but more a kind of fear from the bottom of its heart. It could be seen that this otherworldly demon was really afraid of the palace master. Pei Qian immediately understood. Since it was that person's inner demon, that person had come to collect debts. Regarding the palace master, Yu Zhuanfu had mentioned it after the battle in the Jinjia continent. Pei Qian only listened to it as a story, as if he was listening to a book. It was just that he never thought that the palace master would come out of the book and fight with his master to the death. It was just that that person had already been stripped of his inner demon. Logically speaking, it was like cutting off 3 corpses. For a qi cultivator, wasn't it a wonderful thing? Why did he have to take back his inner demon? Pei Qian stared at this otherworldly demon. Little girl, do you think I will be the winner of your master's side? Aren't you too naive? Didn't your master tell you that reason and absolutes are a pair of life and death enemies? Between the two, the most afraid is each other? It pointed at itself and smiled bitterly. To be honest, it's up to you whether to believe it or not. That person's ability, when I escaped from the palace master, I only knew about 70 to 80%. Moreover, it was just some minor details. His special skills, especially his trump card, had already been refined by him. What's more, except for the otherworldly demon which was like a fish in water after leaving the heart of the cultivators, its Tao skills would inevitably be greatly reduced. It's easy for me to bully a low-level cultivator, such as a Jade Raw Realm cultivator, to stir up trouble. I can easily kill him. But if it's an immortal with a strong Tao heart, it's a little troublesome. As for an Ascendant Realm cultivator, for example, do you think that if the Fire Dragon Immortal opened his heart and opened the door to welcome guests, would I dare to go? Of course not. That's why Chimpingon did not involve me in this fight. It's a wise move. It did not mention that when it was in Chun Pingan's state of mind, it had already suffered. It was forcefully pulled by a certain Chun Pingan to chat, which was equivalent to listening to the truth for a few years. It looked at the little girl in black, who was sleeping soundly, then looked at Pei Qian. It forced a smile, finished a pot of osmanthus wine, and took the remaining pot from the table. But I have to thank you 2 little girls. Even if this storm was caused by me, you only have some natural resentment towards me, but you don't have any hatred, which is surprising. Chun Pingan's family has a good reputation. Pei Qian could see through people's hearts. As an Ascendant Realm otherworldly demon, it could also see through people's hearts. It asked, do you know why I'm willing to follow Chun Pingan's? Pei Qian nodded. My master will definitely do what he promised. It nodded, then shook its head. You're only half right. The other half was that, in its opinion, the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Aura was too similar to a person. It was both worried and reassured. The young hidden official was very similar to Wu Shuangjiang, very similar too similar. In many choices, Chen Pingan was simply a young Wu Shuangjiang, imitating the little rice grain lying on the table. The white-haired boy raised his hands. His 5 fingers were like hooks, like 2 combs, scratching his head again and again. He stroked his hair and said to himself, I can't hide and I can't escape. What should I do? Pei Qian said, it seems that when you can't do anything, you can only wait and see. That's right. It smiled, raised its head, and asked, when you passed by the inverted mountain, did you stay in the storkin like your master? Pei Qian nodded. It glanced at Pei Qian's eyes and was a little confused. You little girl, didn't you see anything strange? Pei Qian shook her head. Before I went to the inn, little senior brother reminded me not to stare at anyone too much. It lay on the table again, spread its hands, and wiped the table gently. It said in a weak voice that young-looking innkeeper is actually the guardian of the Year Palace. I only know that his surname is Bai, but he doesn't have a name. Anyway, I call him Little Bai. He fights fiercely. Don't be fooled by his smiling face. When he was angry, his temper was worse than the sky. When I was in my hometown, he once twisted off the head of another sect's immortal realm ancestor and threw it to the heavens beyond heaven. No one could persuade him to do anything. The group of people who followed him were all not simple. They all came for me so that they could capture me and take me back to claim credit. I guess before the great wall of Sword Aura and the inverted mountain ascended together, Little Bai must have looked for Chen Pingan, but they didn't come to an agreement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go to the vast world personally. The young innkeeper of the Storkin, which had been operating on the inverted mountain for 200 to 300 years, was the guardian of the Year Palace. His real name was unknown, but his Taoist name was like a nickname. It was very perfunctory, and was called Little Bai. The other 4 people were all out of Ean spirit and had traveled far away. However, they followed the inverted mountain and returned to their hometown sections. Dragon Zhang Yuanbua in the cave and Jun Yuqiu on the mountain were all immortals. The young girl who changed her name to Nian Suihua and the woman in the inn called Nian Chuanqiao were both Yupu. Before Wu Shuangjiang's rise, the Year Palace of the Qingming world was only a second-rate immortal sect, not to mention the Dashuan Temple. Even a first-rate Taoist sect like the Immortal Staff Mountain could destroy the Year Palace in an instant. Therefore, Wu Shuangjiang single-handedly turned the Year Palace into a top-notch Taoist sect that was on par with the Dashuan Temple. During this period of time, there were countless grudges and dangerous situations. No matter what, they were all killed by Wu Shuangjiang in the end. Moreover, Wu Shuangjiang's teaching of Taoism was unparalleled in the world. Within the Year Palace, all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms were the result of his personal teaching. Zhang Yuanbua's dragon-raising technique, Yuqiu's mountain refining technique, Yuqiu's Taoist partner Linghu Zuilian's swordsmanship, and Wu Qi's Taoist, named Deng Zhu's first wife Wu Qi her heavenly drum, burning lanterns to illuminate the void, and beating the drum to expel the plague ghosts were the secrets of the Year Palace's ancestral hall. Not only these ancestral masters of the Year Palace who had high seniority and high realms, Wu Shuangjiang was willing to personally teach Taoism to all the direct disciples and secondary disciples. He was extremely patient and attended to everything personally. It was no wonder that the entire Sui Chu Palace, from top to bottom, worshipped Wu Shuangjiang as a god, from the bottom of their hearts. In the Qingming world, only Sun Huaizhongxian Temple and Wu Shuangjiang's Year Palace dared to disapprove of the Baek Okekyung building from the bottom of their hearts and actions. One was to go down the mountain to gain experience. If one tricked a Baek Okekyung building Taoist, they would set off firecrackers to celebrate when they returned to their own Taoist temple. Another was to have a conflict with a Baek Okekyung building Taoist on the way to gain experience. If one party didn't fight to the death, or if one party broke the longevity bridge, it wouldn't be considered a duel. In any case, everyone in the Year Palace had a longevity lantern. Zhang Yuanbua, the dragon in the cave, had died once. Jun Yucho's Daoist partner on the mountain had even died twice. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for them to enter the upper 5 realms. However, with Wu Shuangjiang around, it wasn't a problem. After they started cultivating, they had to start all over again. The Year Palace gave them countless heavenly treasures, and with Wu Shuangjiang's personal supervision and guidance, they were still unstoppable on the path of cultivation. The Immortal Sword sect of the Daxian Du Temple was known to be the most united in fighting in the world. The cultivators of the Year Palace were known to be the most heavy-handed and ruthless because they didn't cherish their lives the most. The scoundrels in the marketplace, especially the hot-headed youths, liked to act on impulse and didn't know how to control their strength. As long as they were given a knife, they didn't need to rely on alcohol to boost their courage. If they were displeased, they would take the knife and chop to death without caring about the consequences. Therefore, the Year Palace had a saying on the mountain, the youth's nest. After drinking the 2 pots of osmanthus wine from Qin Pingan and Ning Yao, it began to eat melon seeds and asked casually, "A person can be like whatever he or she learns. Isn't that amazing?" Pei Qian nodded without hesitation. Of course it was amazing, because its master was like that. It asked again, what if there was a person who could be like whatever he or she learns? Pei Qian thought for a moment. Very scary. Pei Qian then said, if that's the case, it's easy to fight with others on the path of cultivation. Isn't it? It wasn't a big problem to be like whatever he or she learned, but once he or she became whatever he or she learned, it would be too taboo to cultivate the path of cultivation. For example, the secrets of other sects' ancestral halls, or the innate supernatural powers of flying swords of sword cultivators. It rolled its eyes. Pinch your nose and admit defeat. Fortunately, well, water doesn't interfere with river water. At worst, we'll go our separate ways. He'll also find ways to compensate a little, but it depends on his mood. He has the final say on how to settle accounts and how to compensate. Others can only accept it. As for those who don't believe in heresy and insist on arm wrestling with him to the end, they're all dead. Baek Okekyung building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. 2 of them in history were pulled down by him. One relied on strength and Taoist techniques, and the other relied on calculation and Taoist heart. So, his relationship with the second master of the Baek Okekyung building sect is extremely bad. It emphasized its tone and added, extremely bad. The only difference between the 2 sides is that they're not life and death enemies. As long as they meet on the road, they'll definitely fight. Pei Qian asked curiously, why are you so afraid of him? It stretched out its hand. Let me rinse my mouth again. Pei Qian took out a pot of wine from the nearby objects, put it on the table, and pushed it over. It drank it in one gulp and sighed. I'm still not brave enough to say it. Pei Qian said, forget it if you don't want to say it. It sighed with emotion. Qin Pingan taught you very well. A person's qi was clear and foul. In fact, it depended on whether he had a forgiving heart. Pei Qian smiled and said, it's passable. Master taught me 100%, and I only learned 20 to 30%. It suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, little girl, why are you imitating me? Pei Qian immediately reached out and pressed the table so as not to wake up Xiaomi. It angrily apologized to Pei Qian. I'm sorry. I can't help but reveal my true feelings. Pei Qian said without any reason, when you go to Wapa Mountain in the future, you can go to the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley first. There's an old senior there who should be able to chat with you. The white-haired boy looked doubtful. Which old senior? Ascendant Realm? And a sword cultivator? Luapa Mountain was very good, including Ning Yao, himself, and this old senior, 3 ascendants. In the future, wouldn't he be able to walk like a crab every day in the vast world? Pei Qian shook his head and said, Dragon Gate Realm. The white-haired boy spat. What the hell? Dragon Gate Realm? I can't afford to lose face. Pei Qian stopped talking. The white-haired boy suddenly put his palms together with a serious face and said to himself, Children's words carry no harm. Children's words carry no harm. Thank you for your auspicious words. Thank you for your auspicious words. I must go to Luapa Mountain and pay a visit to the Dragon Gate Realm Old Immortal in Riding Dragon Alley. Pei Qian suddenly looked at the otherworldly demon described by the white-haired boy and said softly, You can only live in the hearts of others and become another yourself. It must be very hard. The white-haired boy was stunned. He sat cross-legged and ate melon seeds while smiling cheekily. Little girl, you're so old that you don't know anything. When you talk about this, it's easy to say, but it can't comfort people. Pei Qian hummed and did not refute. She lay on the table, crossed her hands, and rested her pointed chin on her arm. The white-haired boy glanced at the young woman's hair bun. You have to empathize with everything. Every time you experience sorrow and joy, it's not easy. So don't learn from your master in everything. Chun Pingon doesn't want that either. Otherwise, just wait and see. If you practice the sword and cultivate, one day the inner demon will appear in your heart. It will be as big as Mount Meru, blocking your path and making you suffer. At that time, you will know what hard work is. Back then, in the prison, there was a young man named Jiyu. Fortune favors fools. He wanted to think too much, but he didn't know what to think. There was also a boy named Du Shanin who lived a very self-centered life. He didn't care about good or bad things. As long as he could see, the good things were his. Everything was his. As long as it was worthless, he would rather break it than give it to others. He didn't have any rules in his heart. On the path of cultivation, these two kinds of people walked a little easier. After that, the two of them were silent. Xiaomi slept soundly. Pei Qian lay on the table in a daze, and the white-haired boy sat there in boredom. From time to time, he would put his hands together and raise them high above his head, muttering. He probably prayed to all the gods he could. In the end, it sighed and glanced at the night outside the window. It was gray, as if there was no end. That Wu Shuangjiang. To it, and the former her, was a hurdle that was destined to be uncrossable. Back then, Wu Shuangjiang accomplished something first. The inner demon was her, and she was the inner demon. It was as if Wu Shuangjiang had set the whole framework and all the rules long ago. For this, Wu Shuangjiang carefully prepared for more than 100 years. How did Wu Shuangjiang break the inner demon? It was to become her inner demon. At that time, in the eyes of the old ancestors of the Year's Palace, Wu Shuangjiang had wasted 100 years at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Everyone was more confused than the other. Why did Wu Shuangjiang, with such outstanding cultivation talent, stagnate in the nascent soul realm for so long? No one could imagine that Wu Shuangjiang had actually arranged a path for herself to ascend to the ascendant realm a long time ago. She even seemed to have prepared for how to reach the 14th realm. Just like a person, she was born with knowledge. However, whether it was her or the extraterrestrial demon, they knew one thing better than anyone else. Wu Shuangjiang was not born with knowledge. This man, who was usually silent, always gave people the impression of being dull, and at most calm, just like to think too much. The white-haired boy had a headache. Just thinking about Wu Shuangjiang gave him a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands. Pei Qian came back to reality and handed over a pot of wine. It drank half the pot of wine in one breath. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw a small bag. It jumped up and bent over to take it. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian also stood up and gently held down the bag of dried fish. On this trip, Xiaomi had a lot of melon seeds, but not many dried fish. It could only grab a few dried fish from the stream and sat back to its original position. It threw them into its mouth and crunched. After a mouthful of dried fish and a sip of wine, it muttered, "When I was young, every time I lost a key, broke a bowl, or got scolded, I thought it was a big deal." Pei Qian did not understand why it said these things. Unexpectedly, the white-haired boy rubbed the corner of his eyes hard, and tears of bitterness instantly filled his face. He cried and complained, "I'm still a child, still a child. Why should I be bullied by a great cultivator of the 14th realm? There's no such thing in the world. The elder of the hidden official has unparalleled martial arts and is invincible in the world. Beat him to death. Beat that crazy bastard to death." Pei Qian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Since his master was not around, he took a pot of wine for himself and poured it into a bowl. He took a sip of the wine. After the white-haired boy wiped his tears, he was still sobbing. When a child is in pain, he cries loudly. As for an adult, speaking of this, he restrained his expression and muttered, "Living his life is like drinking alone." Pei Qian asked, "Pardon me for asking, but if Court Chief Wu dies and his Tao disappears, will you?" He hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. There was some brilliance in his eyes as he said something that others would not be able to empathize with. "I'll also be reluctant. Before meeting Wu Shuangjiang, she hoped to regain her freedom and not have to worry about life and death. After meeting Wu Shuangjiang, she only hoped that she could be free and not be imprisoned in his heart. However, she also did not wish for Wu Shuangjiang to die and his Tao to disappear because she had always hoped that he would still exist in this world and live well." Pei Qian raised his wine bowl and handed it over to him. The white-haired boy raised his wine pot and clinked it lightly. Then they both drank. Life's unhappiness was dispelled with wine and swallowed in one gulp. He asked tentatively, "Since we're best friends, how about 2 more dried fish?" Pei Qian smiled and directly put the bag of dried fish into his sleeve. He gave him a thumbs up and praised loudly, as expected of the elder of the hidden official's first disciple. "You've inherited his magnanimity and spirit." Pei Qian said something fair. "With your flattery skills and loud voice, you won't be able to eat melon seeds in my Luopa mountain." He thought for a moment and began to make a sincere wish. He said resolutely, "As long as I can go to Luopa mountain, I'll go to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley and work for the old immortal in the Dragon Gate realm." In Rongzhuang City, the middle-aged scholar, who was the owner of the night boat, could no longer continue to watch the battle from afar because Luopa City had been isolated from heaven and earth. Therefore, he took out a booklet. After spreading it out, one page recorded the end of Sun Huaizhong of Xuandu Temple, and the next page recorded the beginning of Wu Shuangjiang's removal of the palace. On the night boat, today's battle was enough to leave a mark in history. One at the 14th realm, one at the Ascendant realm, 2 immortals whose combat power could not be underestimated by the current realm, and one at the 10th realm of the Jade Primitive realm. If the extraterrestrial demon joined the battlefield, no matter which camp it chose, there would be one more Ascendant realm. If Pei Qian followed it, there might be one more, ultimate realm of the martial artist. The middle-aged scholar laughed. What a battle! Fortunately, it happened on our ferry. Otherwise, at least half of the mountains and rivers would have been destroyed. Shouldn't the Confucian temple record a merit for crossing the ferry? The officer was silent. The middle-aged scholar asked with a smile, if Wu Shuangjiang kept suppressing his realm at the Ascendant realm, what are your chances of winning? The officer said, if he didn't break through the realm, I can only say that I have a chance to exchange my life. When he reaches the 14th realm and then ascends again, I won't have any chance of winning. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and said, That's why you shouldn't have chosen Wu Shuangjiang as your opponent. He was sure that if Chen Pingon angered Wu Shuangjiang, the latter would definitely recover his 14th realm cultivation. In his hometown, Wu Shuangjiang dared to provoke even the Beko Keikyang building and the second master of the Taoist sect. When he came to the vast world, he wouldn't take the rules of the Confucian temple seriously. It was said that the head chief and his junior brother made a family rule in private. Within 100 years, when the second master of the Taoist sect was in charge of the Beko Keikyang building, Yudo was not allowed to carry the immortal sword, and when Jian was not allowed to leave the palace. Other than his master, the Taoist ancestor, Yudo, who was known to be invincible, only listened to his senior brother's advice. It wasn't just because he accepted disciples on behalf of his master. If the rumors were true, then the head chief of the Beko Keikyang building forbade his junior brother Yudo, and when Jian to leave the palace without permission because he was biased towards Wu Shuangjiang. The most underestimated grand cultivator in the vast world was Lu Qi, who turned the Willow Tendon realm into a retention realm. In the end, after Lu Qi returned to the vast world, he proved this point with facts. Even though the battlefield was on the ocean, he still managed to suppress the water spells of the sovereign sage Great Demon Yangji. In the vast world, according to a rumor that wasn't widely spread, Wu Shuangjiang was the other Lu Qin. Daoist son from the Dexian Du Temple once jokingly said, "Lu Qin, who can't be moved by the soles of your feet, and Wu Shuangjiang, who can't be removed with a bamboo stick." One of them had no real abilities and only knew how to disgust others. The other was even more troublesome than the Taoist himself. The middle-aged scholar kept flipping through the books and records on the ferry. He said slowly, during the middle 5 realms, Court Lord Wu's luck was the best in the world. Before the Ascendant realm, Court Lord Wu had the most murderous aura and the most murderous intent. The number of times she fought with others was once again the first in the vast world. She was the best among the middle 5 realms cultivators. After ascending to the Ascendant realm, she started to cultivate her mind and temperament. Her temperament changed drastically, and she became especially aloof from worldly affairs. There were only 2 records of her fighting with Taoist Lao Er and Taoist Sunday. After that, she went into seclusion again, and again without any evidence. She almost didn't see any outsiders. That's why she fell out of the top 10. In the books, there were more detailed records of the mountains and rivers. They recorded the process of Wu Shuangjiang's Tao seeking with some earth immortals and upper 5 realms cultivators. The lower Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation level was, the more records there were. The content was closer to the truth. The biggest characteristic of Wu Shuangjiang's path of cultivation was that he could come back from the dead. He was good at killing strong enemies in a desperate situation. However, this was only the result on the surface. The real strength was that Wu Shuangjiang was able to gather the strengths of many schools. He was also very practical. He was good at refining and using it for his own use. In the end, he reached a higher level. The Taoist techniques of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Beko Keikyang building, the lineage of the immortal sword of the Great Xuandu Temple, the talisman formation of the immortal staff mountains and rivers. Through the collection of secret Taoist techniques and clues, Wu Shuangjiang deduced the origin of various techniques. And Abhijna, Wu Shuangjiang had dabbled in the talisman of Yuxian and the thunder technique of the celestial master's abode of Dragon Tiger Mountain. As for how similar they were, he had never had the chance to verify it. The middle-aged scholar closed the book and asked with a smile, "How is it? Can you talk about that person? As long as you're willing to talk about it, I'll give you one of the 4 new cities on the ferry." The officer shook his head and said, "Mr. Zhang, you shouldn't ask about this matter anymore." The middle-aged scholar was a little regretful. "Then it will forever be a no result in Goose Feather City." The officer said, This one won't make a difference. In the 10,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there had always been three extremely important positions: the officer of the law, the hidden officer, and the priest. The first three grandmasters were Chen Qingdu, the dragon god, and Guan Zhao. As time passed, the line of the law officers first took the limelight. The position of the hidden officers fluctuated. The priest gradually retreated behind the scenes. Furthermore, his identity was extremely hidden and was never made public. It was only in the recent 1,000 years that the high priests were even more obscure than the inquisitors. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Not to mention young sword cultivators. Even many sword immortals almost never thought about this insignificant matter. It could not be eaten as food, drunk as wine, or used as a flying sword to go out of the city to kill demons. What was the point of thinking about it? On the other hand, the hidden officer line had Xiao Chua and Chen Pingan. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness, they were extremely eye-catching. In the future, ordinary mountain cultivators would probably mistake the position of the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the position of the hidden officer. There were many books and secret files in the summer and winter residences of the hidden officials. However, there was no record of this matter at all. It was as if a few pages of an old calendar had been torn out. It could not even be considered a taboo. There was a small lake covered with lotus leaves. There was a small path that led to a pavilion in the middle of the lake. On the path, a man and woman stood there admiring the scenery. They didn't go to the pavilion where the middle-aged scholar and the officer were. A young man stood beside a young girl holding a bamboo basket. She was dressed simply and elegantly and had an extremely beautiful appearance. The young man was dressed in green and had a sword on his back. He was tall and had a small silver pouch around his waist. Countless fine golden rays seeped through the silver threads and were as brilliant as the sunset. He was the sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Du Shanin. He was thrown into the prison together with Yu Yu. Du Shanin became the direct disciple of the penal officer, while Yu Yu became Old Deaf's disciple in a daze. One followed the officer back to Haren, while the other followed Old Deaf to the wilderness. The young girl beside Du Shanin was called Ji Qing. She and Chong Ming had once depended on each other in the prison. Year after year, they washed clothes by the stream together. Chong Ming was the incarnation of the ancestor coin of the gold essence copper coin. Ji Qing was also the manifestation of the ancestor coin of a kind of immortal coin. Du Shanin asked softly, "Miss Ji Qing, is it really that Wu Shuangjiang who got rid of the palace all of a sudden? He's already at the 14th realm of Dao integration?" Both parties at the pavilion didn't intentionally hide the content of their conversation. Du Shanin listened to it silently and remembered it in his heart. Ji Qing smiled sweetly and nodded. "It's most likely him." Du Shanin rubbed his chin. "Since that boy is Wu Shuangjiang's heart devil, it's like he ran away from home? In that case, whether it's for public or private reasons, shouldn't the hidden officer be handed over? What's the point of fighting? It doesn't make sense." Ji Qing smiled and didn't say a word. Du Shanin continued, "What's more, the hidden officer is famous for being good at doing business. Over at the inn, why didn't he come to an agreement? In the end, he shed all pretense of cordiality. Both parties said ruthless words and started fighting. It doesn't seem like our hidden officer's style of doing things. Could it be that after returning to his hometown, the hidden officer has already established a connection with Middle-earth's Confucian temple, with his Wen lineage identity, and doesn't have to worry about a 14th realm cultivator from outside his hometown?" Ji Qing shook her head and said softly, "I don't know either." Du Shanin smiled sinisterly. If it was in our Great Wall of Sword Qi, Wu Shuangjiang definitely wouldn't dare to make such a move. After all, Ning Yao isn't boss's sword immortal. Ji Qing had already turned her head to look at the lake. She was like a person standing in the clear water and holding up a lotus umbrella. The ripples were rippling, and lotus leaves were everywhere. The fragrance was refreshing and refreshing. Occasionally, there would be pairs of mandarin ducks swimming in the water. The lotus leaves were like hair, and the lotus flowers were like the makeup of a beauty. There was no wind, and the flowers and leaves were moving. It was either fish or mandarin ducks. Ji Qing started to miss elder sister Changming. If there was a chance to meet this time, she would ask the hidden officer who was greedy for money. She remembered that when they first met, the young hidden officer was very well behaved when he first saw them. Later on, when he found out about her and elder sister Changming's Taoist roots, he smiled affectionately. The intimacy in his eyes could not be hidden. It seemed like there was no beauty in a man's eyes, only money. The young girl was in a good mood when she thought of this. She squatted down and smiled as she plucked the green lotus leaves. Du Shanin smiled, sinisterly. Miss Ji Qing, if you like these lotus leaves, I will tell Governor Zhou to fill up a bamboo basket. Ji Qing's back was facing the young sword cultivator. She rolled her eyes playfully and was too lazy to say anything. This was not how money was earned in the world. It seemed like she had gotten a bargain by getting a basket of lotus leaves. However, was the incense on the mountain not money? Moreover, your relationship with that beautiful Mr. Zhou isn't that close yet. Du Shanin only mentioned it casually and did not think too much about it. It was just a basket of lotus leaves. It was not worth wasting time on. He was more concerned about his own cultivation, how to practice the sword, how to break through faster, how to improve the quality of the flying sword, how to become one of the 10 young people in the future. In the future, when he left his master's side and traveled alone, what he could do and what he could not do, such as whether he could bring Ji Qing with him, whether he needed to go to the South Saw continent to visit the old sword immortal Qi Tingji and Lu Ji. He needed to think about everything now. He was not the Yu Yu who was muddle-headed all day long. He hoped that after a few decades or 100 years, when he reunited with the Yu Yu, who was the same age as him, the difference between them would be like heaven and earth. The master of the torture officer did not like to talk. Therefore, even though Du Shanin spent all these years with him, he only knew a few things. He did not know his master at all. What was his name? How did he learn the sword? How did he become a sword immortal? And why did he become a torture officer in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? His master loved to drink, which was why he was called a drunkard in prison. However, after his master returned to Hao Ran world, he rarely drank. After he became Du Shanin's disciple, his master did not have many requests. He only said that when he mastered the sword technique and traveled Hao Ran world, he would kill any rapist he met on the mountain. Finally, his master, who was the torture officer, did not seem to have a good impression of anyone who owned a blessed land. Therefore, his master had always been hostile to the hidden official. At the pavilion, the middle-aged scholar waved his sleeve so that Du Shanin could not hear another word. Then he asked with a smile, "You are the only direct disciple. Do you have a grudge against Qin Pingan in your hometown? Otherwise, why would you pretend to be blind when it comes to this matter when you are so quick-witted and think about all sorts of things every day? It seems like you can't wait to lend some of your killing intent to Court Chief Wu." The torture officer shook his head. He doesn't have any grudge against Qin Pingan. They probably just don't see eye to eye. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Let's be serious. Let's not talk about the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Ascension City. There are so many sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms who were able to preserve their lives because of the hidden official's lineage in the Summer Refuge Palace. In the end, it should be thanks to that hidden official that he was able to become your direct disciple. Why is it that when Qin Pingan encountered Court Chief Wu, who is at the 14th realm, who is denouncing him, this junior seems to be rejoicing in his misfortune? According to the meticulous deduction on the ferry, although the Great Wall of Sword Chi had fought for a few more years in that war due to the arrangement of troops in the Summer Refuge Palace. An additional 18,000 people survived. This meant that when Ascension City reached the fifth realm, a large number of young sword cultivators appeared out of thin air. Even if their realms were not high, they had won the Ascension City the phenomenon of more sword fate gathering. Furthermore, the blossoming of every sword path seed might not be eye-catching in the former Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was nothing more than a matter of dying early or late on the battlefield. However, in the new realm, their influence was far-reaching and immeasurable. The torture officer said, "I'm not too sure. I can't be bothered to look into it." The middle-aged scholar laughed involuntarily. "Aren't you worried about taking in such a disciple? However, there aren't many masters like you." When the young sword cultivator mentioned Wu Shuangsheng, the middle-aged scholar was about to help clean up the mess. Several golden words had quietly gathered in his palm. They were like birds in a cage, unable to flap their wings and fly out. "Boss," the sword immortal threw it over. "I can't not accept it," the torture officer said. "I'm only responsible for imparting Du Shanin's swordsmanship. When he becomes a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, he will go out on his own. Whether he lives or dies in the future, whatever position he reaches in the end, it's all what he deserves." The middle-aged scholar asked with a smile, "What if he uses you as his master every time he encounters danger?" The torture officer said indifferently, "Let him be. Since he can recognize me as his master, whether it's luck or karma, it's all due to Du Shanin's ability." The middle-aged scholar nodded. This was also reasonable. The torture officer rarely took the initiative to ask. He asked Teacher Zhang a crucial question. "Why is it that when he boarded this time, he was so restrained on your side, but so forceful on Qinpingan's side? It's as if this long journey is not just to capture that inner demon, but also to ask Qinpingan? Otherwise, just based on his 2 identities as a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the last disciple of the Sage of Literature, he shouldn't be so overbearing. He wouldn't talk at all and would directly attack." The middle-aged scholar leaned against the railing and turned his head to look at the lotus leaves in the lake. The real reason is hard to explain. There's no need to waste effort to guess. Anyway, it'll only be a waste of effort. Now, there's only a vague clue. Court Chief Wu's inner demon Dao companion sneaked out of the lunar palace when he was in seclusion trying to break through. She followed the Taoist from the Daxiandu temple and left the Qingming world, causing him to fail in his breakthrough. As for Chun Pingan, when he was in the North Continent, he should have been touring the ruins with Sun Daozhang. Somehow, he managed to obtain the secret inheritance of Taoism right under Sun Daozhang's nose. Among the natal items of the 5 elements, there was a statue in the image of that Taoist. I can follow the clues and see this scene. With his Tao skills, it's naturally not difficult for him to see through it, since that Taoist has already passed away. Seeking revenge is an extravagant hope. Then he probably let Qinpingan take over. Or perhaps he simply wants to calculate backward and perform a shocking evolution of the great Tao. After peeling out that Tao seed from Qinpingan's heart, it'll be the beginning of a mysterious great Tao. Ooh. The middle-aged scholar put 2 fingers together and picked up a water droplet from the lake. He casually threw it onto a slanted lotus leaf, and the water droplet rolled back into the water. The middle-aged scholar observed the minute process of the water droplet entering the water and smiled. So, if Qinpingan was replaced by anyone else, they wouldn't have met with such a calamity. Of course, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have an ascendant realm heavenly demon by their side. Does this mean that everything is preordained by the heavens? The official frowned. With his realm, it's not difficult to peel off a 5 elements item from Qinpingan. But to reverse the great Tao, can it really be done? The middle-aged scholar smiled knowingly and revealed the secret. You probably don't know, but his relationship with Lu Qin is quite good. It's said that he even used 7,200,000 coins to exchange for a Taishan Clear Life talisman, personally made by Taoist master Baigu according to some old rules. As for whether this talisman was used on his Taoist companion, or on that Taoist who wanted to start a new life in the Xuandu Temple, it's all just my personal guess now. The teacher sighed softly. There's no other way. Many times, the path that you and I have identified in our hearts is actually a path that people can't turn their heads from. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the young sword cultivator on the road. Upon closer inspection, Du Shanin's jumping thoughts and paths of thought seemed to be strung together by a series of words. After Teacher Zhang looked through them one by one, he smiled. Those who fear the strong bully the weak. The official said, "It has nothing to do with me." The middle-aged scholar smiled. "It really has nothing to do with you? Which part of the human world isn't the blessed land of your hometown?" When the official heard this, he was silent, and his expression was even more indifferent. The middle-aged scholar suddenly laughed loudly and said, "You, the current criminal official, are actually not as good as the previous criminal official, the former Hao Ran Jiasheng. Before he became Wen Haizhou, for better or for worse, he still left behind a city of rules and regulations for the human world." Ooh. Looking at the young teacher, he patted his knee lightly and spoke slowly. If Bai was not only a scholar, but also a sword cultivator, if Qin Qing did not care about the consequences, only cared about being high-spirited, only for himself, using all his strength to attack, and asking for a savage world, if the blind old man in the 100,000 mountains and the old head of the East Sea Temple, the two most experienced cultivators of the 14th realm, were willing to come out for the vast world, if Yudou did not use his sword to travel the great Xuandu Temple and did not kill that Taoist, if Bai did not use his sword to support the Yao continent and did not destroy the celestial sword Tai Bai, but instead returned it to its original owner. In the end, it was held in the hands of Sun Huaizhong of the great Xuandu Temple, and then asked for a Baek Ok Kyung building. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi chose to side with the savage world, or take a step back and choose to be neutral, not helping either side, and watching from the sidelines, if Xiao Hu Chui Dong joined forces with his junior brother Qi Jingchun and blocked the path of the Second Ascension platform, the vast world would lose at least one or two more continents of mountains and rivers. The two sides would fight until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains and rivers would sink and corpses would be everywhere. Then an armored person would choose to use his body to fuse with the Tao, move the old site of the heavenly courts, cross the vast galaxy, and fall into the vast world. The Sage of Rights would be forced to absorb the destiny of heaven and earth and reach the 15th realm. He would risk his life to stop more than half of this matter. In the end, there were still many gods who truly returned. Chaos would engulf the four worlds, and it was almost equivalent to returning to the great chaos of 10,000 years ago. The Baek Ok Kyung building shook, the Buddhist kingdom shook, the heavenly demons wreaked havoc, and ghosts ran amok. The middle-aged scholar sighed. "What is the most difficult barrier for a scholar?" The official said, "As a wild old man, I meet a vagrant." The middle-aged scholar scolded jokingly. "So, you King know too?" It was like a journey in life, a small boat in the cold night, and the wind and rain blew the reed flowers. Anyway, there were reed flowers every year. If thousands of them were blown down in one night, it was nothing. The official nodded. "I once knew." "778. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the constellation map before, so he didn't want to fight with Cui Dongshan too much. He took out 4 imitation swords and broke the restriction of the first small world easily. He came to the back of the mountain-searching tactical matrix. Facing thousands of spells like arrows, Wu Shuangjiang twirled talisman and turned into a human. The woman in the fox coat turned into a cloud sea with a pair of flying shoes made of white clouds under her feet, suppressing the monsters in the mountain. The handsome young man put his hand on his belt and took out a jade tablet from his bag, which could naturally restrain those mountain-searching immortal generals. On the cloud and on the mountain, it was like two armies were facing each other. One side was the mountain-searching tactical matrix, while the other side only had 3 people. Wu Shuangjiang used his supernatural power again, not willing to let the 4 people hide, and watch the show. In addition to Cui Dongshan, Ning Yao, Qin Pingan, and Jiang Shangjin all ignored the restriction of heaven and earth. Mysterious figures who looked like lovers in their hearts appeared in front of them. Ning Yao looked at the high-spirited green-robed swordsman and sneered. Pretending to be mysterious, he couldn't even learn it. She cut off his head with a casual sword. If the real Qin Pingan were to see this scene, he would probably feel that hiding the scroll of teaching all the women in the world how to put on makeup was not unnecessary at all. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman reformed. His expression and voice were exactly the same as the real Qin Pingan, as if he met his beloved woman after a long separation. "Miss Ning, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much." Ning Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. He was really courting death. She cut him again and broke him again. After that, as long as the green-robed swordsman reformed his body, Ning Yao would cut him with her sword. Many times she even waited for him for a while, intentionally or unintentionally. In short, she was willing to give him a chance to show up, but never gave him a chance to speak. Every time Ning Yao attacked with her sword, although it was just a line of sword light, each seemingly thin and dazzling sword light had a kind of sword style that could break the rules of heaven and earth. However, she controlled her sword very well. She didn't destroy the caged bird, but she could make the green-robed swordsman absorbed by the sword light. It was like a sword cutting out at ultimate ruins, which could forcibly pull the surrounding seawater, and even the water of the Milky Way into it, and finally turn it into endless nothingness. To put it simply, this green-clothed swordsman before him, Qin Pingan, was completely unable to fight against Ning Yao, who was at the Ascendant Realm. The swordsman seemed to be ruthless in his heart. Suddenly, another replica of the caged bird appeared. Ning Yao's face was expressionless. She didn't restrain her sword aura. The replica of heaven and earth that had just appeared, together with the majestic sword rain of the moon in the well, suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces like colored glass. The brilliance of heaven and earth was blurred, and the scene was magnificent. An Ascendant Realm female cultivator walked slowly, with a sword in her hand. The hair on her temples fluttered slightly, which set off her extremely beautiful appearance. There was no other color in the world. In the lawless place where the formation was set up, Qin Pingan, who had been quietly waiting for Wu Shuang to come as a guest, stood up. He put his Knight Ranger sword back into its scabbard. A pair of daggers slid out from his sleeves. He took a step to the side and held his sword, Ning Yao. A sword light fell straight on the spot. Qin Pingan stomped on the ground and instantly appeared behind the illusion of Ning Yao. He pressed his palm against the back of her head and crushed it on the spot. He then swept his sword behind him. Qin Pingan floated and landed dozens of feet away. He frowned slightly and immediately restrained his thoughts. The illusion of the woman's body didn't move at all. Only her head turned back and looked at Qin Pingan with a smile full of sarcasm. This was because the sword deity in her hand that flowed with golden light was only in a strange state between reality and illusion. However, when Qin Pingan slightly thought about it, the long sword in the woman's hand and the robe on her body instantly became incomparably close to the truth in Qin Pingan's heart. This meant that this woman, who had manifested out of nowhere, had her battle prowess skyrocketed. However, another thought accidentally flashed through Chin Pingan's mind. The woman's lips moved slightly, as if she said the two words, "Come here." In the lawless small world, wisps of ancient essence sword intent were born out of thin air. They were like four long swords that had condensed into substance. The sword intent then separated into tiny sword chi that crisscrossed and protected the woman's world together. She nodded slightly and smiled with her eyes squinted. The number one person in the world is indeed worthy of the title. Chun Pingan felt a headache and understood. This Wu Shuangjiang's divine ability was really played sinisterly to the extreme. Chun Pingan hurriedly restrained all the complicated thoughts about Ning Yao in his mind. The woman smiled and said, "Is this enough?" The sword that broke the enchantment of the night boat earlier was the real cultivation of the ascendant realm. With this sword and the robe, there are two immortal weapons. I have to thank you. It's becoming more and more real. Oh, I forgot you, and I don't need to thank each other. It's too distant. Chun Pingan didn't feel that he couldn't fight, but it was a little tricky. No matter how powerful Wu Shuang was, the woman in front of him, who looked like a painting copy, was not the real Ning Yao after all. She was not a real Ascendant Realm sword cultivator. Whether it was the support of Wu Shuang's mind, her spiritual aura foundation, the longsword sword deity, and the robe golden wine, as long as Chun Pingan could restrain his mind, her body and all external objects would continue to be worn down and eventually dissipate. A lawless place was the best battlefield. Moreover, it was not all bad that Chun Pingan was trapped in this realm. It was just right to train the physique of a martial artist of the 10 realms. However, it was really difficult to deal with. Chun Pingan took a deep breath, and his figure was slightly bent, as if a heavy burden of thousands of kilograms had been removed from his shoulders all of a sudden. Previously, when he boarded the ship, he had been walking in Entry City as a martial artist of the 8 realms. Even when he went to find Ning Yao, he was at the peak of the peak realm. Now, he was really at the peak of the peak realm. Unexpectedly, there was a Ning Yao behind the woman. She was like a piece of paper that was split by a sword. It was Ning Yao who came here with a sword. The real Ning Yao and the fake Ning Yao were immediately determined. Ning Yao took a step forward and came to Chun Pingan's side. She frowned slightly. "What did you talk to her about?" In the next moment, a scholarwood sword appeared out of thin air from the sword box behind Ning Yao. Chun Pingan swept out his arm, smashing it into Ning Yao's face. She was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Chun Pingan formed a sword seal with one hand, using his finger sword technique as a flying sword that pierced through her head. His left hand shot out a seal, and 5 bolts of thunder gathered together. Lines of mountains and rivers appeared on his palm, containing the 5 thunder righteous art. It wrapped around Ning Yao, who had 2 scholarwood swords hidden in the sword box. It was like a bolt of heavenly tribulation had arrived. Dao arts rapidly smashed down, shattering her body. Chun Pingan narrowed his eyes. His hands shook his sleeves, and his attitude was relaxed. He calmly waited for the next Ning Yao to appear. Just now, he had only been thinking about the scholar with swords that had little to do with combat strength, but this had caused her to give herself away. And on Jiang Shangzhen's side, he stared in a daze at a delicate girl with tears on her face. She slowly walked over and stopped in front of him. She had only lightly kicked him and punched him. Her punches were as light as cotton, neither painful nor ticklish. She pursed her lips and raised her head. She looked at the slender man and sobbed, "Jiang Lang, how have you grown so old? You even have white hair." Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were clear. He looked at the girl in front of him, but he thought about the girl in his heart. They were not the same person at all. He smiled. "I've never seen her cry in my entire life. Who do you think you are?" He seemed to find her too much of an eyesore. He gently stretched out his hand and pushed her head aside. She stumbled and fell to the ground. She sat there, biting her lips and looking at the heartless man with a face full of resentment. Jiang Shangjin, whose hair was slightly white, only looked into the distance. He muttered, "My heart is not a good place to rest. It cannot be swept away." Within the small world of the mountain-searching formation, where the naive imitation sword was suspended, Jiang Shangjin stretched out his hand and rubbed his neck. His head had probably been placed a little off before. He supported it with both hands and gently twisted it a little. He sighed. Fighting a 14th realm cultivator really takes a lot of effort. Now, for some reason, I feel that Pei Min's expression is kind and extremely amiable. The 4 swords stood in the 4 corners of the mountain-searching formation. Sword Qi shot up into the sky like 4 candles as tall as mountains, burning 4 pitch-black holes in the Taiping scroll. So, if Wu Shuangjiang wanted to leave, he could just choose a door and take the 2 handmaidens with him. However, Wu Shuangjiang clearly had no intention of leaving just yet. Jiang Shangjin's eyesight was good. He could immediately tell that the handsome young man beside Wu Shuangjiang was actually the same person as the woman in the fox fur coat. They were of different ages. One was the young woman in Wu Shuangjiang's memory, while the other was just a young woman who was slightly older. As for why the woman dressed as a man, Jiang Shangjin felt that there was a real reason behind it. Wu Shuangjiang turned around and spoke softly with young natural. His gaze was gentle, his voice was mellow, and it was filled with an expression of tender affection that wasn't faked. He explained to her the difference between the minor worlds in the world. Saints reside in minor worlds, whereas immortals rely on creation divine abilities, talismans, formations, or their hearts to create the sun, moon, stars, rivers, and mountains. All of them are good divine abilities, but they're divided into grades. The saints of the 3 sects are in charge of the academies, Taoist temples, and temples. The saints of the military school are in charge of the ancient battlefields. The world is the most real, and the rules of the great Tao operate in an orderly manner. It is the most flawless. Therefore, it is ranked first. Other than the patriarchs of the 3 sects, Chun Qingdu is in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which is the most lethal. The blind old man is in charge of the 100,000 mountains, which is the most sturdy. Zhu Zi of the School of Moism built the city and created the world by himself. Although the other 2 are not reliable, they are close to the peak of the geographical and human strength of a refiner. Most importantly, they are good at both offense and defense. Mr. Chui's constellation map seemed to be vast and boundless, but he did something to the consciousness of the cultivators who fell into it. It was the most suitable for trapping and killing immortals. However, it would be difficult to deal with an ascendant state cultivator. As for the small world of the mountain-searching formation, the essence is that it is uncertain whether it is real or fake. There are so many supernatural powers, spells, and offensive treasures. How can they be real? It is just that 9 of them are fake and 1 of them is real. Otherwise, the merit points that Jiang Shangjin accumulated in the battlefield of the Tongya continent and the Confucian temple would at least double. However, it was Jiang Shangjin's natal flying sword which had long been hidden in it. It could be exchanged with any divine general, monster, magical equipment, or technique at will. As long as any of them managed to get close to him, a regular cultivator would be beheaded by the flying sword in a battle. Unfortunately, the biggest problem of every small world like the Heart and Rune Arrays is that there is one that has already been fixed. It can't circulate the great Tao and grow endlessly. Therefore, for the constellation map and the mountain-searching array, if it weren't for the fact that I was in a hurry and wanted to see more fresh sceneries, I could have waited for Mr. Chui and Jiang Shangjin to exhaust the wand before I went to the next world. Chui Dongshan flicked his sleeves again and again, sweeping away the lingering aura of the sword that was stirred up by the genuine imitation swords. The pitiful peace scroll of the mountain-searching painting was nailed to the desk by 4 imitation swords. It was more like a few people were holding lamps and looking at it from a close distance. As a result, the 4 corners of the scroll showed a slight yellow color of different degrees. However, Jiang Shangjin didn't feel any heartache at all. Cui Dongshan's expression was even more composed. He smiled and said, "When sword cultivators fight in pairs, it's like fighting on the battlefield. Old Wei is right. It's nothing more than a fixed formation. When Qi cultivators exchange pointers in Dao, it is like a temple of 2 kingdoms. It depends on who has more tricks up their sleeves. Different styles, different tastes. Let's not be scared out of our wits by Court Chief Wu. It is definitely a first for us to gather 4 swords. Court Chief Wu may look relaxed, but she has put in a lot of effort." Wu Shuangjiang stood in the sky and nodded from afar. He laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Cui's prediction is right. I was going to ask Sword Xuandu Temple first before asking Dao Lauer about swordsmanship. It is a rare opportunity for us to meet on the ferry. Mr. Cui can also be seen as a sword cultivator. I can use the few of you to practice and ask each other about swordsmanship. I only hope that Immortal Yu and Immortal Pu can ascend. The 4 sword immortals can work together to kill a 14th level cultivator. Don't let me underestimate the sword cultivators of Howren." Jiang Shangjin stretched out his hand, and a banner appeared in his hand. He shook it vigorously. He still looked like a little demon, cursing and spitting saliva everywhere. "I think I am a person who knows how to chat. I know how to flatter and disgust others. I didn't expect to meet another enemy of Dao besides Brother Du. I can't tolerate flirting. I really can't. Brother Cui, don't stop me. I must meet this old Immortal Wu today." As the banner shook, strong winds blew. Strange phenomena appeared in the world again. Except for the immortal generals and demons in the mountain who had retreated, they started to ride the wind to kill the 3 people in the sky. Among them, there were 4 immortal generals who were the most eye-catching. One of them was 1,000 feet tall. He stepped on a flood dragon and held a huge sword in both hands. He led the army to kill Wu Shuangjiang and the other 2 people. A guardian of the giant spirit mountain was standing on the peak of the mountain that the turtle was carrying. He was holding the demon locking mirror in his hand. Under the sun, a beam of light shot out from the mirror. A beam of sword light was like a rolling river. Wherever it passed by, countless spirit creatures were injured. The sharp sword light, which seemed to contain the essence of the endless sun, dashed directly to the jade tablet that was hovering in the air like a moon. A immortal general in golden armor had 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a saber, a spear, a sword, and a halberd. He flashed and appeared in front of Wu Shuangjiang in a few steps. A heavenly official with a fluttering ribbon held a pipa in her arms. She had a strange appearance with 1 head and 4 faces. The jade tablet that was suspended in the air was hit by the light beam of the demon locking mirror for a long time. Sparks flew everywhere, and a golden rainstorm fell between heaven and earth. Finally, the first crack appeared on the jade tablet, and a cracking sound came from it. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Keep it. After all, it is an object that has been kept for many years." The young man nodded and was about to keep the jade tablet. Unexpectedly, there was a green sword light in the light beam from the demon locking mirror on the top of the mountain. It was not easy to detect. It was like a fish hiding in the river. It was as fast as lightning and was about to hit the broken part of the jade tablet in an instant. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and casually showed a Dharma form. He stretched out his hand and cupped a mirror light that was as big as a lake in his palm. There was a tiny green fish that was bumping around. However, in the vision of a 14th state grand cultivator, it was still clearly visible. The Dharma form put its palms together and crushed the mirror light, leaving only the sword Qi and the divine will. It could be used as a reference, and finally refined into Jiang Shangzhen's natal flying sword that was close to the truth. Wu Shuangjiang retracted his Dharma form and opened his hand. There was a tiny green snake in his palm. It was suppressed by the great Tao and had to shrink to this size. Otherwise, it would show its true form. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly smiled and shook his head. Logically speaking, the immobile green snake suddenly grew bigger. It had horns on its head, for claws on its abdomen, and a pair of pale golden eyes. It was clearly a water dragon. It wrapped around Wu Shuangjiang's arm. Wu Shuangjiang shook his arm gently, and the blood and flesh of the water dragon instantly turned into nothingness. Only the virtual image of the water dragon was left. It was like a white dragon drawing in golden ink. It was still entangled with the water dragon. One of Wu Shuangjiang's sleeves was twisted by the water dragon. The water dragon opened its mouth and bit Wu Shuangjiang's robe. It tried to touch the skin of a 14th-state cultivator. Wu Shuangjiang smiled coldly and said, "You are just a water dragon. Why don't you return to Jianghu?" A ray of light flashed across Wu Shuangjiang's robe. The water dragon disappeared without a trace. After a while, it fell directly into the world of the robe. It was then refined in an instant. The water dragon was not only stained with Jiang Shangzhen's sword will as a disguise. It also had a refining method as a smokescreen. In other words, this method was not done at the last minute after meeting Wu Shuangjiang. It was premeditated. Otherwise, Wu Shuangjiang, as the world's top refiner, would not have met with such an accident. Whether it was refining swords or items, he was one of the few great cultivators who stood at the top of the mountain. Otherwise, how could he even refine the inner demon? Even an ascendant realm, otherworldly demon was going to be refined by him again. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and asked, "You have so many methods. Which great cultivator were you originally planning to target? The swordsmanship paymin, or was it me from the beginning?" It seems like Xiao Bai's appearance back then was a little superfluous. When inverted hanging mountain ascended and returned to the Qing Ming world, the 4 wandering cultivators of the Sui Chu Palace followed the square mountainward seal back home. Only Xiao Bai, the guardian of the year, went to the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He met with the young hidden official who guarded half of the city wall with a secret technique and proposed a deal. He promised Qin Pingan that as long as he agreed to hand over the external demon, he was willing to work for Qin Pingan, or the Fifth World's Ascendant City, as a guest for 100 years. Everyone in the Qing Ming world knew that the guardian of the Sui Chu Palace had an extremely high cultivation base and great killing power. When Wu Shuangjiang was in seclusion, he relied on Xiao Bai to guard the Stork Tower. Under his planning, the power of the sect increased instead of decreasing. Xiao Bai did not treat the young hidden official that he had known for many years as a fool. Friendship was friendship. Business was business. After all, the external demon that escaped from the Sui Chu Palace not only had a conflict with the palace lord Wu Shuangjiang, he would also be the mortal enemy of the entire Sui Chu Palace. As Wu Shuangjiang's Daoist partner, the white-haired boy that escaped to the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a real heavenly demon. According to the rules of the mountain, he was not a naughty little girl that ran away from home. It seemed that as long as the elders of the family found him, he could be casually brought home. This was just like the first disciple of the Wind Sage, Xiao, who betrayed his master. Qi Jingchun built the Cliff Academy in Dali. Naturally, he would not talk about friendship with Cui Dong, whether it was facing Cui Dongshan at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, alliance, or even reuniting with the imperial tutor. Cui Dong in the capital of Dali, at least on the surface, they could not be said to be happy. However, unexpectedly, The young hidden official rejected the suggestion of being the guardian of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Business was business, and schemes were schemes. Originally, as long as Qin Pingan agreed to this matter in the Ascension City and the Fifth World, with Little White's cultivation and identity, as well as her alliance with the sword cultivators, the entire world would gradually become a bloody battlefield within 100 years. Every battlefield ruins would be Little White's training ground. The Great Wall of Sword Chi seemed to have gained the upper hand and was unparalleled within 100 years. It was like a hot knife through butter, and it had the geographical advantage. However, in exchange for the loss of time and people, as an invisible price, the Great Wall of Sword Chi even had a chance to replace the position of the Ascension City. The sword cultivators in the world loved to kill. Little White actually did not like to kill people, but she was very good at it. However, since Little White and Qin Pingan did not come to an agreement and were unable to help the Great Wall of Sword Chi gain the upper hand, Wu Shuangjiang did not mind. He did not feel that it was a pity. Wu Shuangjiang was not very interested in the so-called power of the world, the expansion of sects, and whether or not they could surpass Sun Huaizhong's Xiandu Temple. Perhaps because they did not want the Peace Scrolls mountain search map to be destroyed too early, the two imitation swords, Tai Bai and Naive, suddenly disappeared. Following the clues, they headed towards the world where Ning Yao and Qin Pingan were. The four immortal swords were all things that Wu Shuangjiang had refined. They were not natal items of great refinement. Moreover, they could not achieve great refinement. Not only Wu Shuangjiang could not do it, even the owners of the four real immortal swords were powerless. In order to forge the embryos of the four immortal swords, Wu Shuangjiang had spent countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. On his path of cultivation, Wu Shuangjiang had long since collected and purchased dozens of flying swords left behind by sword immortals before finally smelting and refining them. In fact, when Wu Shuangjiang was an Earth Immortal of the Golden Core stage, he had already had this whimsical idea. Furthermore, he had begun to plan step by step, accumulating his foundation bit by bit. The Taoist scripture, Tai Bai, and the 3 swords of the 10,000 arts were still fine. After all, they had been in the world for a long time. Only Ning Yao's Naive had Wu Shuangjiang waiting for many years. Therefore, on this night boat journey, Ning Yao ascended to the vast world with her sword in hand, and finally came here to meet up with Qin Pingan, who had a section of Tai Bai's sword tip. To Wu Shuangjiang, this was quite a pleasant surprise. The 2 swords went far away in search of Ning Yao and Qin Pingan. Of course, it was to steal more of Naive and Tai Bai's sword intent. However, Ning Yao's sword was too fast, and the key was that her sword intent was too pure. It was extremely difficult to capture even a strand of it. The young hidden official was too cautious, and he simply kept the sword. The harvest was less than Wu Shuangjiang expected. The young man in white smiled, but didn't say anything. His figure dissipated, and he went to the next heart-imaged small world, the great swamp of Gushu. However, before he left, a snow-white sleeve flipped, and the 4 words drawing legs on a snake that Wu Shuangjiang spoke of were condensed into golden words. He kept them in his sleeve and brought them to the heart-image small world. In the great swamp of Gushu, Cui Dongshan threw out the 4 golden words. Thousands of flood dragons felt as if they had received a heavenly decree from a sage. They didn't need to transform into flood dragons. Wu Shuangjiang recalled the young man in White's green bamboo cane from before. As he pondered, an object materialized in his hand. It was an ancient green bamboo cane, decorated with a green jade head. The color of the jade was verdant, and did not lose out to the willow leaf. The 12 faces of the green jade resembled a full moon seal. There were a total of 36 words inscribed on it, starting with the word channeling qi. There were only 36 ancient characters, but it was an ancient Tao formula with an extremely high seniority. Among them, there was a sentence, the heavens above, the earth below. Until now, there were differing opinions. Because of this sentence, many side branches of the great Tao had evolved. According to Lu Chen's explanation, there were still many interpretations. Wu Shuangjiang threw away the green bamboo cane in his hand and followed the young man in white to the great swamp of Gushu. The transformation of the green bamboo into a dragon was the secret technique of the Celestial Staff Mountain's founder. It was as if a real dragon had appeared. It pressed its claw on the ground and crushed the mountain beside the great swamp of Gushu. With a sweep of its tail, it split the water of a huge lake into two, tearing a ravine 10,000 feet long. The lake water seeped into the ravine, revealing the ancient dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. The sword gleam and the heart image small world arrived one after another. A dragon formed from a green bamboo cane with shiny dragon scales, exchanged one scale for one sword with the sword gleam of the sword immortal. Wu Shuangjiang put two fingers together and pinched a hairpin in the style of a green bamboo. His movements were gentle as he pinned it in the bun of the woman in the fox fur coat. Then, a small and exquisite rattledrum appeared in his hand. He smiled and handed it to the handsome young man. The small drum's peach wood handle was refined from a section of the ancestral peach tree of the great Xian Du Temple. The painted drum's surface was sewn with dragon skin. At the end of the drum, there was a glass bead hanging with a red string, regardless of whether it was the red string or the precious bead. They both had their origins. The red string came from Lu Qi's blessed land, while the precious bead came from a secret realm of the deep-sea dragon palace. They were both personally obtained by Wu Shuangjiang and personally refined. However, these two items that Wu Shuangjiang possessed were not real objects. They could be seen as real treasures on the mountain. Ordinary sects could even use them as treasures to guard the mountain. However, for Wu Shuangjiang, they were just like a lover's token. Wu Shuangjiang was a person. His thoughts were whimsical. His spells were good at adding flowers to brocade. For the common folk at the foot of the mountain, it was never a burden to have more skills. The more skills one had, the better. However, for the cultivators at the peak of the mountain, there was ultimately a bottleneck in the size of the small world of the human body. There was also a fixed amount of spiritual energy. The closer one was to the 14th level, the more they had to make choices. For example, Venerable Fiery Dragon was proficient in the 3 techniques of fire, thunder, and water. It was already an exaggerated realm that was shocking enough. As for why he did not continue to cultivate the 3 techniques of metal, wood, and earth, even Venerable Fiery Dragon had to admit that as long as he was still at the 13th level, he could not cultivate them. He could only learn a little, and it would be difficult for him to improve further. In fact, when one reached the Ascendant Realm, even if one was in the Immortal Realm, as long as one was not a sword cultivator, they would not be lacking in heavenly treasures. However, there would be a bottleneck in the number of natal items. Therefore, the 3 ways of Tao unification at the 14th level was a great alternative. As for Wu Shuangjiang, before he reached the 14th level, he had already reached the extreme of having more skills as not a burden. He could forge a furnace, and it was unpredictable. It could be said that he had reached the acme of perfection. The graceful lady in the snow-white fox fur took out the hairpin flying sword. After the flying sword flew more than 10,000 feet away, it turned into a green river. The long river drew a circle in the air and turned into a green jade ring. The green river spread out and finally turned into a thin letter. In the letter, there were densely packed words. In each of the words, a lady in green floated down. There were thousands of faces. They had the same appearance and the same clothes. However, each lady's expression was slightly different. It was like a painting master who was holding a brush and painting. He had been staring at his beloved for a long time. He had drawn thousands of scrolls with his brush. Although the scrolls were detailed, it was only a painting of her happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in a day. As for the young lady who was as handsome as a noble young master, Tianran, she only needed to gently shake the rattledrum. Just one hit of the glass bead on the Dragon Gate drum could make thousands of divine generals, strong soldiers, demons, and ghosts fall down. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by Mr. Cui and Jiang Shangzhen's words today. They are both scheming and scheming." The young lady kept plucking the small drum and nodded with a smile. Wu Shuangjiang sensed another sign of heaven and earth and nodded. "Ningyao Jianxin is really rare." The lady in the fox fur frowned slightly. Wu Shuangjiang immediately turned his head and apologized. "Sister Tianran, don't be angry, don't be angry." The young lady squinted her eyes like crescent moons. She covered her mouth and laughed. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the young lady, who was the little immortal with a yellow ribbon in his heart, and then turned his head to look at the lady in the fox fur, who had a slightly different face. He took their hands and smiled. "I once promised you that we would walk the world hand in hand. I will do it." The lady in the fox fur suddenly asked, "Have you forgotten who killed me?" Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "That's not cute at all." The lady in the fox fur instantly became as brittle as porcelain. With a soft sound, she shattered with a bang. The young lady also suffered the same fate. Wu Shuangjiang used the shushing cloud technique. A strong wind swept the world, and a mountain-searching formation was instantly shattered. He came to the small world of the caged bird. (779) Wu Shuangjiang was trapped in the sword formation. He was like a bird in a cage, but he was also in a lawless place that could restrain Qi cultivators. He did not expect Chen Pingan to know how to set up a formation. Wu Shuangjiang was very surprised that he was able to gain the upper hand with the help of Jiang Shangzhen's willow leaf against a 14th level cultivator. A fist from a Realm 10 martial artist was like a flying sword attack. For any cultivator at the peak of the mountain, this was not a light blow. The toughness of a Qi cultivator's body was always a weakness. Unless it was the 14th level Dao unification at the right time and in the right place, it could be considered a true rebirth and longevity. Relatively speaking, Dao unification cultivators were more in the path of killing power. They pursued the pinnacle and took a big step forward. For pure martial artists, there was an insurmountable gap between the 9th level and the 10th level. For mountain climbing cultivators, it was even more difficult to ascend to the 14th level in the ascendant realm. Wu Shuangjiang kept the green-robed swordsman that was confronting Ning Yao and stood side by side with Ning Yao. They stood on both sides of Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang handed the 4 immortal swords to them. Chun Pingan carried Tai Bai on his back and held the 10,000 spells in his hand. Ning Yao pretended to be innocent and held the Taoist scripture in his hand. Both of them were instructed by Wu Shuangjiang to find an opportunity to shatter the small world. At the very least, they had to break the restriction of this small world. As for the sword formation, of course, Wu Shuangjiang was the one who led the sword. Being in a lawless place, every time one used a spell or supernatural power, they would need to consume spiritual qi. Wu Shuangjiang was no exception. After all, for a Dao unification cultivator like Bai Yi, as long as he had a poem in his heart, he could continuously attack with his sword. It was too unbelievable. Thousands of flying swords shot towards him. Wu Shuangjiang put 2 fingers together and formed a seal. He was like a god standing upright. Stars appeared around him. He actually copied Cui Dongshan's constellation diagram. The group of stars revolved around each other. and there were numerous threads that were faintly discernible between them. The stars moved in an orderly manner, and the Tao insight was abundant. Wu Shuangjiang pointed twice in the air, and two more suns and moons appeared. The suns, moons, and stars circulated endlessly, and they formed a grand formation with a square sky and a square earth. The densely packed flying swords were like tens of thousands of sword cultivators. They worked together to control their swords and soared into the sky to attack Wu Shuangjiang, who was like a god in the middle. The attacks of the flying swords were endless, and the illusory stars shattered one after another. However, under Wu Shuangjiang's control, they recovered to their original state. Wu Shuangjiang raised his head and looked over. He probably felt that he might not be able to stop the sword formation, so he raised his hand again. His palm was filled with a large pile of seeds. He tilted his hand, and the seeds fell from his palm one after another. A layer of dark green ripples appeared at the place where Wu Shuangjiang and the two sword attendants were hovering. The seeds seemed to have fallen into the water, and they tinkled. They actually caused circles of golden ripples of qi to ripple in this place. Wu Shuangjiang was adept at creating small worlds. There was a round moon hanging from the branches of a acacia tree. Under the tree, there was a god holding an axe in the shape of a acacia tree. This was the scene of the ancient moon palace. There was a peach blossom tree, and the branches were filled with talisman kites. They were overflowing with golden light. This was the method of a certain Taoist from the Daxian Du Temple. The lotus flowers were slender and elegant. They were uneven in height and size. This was the beautiful scene of the lotus paradise. After the flying swords transformed from the moon in the well were shattered, a string of golden words would hover on the spot. They were all talisman characters drawn by Cui Dongshan. They were either sages' poems, true forms of the 5 mountains of different dynasties, or various versions of Bai Zhe's mountain-searching maps in history. Every time the flying swords and talisman characters advanced, it was as if an army was pressing forward, with the sword formation opening the way and the talisman paving the way. They would smash open a path for the constellations. Lotus flowers would rush over to mend the hole. After every golden kite on the peach tree floated down from the branches, there would be a Taoist in green with a blurry face. He held a golden horsetail whisk in his hand and hovered in the sky. He guarded the pass alone. With a sweep of the horsetail whisk, he could turn the countless sword tips of the river of sword formation and collide with the sword formation behind him. The burly man in the posture of divine, General Tu Gui from the Moon Palace, had a pair of golden eyes. His gaze wandered around, and at a certain moment he would throw the axe in his hand. Not only did he destroy the sword formation that was as mighty as the Milky Way, but he would also occasionally flash and disappear. He ignored the prohibition of the sword formation and went straight to Chun Pingan's real body. Chun Pingan found that he could not avoid it in time. He could only reveal a Dharma form. He was dressed in a bright red robe and was thousands of feet tall. He crushed the giant axe with one palm. There were too many flying swords. The sword formation was layered and endless. It hung in the sky like an army gathering, ready to attack. Wu Shuangjiang was a little surprised. One of the flying swords was caused by the natal magical power. It was not surprising that Chun Pingan took advantage of the time and place. However, when he controlled the second natal flying sword, Chun Pingan was in his own small world. Although he did not need to consume too much spiritual energy, it was definitely a lot of wear and tear for a cultivator's spirit. This meant that this young recluse not only relied on the body of a martial artist, but also on the cultivation on the mountain and the cultivation of his Taoist heart. Otherwise, a sword cultivator in the Jade primitive realm would have been dizzy to control so many flying swords. The axe of Tu Gui was not very lethal. The only good thing about it was that it did not focus on the killing power. It was specially used to find people. In fact, it was a jade axe talisman made by Wu Shuangjiang. It was recognized as a big talisman on the mountain, just like the Ascendant State Cultivator in the Mountain and Water Barrier Breaking Talisman. When Wu Shuangjiang fought with others, it was mostly like this. Every spell and every talisman would stop at a certain point. They were extremely thrifty and filled with probing intent. Not only would they accurately investigate the truth, the most difficult part was that they would not make any mistakes. Wu Shuangjiang stood on a lotus leaf as big as a city. The small world of constellations had lost a small part of its territory, but the big formation's hub was still intact. However, the peach tree kite had been worn out, and the osmanthus tree bright moon was gradually dimming. Most of the lotus leaves had been used to block the sword formation, and then they were crushed by the flying swords one by one. In the sky, the golden writings of the sages of the past, the 5 mountains stood tall, and the mountain-searching maps had occupied most of the sky. Wu Shuangjiang was not worried about this. The other party was still too wishful thinking to want to exhaust his spiritual energy or use all his magic weapons with just a sword formation and a lawless place. Wu Shuangjiang stretched out his hand and took back the Tai-Bai imitation sword from the back of the green-robed swordsman. He waited. The sword's will was still too light. This time, when he sparred with those people, each took what they needed and gave them something unexpected. Chui Dongshan and the others accumulated the small world. Wu Shuangjiang took this opportunity to perfect the sword's will of the 2 imitation swords, Naive and Tai-Bai. As long as he could gain a little bit of benefit, it would be an immeasurable huge benefit. Bai was also not a sword cultivator. How was Bai's swordsmanship? The Battle of the Fuyao continent and the Battle of the Aquarius continent had already been seen by the cultivators at the peak of the mountain as the 2 turning points of the battle. Although Wu Shuangjiang was in deep trouble with a sword formation that was majestic and filled with killing intent, he still split 2 of his attention to tour the 2 caves in his small world. He used the steel rubbing technique on the mountain to imitate 2 scrolls, which were Chui Dongshan's constellation map and Jiang Shangzhen's mountain searching map. The scrolls were fixed at a certain moment, as if the river of time had stopped. Wu Shuangjiang's attention wandered through them. The first scroll was fixed at the moment when Chui Dongshan appeared in the south. Beneath his feet was the Zhen mansion. He had just used his finger to draw a talisman and wrote the words eliminating the palace at the end of the year Wu Shuangjiang. After that, the black-robed divinity and the 5 yellow-robed divinities each held a word in their hands. Wu Shuangjiang came to the heavenly patrol carriage and stood beside a yellow-robed heavenly official, looking at the ancient Shuang word in her hand. Wu Shuangjiang fell into deep thought. His mind turned quickly. Was the white-robed young man trying to do something to his fate? Since Shen was the name of the constellation, the word Shua Wenjie also contained the meaning of grief. In the chapter of Xian Ku, there was also the saying, repeat the order, shun the way. Chui Dongshan certainly did not choose the Zhen constellation as the place to appear randomly. However, he wanted to rely on the heavenly time and fate to connect with fate to destroy the fate of a 14th realm cultivator. Wasn't that too much of an ant trying to shake a tree? Embroidered tiger Chui Dong was calculating and would not be so shallow. Wu Shuangjiang pondered for a moment. The figure formed by his mustard seed mind suddenly fell tens of millions of li and stood where Chui Dongshan was previously standing. Wu Shuangjiang raised his head and looked. According to the astronomical and geographical differences, below his feet was the boundary of the 2 stars of the Bull Dipper. The neighboring constellation in the sky was the 2 stars of the winged Zhen mansion. Wu Shuangjiang stood in the distance and did not move for a long time. He seemed to have some clues, but it was extremely difficult to pick up the thread. In the other cave, Wu Shuangjiang's other mustard seed mind was standing beside the giant spirit emissary who stood on the mountain and held the demon's sealing mirror. After the picture scroll froze, the mirror light was like a flying sword, forming a solidified white rainbow in the air. After Wu Shuangjiang copied the long-lost demon's sealing mirror, his gaze shifted and moved to the side of the woman with the colorful ribbon with 4 faces. He stood on a ribbon as large as a stream and looked down at the mountains and rivers. For cultivators in their realm, breaking mountains and rivers with their fists, overturning rivers and seas, and using magic weapons to attack and cover the sky were all small tricks. An ordinary chi cultivator in the immortal realm or a pure martial artist in the 9th realm had no chance to make a move in this battle. Or it could be said that it was meaningless to make a move. Wu Shuangjiang frowned slightly. He flicked his sleeves lightly and removed most of the colors from the thousands of mountains. The painted scroll turned into a white sketch. After many flicks of his sleeves to change the colors of the mountains and rivers, only a few mountains with firm roots were left. Wu Shuangjiang took a closer look and found that Jiang Shangjin had indeed secretly done something to them. He removed many traces, leaving only the mountains themselves. At the same time, he refined the mountains into seals, just like a few plain seals that had not been engraved with words. Wu Shuangjiang sneered and flipped his palm, turning the mountains upside down. What a guy! 2 of the mountains had faint traces and were not engraved on the cliff. They were very insidious. Not only were the words as small as a fly's head, but there was also a layer of camouflage restriction. After being erased by Wu Shuangjiang, the truth was revealed. Wu Shuangjiang removed the painting scroll of the mountain search formation. He grabbed with both hands and held the 2 mountains in the palm of his hand like 2 pocket-sized stones. He then merged with the constellation map and waved his sleeves to disperse the extra constellations. He moved the mountains and released the mountains again. With a light wave, the pocket-sized mountains in his hand stood upright in the constellation map. Wu Shuangjiang then raised his hand and conjured a river and 2 pavilions. When Wu Shuangjiang used his finger as a pen and wrote the 2 plaques, the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to have been given a finishing touch by an immortal. They immediately came to life. For a moment, the sunset was lonely and the autumn water stretched into the sky. The scenery was pleasant. Not only that, Wu Shuangjiang's mind moved. Finally, a majestic pavilion with green glazed tiles was erected on the banks of the river. The embroidered tiger was obviously imitating Susie's handwriting. He changed the words inscribed on the golden plaque into the word Stork Pavilion. Wu Shuangjiang took a step forward and came to the bottom of the stairs of the pavilion. He looked up and saw a man with a vague appearance. He seemed to be the prince in the pavilion mentioned in the book, the constellation map in the sky, and the mountain search formation on the ground. So this is a tripartite formation where heaven, earth, and man gather? As expected, the commotion caused by this was not as simple as the overlapping of heaven and earth. Instead, it was because the 3 small heaven and earth had hidden the formation eyes embedded in each other at certain key positions. Wu Shuangjiang smiled knowingly. This formation was not ordinary. The most interesting part was that the person who made up heaven, earth, and man was actually himself. He almost fell into the trap. It was dark under the light. Once those 3 people followed this path and used endless methods as a smokescreen to ceaselessly accumulate a bit of advantage, perhaps Wu Shuangjiang would really be like a ghost going around in circles, skinned alive, and had a great deal of his cultivation depleted. No wonder the water dragon hidden in the mirror light was disguised as a strand of Jiang Shangjin's sword light. Unfortunately, Wu Shuangjiang failed when he tried to bite through the robe after noticing the anomaly. Otherwise, if it had absorbed even a drop of blood. The prince in the pavilion in the stork brothel would probably have a much clearer image, closer to the truth of Wu Shuangjiang himself. The three young people of the vast world were unscrupulous. They dared to think and dared to do. Half of the vast embroidered tiger, the leader of the Jade sect who turned the tide in the Tongyi continent, and the last reclusive official of the Great Wall of Sword, Aura, they lived up to their reputation. One had to become famous as soon as possible and beat up others as soon as possible. On the path of cultivation, when seeing promising and pleasing juniors, the seniors should not be stingy with their saliva. They should quickly give a few pointers so that they would not have to worry about drinking in the future. It was true that Daoist son of the Xian Du Temple liked to spout nonsense, but he did say a few words of advice. Wu Shuangjiang did not even walk into the pavilion without permission. Even if it was just an illusion of his state of mind, Wu Shuangjiang did not act rashly. Cui Dongshan did not really do anything. It was more Qin Pingan and Jiang Shangzhen who did it. It turned out that they were secretly planning this, putting away the mustard seed in his mind. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head to look. At the end of the distant sky, a thin golden line appeared. Wu Shuangjiang raised the Tai-Bai imitation sword in his hand, and the lotus leaf under his feet tilted. A sword light arrived in the blink of an eye, directly splitting Wu Shuangjiang's entire constellation heaven and earth into two. Even the imitation sword in Wu Shuangjiang's hand was split apart. That sword light flashed by Wu Shuangjiang's side. His robes fluttered, and there were actually slight sounds of silk being torn apart. Wu Shuangjiang shook his wrist, and the Tai-Bai imitation sword in his hand was restored. It was Ning Yao's sword. She swept her sword from extremely far away and sliced apart the small heaven and earth. Ning Yao's second sword was a sword light from extremely far away. Within the constellation heaven and earth, it was a breathtaking sword chi galaxy. Wu Shuangjiang had expected this and barely dodged that extremely sharp sword light. However, the man and woman with swords on their backs were already blown apart by the sword light. Wu Shuangjiang changed his mind and temporarily kept the remnant aura of the two sword attendant puppets, Ning Yao and Chun Pingan, into his sleeves. He personally controlled the four imitation swords. Glancing at the Tai-Bai imitation sword, Wu Shuangjiang shook his head. He was still unable to condense that pure sword intent. In fact, Jiang Shangzhen had previously informed the mountain chieftain's wife that it was best not to use her sword, in case that fellow stole her sword intent. Ning Yao only replied with one sentence, "Don't worry," taking advantage of the moment when Wu Shuangjiang's constellation heaven and earth was about to collapse. Jiang Shangzhen appeared and patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Take care." Having a wife was, of course, a good thing. However, with such a wife, Qin Pingan could forget about drinking with her for the rest of his life. At the same time, Jiang Shangzhen said telepathically, "How is it? How far are you from the moon and well?" Qin Pingan grinned. "There's still some distance." This fight could not be fought for nothing. Other than doing proper business, Qin Pingan, Cui Dongshan, and Jiang Shangzhen followed the routine. In fact, he was also using Wu Shuang's small world as a whetstone similar to the dragon-slaying platform to carefully sharpen the blade of the moon in the well. Jiang Shangzhen wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan laughed. "How can there be no price to pay if you want to kill a 14th realm cultivator?" Two sword gleams flashed. Jiang Shangzhen and Qin Pingan disappeared from where they were at the same time. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingan discovered that he was followed by a talisman in the form of a jade drawing axe. The two imitation swords, Tai-Bai and Wanfa, followed him like shadows. They should have been transformed from the giant axe of that Gui Ren from before. This talisman's killing power was average. However, its biggest problem was that it was haunting. Qin Pingan telepathically said to Jiang Shangzhen, "Do what you need to do." Don't worry about me. I'll test these two immortal swords. This was a rare opportunity. He could also temper his martial body at the same time. Whatever he could do to make up for it was better. Even if the three of them worked together to set up a trap, they had already considered the severity of the consequences on Luapa Mountain. The price they had to pay could be that Chen Pingon lost a certain intrinsic flying sword, or the caged sparrow, or the moon and well. It could be that one of Jiang Shangzhen's willow leaves caused the quality of his flying sword to drop. It could be that Cui Dongshan lost the skin of an immortal realm cultivator. Or even more. For example, Chun Pingon's martial limit could cause a drop in cultivation level. Or perhaps someone had to pay an even greater price. On Luapa Mountain, Chen Pingon finally set a rule. No matter who was saved by the other two, that person had to be aware that even if the three of them worked together, they were destined to be unable to change the greatest outcome. Then that person would have to exchange their life with a mortal enemy like Pei Min to ensure that the other two's great Tao cultivation would not be completely severed. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen had no objections to this at the time. Wu Shuangjiang had one hand behind his back. 2 fingers on one hand seemed to be plucking the strings of a zither. A stringless sound resounded between heaven and earth. Behind him was a celestial avatar. It was like a Yin spirit had left its body and traveled far away. It held the 2 imitation swords of the Taoist scripture and heavenly innocence. Chun Pingon, who had just dodged the 2 sword flashes of Grand White and Myriad Arts, was struck by a bolt of lightning without warning. In the next moment, Chun Pingon gripped the tips of the 2 imitation swords with both hands and slid back thousands of feet. Sword flashes bloomed, and his hands were mangled. Sword chi surged, and his entire face was lacerated with fine sword scars. He had no choice but to squint, not daring to look directly at the sword flashes. Chun Pingon's retreating momentum did not slow down at all. The sword tip slowly stabbed out of his palm. Wu Shuangjiang rose again and plucked the stringless and formless zither. This kid really knows how to hide. With this martial physique, why would he need to show off his unpolished jade avatar? While gripping the tips of the 2 imitation swords tightly, he could only let the heavenly thunder strike his body caused by the stringless sound. Wu Shuangjiang bent 2 fingers and plucked a string. He gently loosened his fingers. Chun Pingon felt like he was swept in the abdomen by a rod. His whole body had no choice but to bend. His hands slid forward, and the tips of the 2 imitation swords were already in front of his eyes. After all, a 14th level avatar of oneness of heaven and men was not holding a real celestial sword. Compared to the ascendant realm sword cultivator Ning Yao's Q sword, he was already at a disadvantage. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Bloom." The celestial avatar behind him instantly changed into thousands of illusions. They hovered in various places, each holding a pair of swords. A Q-sword battle. The sword aura was like a waterfall, surging and pouring towards Ning Yao, who was alone with one sword. Wu Shuangjiang made a gesture with one hand. In fact, he was constantly calculating in his mind. Suddenly, Wu Shuangjiang accidentally broke a string. Wu Shuangjiang raised his hand, and a drop of blood seeped out of his finger. Wu Shuangjiang's expression became serious. However, his heartstrings were greatly shaken. Even with Wu Shuangjiang's divination skills, he still could not find any traces. The young man in white, who had been watching from the sidelines, was squatting in an attic. He did not really fight with Wu Shuangjiang, but he was in a worse state than Chen Pingon and Jiang Shangzhen. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and cursing. In front of him stood a porcelain figure named Wu Shuangjiang. Cui Dongshan had carefully set up a formation around the figure, creating a formation with excellent feng shui that could not be better. Cui Dongshan had created a formation with excellent feng shui, which could not be better. The art of the dragon, the orientation of the three mountains, the water of the coming and going back to the hall, the heavenly stars, and earthly trigram. The 48 divisions of Shun and Aishan, the Buddhism's 6 realms, the Taoist grand ritual of the universe, and the 244 divisions of the 5 elements, just a constellation map, mountain searching formation, and Wu Shuangjiang's heaven, earth, and man triad formation? What a joke. You, Wu Shuangjiang, are underestimating your own 14th level. You are also underestimating the brains of Master Cui, my teacher, and Chief Shou. Previously, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangjin still needed magic treasures to fall like rain outside the caged sparrow and willow shade. What were they trying to achieve? Superimposing the 5 elements formation on top of the triad formation, and then superimposing the 7 stars formation on top of the 5 elements formation. The triad formation that was relatively easy to detect was both a smokescreen and not a smokescreen. Metal of the 5 elements, Chun Pingan's caged sparrow; water, Cui Dongshan's ancient shoe's great swamp; wood, Jiang Shangjin's willow shade; fire, Cui Dongshan personally set up a large group of volcanoes. The formation was called Lao Juan's pill refining furnace. Earth, moon in the well, and Jiang Shangjin's willow leaf were used as concealment techniques for the 5 great mountains' true form map. The triad formation, 5 elements, and 7 stars overlapped. In addition to the 2 concealment formations that assisted Bai's double concealment, it was a complete 7 appearances double concealment outside of the 7 stars. Death of the Big Dipper. The crux of this was the porcelain figure that Cui Dongshan had risked his life to create, Wu Shuangjiang. Cui Dongshan did not care about the bloodstains on his face. His 5 fingers were like hooks as he pressed down on the head of the porcelain figure, Wu Shuangjiang. Break it to pieces. Cui Dongshan pressed down on the head tightly, bit by bit. Signs of the great Tao collapsing appeared. Cui Dongshan's ancient shoe flood dragon immortal shedskin actually started to crack. When the porcelain figure suddenly broke apart, Cui Dongshan flew out and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. At the same time, the many small worlds overlapped and merged into one. The 4 immortal swords and the celestial figure were all forced to return to Wu Shuangjiang's side. This was the true grinding ant of the great Tao, crushing a realm 14. All the small worlds, including Wu Shuangjiang, were as small as a mustard seed. Chun Pingan was wearing a bright red Taoist robe. He had the physique of a realm 10 martial artist that carried the true names of countless great demons. His body was completely bent. When he no longer intentionally straightened his spine, he finally fully revealed his realm 10 chi flourishing realm, for the first time after returning home from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He extended his hand to hold his sword and roamed the night. Let me go first. He used the sword that split open the Sway Mountain when he was young and added the god's drumming stance. He would deliver as many swords as he could. He turned into a rainbow and left. The elegance of a sword immortal. Jiang Shangjin and Ning Yao stood on opposite sides. An immortal realm sword cultivator in a long green robe and cloth shoes had a complete willow leaf hovering in front of him, like a whale swallowing. He completely absorbed Jiang Shangjin's spiritual qi. He did not hesitate to drain the pond to catch fish. He did not hesitate to let his intrinsic flying sword drop in realm and even break it. Ning Yao held her sword in the air. She extended a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. She gently wiped it. The immortal sword in her hand was innocent. It was only at this moment that she truly reached the peak of the sword realm. Chun Pingan's 21 swords combined into one. He slashed the realm 14 Wu Shuangjiang's true body and celestial figure. Jiang Shangjin's flying sword chopped off the Yin god's head. Ning Yao's sword destroyed Wu Shuangjiang's soul. (780) Wu Shuangjiang raised the quaint teacup in his hand and took a sip of tea. He looked at Chen Pingan and said with a smile, "Master Hidden Official, please name your price." "Let's hear it first. Don't worry that I'll think that you're asking for too much. My Dao partner and I are like two lives. No matter how high the price, it won't be excessive." Cui Dongshan sneered. "Buying and selling by force is not the style of an expert, is it?" Wu Shuangjiang nodded. "There is such a suspicion. But it involves my life, so I cannot be particular about the bearing of an immortal." Jiang Shengzhen sighed. "How frank. Old Immortal Wu is a 14th level great cultivator after all. His words are consistent with his actions." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. "I have already been killed by you guys once. It is not a big problem to take a few more strange words." Jiang Shengzhen was so angry that he wanted to stand up and reason with Cui Dongshan, but Cui Dongshan pressed down on his shoulders and pushed him back. He complained, well, we can't beat him. Save your strength. If we can't reach an agreement later, the important task of kowtowing to old Immortal Wu and begging for mercy will be handed over to you, the chief consecrator." After Chen Pingan sat down, he took out a porcelain bottle and applied the secret ointment of the Yang medicine shop to his hands. He wrapped them skillfully and took out a few talismans. Finally, he covered his sleeves with his hands and said, "Senior, please look through the ancient records. After listening, I will make a decision." Wu Shuangjiang looked at the calm young man and asked with a smile, "How did you make that last move?" If it had been Ning Yao who had struck out with that sword, Wu Shuangjiang wouldn't have found it strange. But a sword cultivator at the unpolished Jade Realm, holding a sword that was only half an immortal sword, was actually able to directly cut apart his true body and celestial avatar? Chen Pingan said, "It is not a superior sword move. I just jumped forward and slashed with my sword. But the method of operation is from the Great Wall of Sword Chi's 18 stops Sword Chi. I also added some fist techniques to it. It is called the deity drum beating style." In front of Wu Shuangjiang, who would learn whatever he wanted, there was no point in deliberately hiding anything. Since that was the case, he might as well be frank. Wu Shuangjiang nodded with a smile. He raised his hand and put two fingers together. With a gentle swipe, 18 mustard seed sword chi appeared on the table. They were not straight lines, but hovered in the air, perfectly fitting the 18 chi residences of the small worlds of the human body. They connected with each other and formed a line. The sword light bloomed slightly. The table was like the earth, and the sword chi was like the stars. It was as if Wu Shuangjiang had created a pocket-sized galaxy out of thin air. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly clenched his other hand into a fist and slowly pushed it out. He shook his head as if he was not satisfied. He changed the trajectory of his fist several times and finally threw out a punch. Wu Shuangjiang twisted his wrist and put the picture scroll that was both a sword and fist technique into his sleeve. He did not hide his admiration at all and nodded with a smile. "It is a good punch. Unfortunately, I am not a pure martial artist. I cannot learn it completely. I am missing a fundamental divine decree." Wu Shuangjiang thought for a moment and pulled out a green talisman from his sleeve. He pushed it lightly and it floated toward Chen Pingan. "Take it as a small compensation for your removal." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I do not deserve it. Senior, you have stolen the sword and fist techniques with your own ability. I will accept it." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. "This is a Tai Ching light body talisman, also known as the Lifting Sun Talisman. It is also called the Corpse Dissolving Talisman by Taoist Qing Ming. It is my proudest work, born from the Taishan Clear Life Talisman personally made by the Taoist ancestor. Compared to the Moon Palace Jade Axe Talisman, it is worthy of being called a great talisman. Chun Pingan was indifferent when he heard this, and he still declined. If this lifting body talisman was the final deal today, Chun Pingan would accept it without hesitation, even if Wu Shuangjiang gave him a whole stack of talismans, let alone one. However, Wu Shuangjiang's temperament was hard to fathom. Tian Xiao wouldn't fall out with him on a whim. If Wu Shuangjiang tampered with a talisman and then generously accepted it, what else could it be but courting death? Seeing that the young hidden official didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, Wu Shuangjiang wasn't angry, but he also didn't take back the green seal root material talisman. It gently floated down on the table in front of Chun Pingan. Cui Dongshan stood behind Jiang Shangzhen and stood on tiptoe. He stared hard at the precious talisman on the table. The art of talisman drawing could be stolen, but talisman paper could not be replaced. This was because the material of the talisman paper was extremely good and expensive. Not only was it priceless, it was mainly because there was no market for it. In the green underworld, it was used by the immortals of the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Baek Okekyung building to invite the gods to descend. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head to look at the Jade Gui sect's old sect leader with snow-white hair. He laughed heartily and said, "You and I can be considered kindred spirits." The woman that both sides admired was not some exceptional beauty among the women on the mountain. For cultivators like them, what kind of beauty could they not have? Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand and cupped his fist. He shook it lightly and said with a mischievous smile, "You flatter me." The seating arrangement of the 5 people in the room was also very interesting. Wu Shuangjiang's back was facing the door. The wine table was facing the door. Among Chun Pingan's group, after Wu Shuangjiang entered the room and took a seat first, Chun Pingan sat on the bench to Wu Shuangjiang's left, although his realm was the lowest, and he was also heavily injured. Second only to Cui Dongshan, whose body had collapsed, he still sat on the bench to Wu Shuangjiang's left. Therefore, his position was closest to Wu Shuangjiang. Ning Yao, like a protector, chose to sit beside Chun Pingan. Jiang Shangzhen rushed to sit on Wu Shuangjiang's right. In this way, the seat opposite Wu Shuangjiang was given to the most heavily injured white-clothed youth, who was the furthest away from Wu Shuangjiang. However, Cui Dongshan did not sit. Instead, he stood behind Jiang Shangzhen. Except for Wu Shuangjiang, this outsider, the 4 people at the table in the room were actually all thinking for the others. The atmosphere in Luapa Mountain was good. Between a pair of young, immortal Taoist companions, between a teacher and a student, between a sect leader and a consecrator, without exception, life and death could be entrusted to them. It was only natural for them to be by the side of these people. This was also why when Wu Shuangjiang appeared, he did not hide his killing intent at all. He did not have the slightest intention to sit down and discuss. It was to verify one thing. How much importance did Chun Pingan place on a business deal and a promise? How much was Chun Pingan willing to pay to fulfill the promise? What is the rarest thing on a wine table? Wu Shuangjiang asked, and answered his own question. A table of wine guests. Nothing is an eyesore. Chun Pingan was just about to speak when Wu Shuangjiang raised his chin towards the door. You can leave first. Let your disciple and that little water monster feel at ease. Then we can talk about business. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to truly feel at ease. Chun Pingan nodded. He went to Ning Yao's room and told Pei Qian that everything was fine. However, he did not want Pei Qian to be in a hurry to wake up little Millet, who was sleeping soundly. Realizing that Pei Qian was still worried, Chun Pingan bent his fingers and tapped them on the chestnut. Pei Qian smiled and sat back down. He rubbed little Millet's head. Chun Pingan's footsteps were slow. He walked in the corridor. The white-haired boy with the real name Tianran was nowhere to be found. He must have been hidden by Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang smiled. He was very clear about this. He turned to Jiang Shangjin and said, "No wonder you were willing to spend so much. Your gambling skills and luck are so good that there is no end to them." Jiang Shangjin was holding a bottle of moonlight wine brewed in his family's cloud cave blessed land. He raised his head and drank. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled. Old Immortal Wu's realm is high. Whatever he says is right. When Chun Pingan returned to his seat, Wu Shuangjiang knocked the teacup in his hand on the table. The 3 words at the bottom of the teacup turned into golden light and spread out on the table. In an instant, Chun Pingan and the rest were on the top floor of a stork tower. There were only 4 pillars supporting the roof of the caisson. There were no windows or doors to obstruct their vision. In front of Chun Pingan, the green talisman was still hovering. Jiang Shangjin was leaning against the railing. He held the wine bottle with 2 fingers and shook it gently. The moonlight and the smell of wine were released together and dissipated into the air. Cui Dongshan leaped over and stood on the railing. His 2 snow-white sleeves were blown by the wind and fluttered slowly. Wu Shuangjiang slowly walked to the other side of the white jade railing. Under the eaves, there was a string of horses. When the wind blew, they jingled and swayed with golden light. If one listened carefully, it was actually the singing of a woman. Wu Shuangjiang kept the teacup and put his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and pointed at a mountain. There were pavilions, towers, palaces, and temples. They were built in rows along the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the peak of the mountain, there are a total of 108 mansions. When I reached the Immortals' Cave realm, I had an idea. If I were to be the palace master of the Lunar Palace in the future, there would be 108 direct disciples of the Hall of Patriarchs. The direct disciples would be recruited and transferred, and each of them would occupy one of the mansions. Their realms would not be low, and their Tao skills were not ordinary. It's a pity that it hasn't been done yet. Mansions are easy to build, but people are hard to find. Money is easy to earn, but people's hearts are like flowing water. Many sect cultivators with excellent aptitudes couldn't control their thoughts and complained about this and that. It's either the mansions are too small or their positions are too low. Therefore, they all became passers-by. Wu Shuangjiang laughed. The Lunar Palace was said to be a den for young people, so I kindly accepted it. I can use it to remind the cultivators of the Lunar Palace that young people's spirit is the most precious. Don't be worn down by the ways of the world. He had been too diligent in his cultivation and did not dare to slack off at all. Therefore, he often owed reading debts. Occasionally, when there was nothing to do on the mountain, he would burn incense and read Yushi poems. Every time before Wu Shuangjiang went down the mountain to kill someone, he would read Su Zci to liven things up. Chun Pingan suddenly asked, "What is the real name of the shopkeeper of the crane inn on the inverted mountain?" Wu Shuangjiang said, "I won't mention his real name. Otherwise, Little White will be unhappy. As for the golden jade certificate of my Lunar Palace master, his name is by Luo. The word Luo as in rise and fall." Chun Pingan's heart was shaken. He lowered his voice and asked a seemingly redundant question. The word rise and fall as in rise and fall? Wu Shuangjiang smiled and nodded. Little White is actually also on the night boat. However, he is not in the city. He has been wandering around the Arch City. He is most likely looking for trouble with the long-faced man. Therefore, it was a very wise choice for you to reject Little White's suggestion. Otherwise, the Ascension City and the Fifth World would have gone to war. For the sword cultivators of the Ascension City, it might not be a bad thing. They might even be able to fight against the forces of the 3 sects with the power of a single city within 100 years. It's just that in this way, the long-term plans of the Summer Palace that have been steadily a great undertaking that has helped the Ascension City stand tall, I'm afraid that it will fall short of success." Chun Pingan was speechless. He could not help but take out a pot of wine in front of Ning Yao. He drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. At that time, when he rejected the innkeeper's business, Chun Pingan did not think too much about it. He simply did not want the Ascension City to cause any trouble. Risks were opportunities, and opportunities were also risks. This logic could not be any simpler. Chun Pingan did not trust a young innkeeper who had been hiding in the inverted hanging mountain for hundreds of years. He was also the guardian of the palace. He did not know anything about him. Ning Yao had some guesses, but she was not sure. She looked at Chun Pingan and asked. Chun Pingan nodded and said helplessly, "It's that person." He casually flipped through his memory. The past was still vivid in his mind. There was a small inn at the end of a small alley in the inverted hanging mountain. Chun Pingan clearly remembered that every time he went there, he saw the young man standing behind the counter. He seemed to be lazy, and every time the young innkeeper talked to Chun Pingan, he would be full of smiles. He was very amiable. Wu Shuangjiang hit the nail on the head. Actually, Little White liked you very much back then, so she helped you cover up your martial arts chi. The two of them overlapped, and that's why you scared the Oriole back at Huangliang Blessed Land. Don't worry, there was no scheme behind this. It was just that Xiao Bai felt that he could not find the person he was looking for, and could not earn much money. His life was too boring. Later on, when you became a hidden official, Xiao Bai was very pleased. He said that he had a good eye for people. Chun Pingan drank another mouthful of wine. Lady Gui let him stay in the Sparrow Storken back then? Did she notice it long ago? In the vast world, there was a martial temple in the ancestral court of the Central Plains Military School, and the 10 philosophers of the martial temple were worshipped. However, even the scholars of the later generations had many criticisms about this. There were objections about the person who was the assistant worshipper, and there were even more objections about at least half of the 10 philosophers of the martial temple. They felt that they should not have been chosen at all. As for the martial temple worshippers who were added later on, there were 72 famous generals. They were divided into 10 people in the main hall and 62 people on the two sides of the veranda to enjoy the incense together. Many people of the later generations did not agree with this, and they all had their own opinions. In particular, during this period, there was a case where the Confucian sages in the Confucian temple in the Central Plains kept suggesting that they should select those with flawless achievements. As a result, many famous generals who had many achievements but killed too many people were either demoted or removed from their positions as gods. This caused one of the 10 philosophers of the martial temple to be moved out of the main hall to one of the two veranda. Originally, this person was going to lose the right to be worshipped on the two veranda. In the end, it was rumored that 2 people in the Confucian temple made a scene and rejected this suggestion. They came to a compromise and moved out of the main hall. However, they stayed on the two veranda and were only ranked 4th. This still made the military cultivators of the later generations feel that it was unfair. They said that the so-called famous generals selected by the Confucian temple were too many strategists. They could only be considered as advisors, but they were nothing special. Among the 72 people, at least half of them were not even qualified to carry that person's boots. As for the remaining half were not even qualified to lead that person's horse. The remaining half were too ashamed to be ranked among the 10 philosophers of the martial temple with that person. What shopkeeper of the Sparrow Storken? What guardian of the year? What Xiao Bai of the Qingming world? What Bai Luo? It was Bai Qi. As for how this person went to the Qingming world and how he became Wu Shuangjiang's right-hand man, only God knew. Chun Pingan did not even want to ask. Wu Shuangjiang said, "Many people are trapped in their own cocoons. They have no choice." This was the conclusion of the previous battle. The mini-worlds stacked on top of each other. It was not only to kill Wu Shuangjiang, but also to allow Wu Shuangjiang to unleash his 14th tier cultivation base. He did not have to worry about his Dao fusing aura being sensed by the Confucian temple. Wu Shuangjiang continued, "All of you should be very clear that the reason I didn't choose to take you down with me in the end wasn't because I didn't have the strength to retaliate. Otherwise, apart from Ning Yao, the three of you would have succeeded in killing me, but the damage to your great Dao would have been far greater." Chun Pingon said, "Far greater than this?" Putting aside the fact that the tip of the grand white sword was almost detached from the body of the night swimming sword, it would take a lot of time to reforge it. Chun Pingon might even have to invest a mountain of gold and silver. Putting aside the fact that Chun Pingon was injured, the mountains and rivers in the many worlds were shaken. The number of times that Chun Pingon needed to use the ointment from the Yang clan's medicine shop after the battle could be counted with one's fingers. Putting these aside, Jiang Shangzhen's flying sword's rank had dropped. Cui Dongshan did not even have the skin of an immortal's remains. Although he looked calm, he was actually severely injured. If it was not for Cui Dongshan's mystical spells, an ordinary immortal qi cultivator would have been half dead. He might not even be able to maintain the upper 5 states. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Don't worry about these. I know what's important. If Cui Dongshan could not get rid of the shackles of the skin, how could he ascend to the ascendant state?" Wu Shuangjiang dared to assert that as half a tiger in white, he had been looking for a sword cultivator all these years. The sword cultivator must be at least at the ascendant state and must be trustworthy, with excellent swordsmanship. For example, Alliance, who had a close relationship with the sage of literature, the left and right of the same sect, only then could he rest assured and let the other party break the cage with his sword. As for the flying sword with a section of willow leaf, of course, the loss was great. However, as long as Jiang Shangzhen ascended to the ascendant state, the two problems would be solved easily. It was just that these things that he knew were more unpleasant to say out loud. Wu Shuangjiang did not feel that he needed to pay back the money when doing business with these young people. Moreover, the 4 of them worked together. One of them shaped porcelain figurines and shattered porcelain figurines, and the 3 of them worked together to kill 14 states. Such a magnificent feat. Even if Wu Shuangjiang was the one who was killed, he felt that it was very interesting. It would make Wu Shuangjiang look forward to the scene 100 years later. He just did not know that 100 or 1,000 years later, the young people would have ascended to the ascendant state. Then there would be 4 ascendants, and 3 of them would be sword cultivators. Would someone in the future mention this matter and say such a thing? There was once a person named Wu Shuangjiang in the New Year's Palace. He fought against Chun Pingon, Ning Yao, Jiang Shangzhen, and Cui Dongshan alone? How strong! Wu Shuangjiang laughed and took out a pot of wine as an exception. He drank a mouthful and began to talk about some old stories. After the New Year's Palace had me, it was very different. In less than 100 years, it rose quickly. You should know that when I was in the Jindan realm, I was already a sex accountant and the god of wealth. When I ascended to the nascent soul realm, I also took the position of the head of justice. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that the New Year's Palace was only a second-rate mountain at that time. However, you should have flipped through the secret records. A Jindan talisman cultivator killed a nascent soul sword cultivator in the process of catching and killing 2 jade realm cultivators when he was in the nascent soul realm. I'm not boasting, but not everyone can do it. I'm cautious by nature. Some accidents on the path of cultivation may seem dangerous, but in fact they are nothing. However, this does not mean that the people around me are the same. So, there was a woman who accidentally killed 2 qi cultivators when she went down the mountain to gain experience. Both of them were officials of the secular imperial court. In the process of killing, more than 10 innocent mortals were harmed. This debt was counted as her fault. This is actually not too much to ask. So, I had to go down the mountain and help her deal with all kinds of people. Originally, all aspects had been settled by me. I followed the clues and found the person behind the scenes. Ooh, that woman was Wu Shuangjiang's Dao companion on the mountain. In the New Year's palace, she was a woman with very ordinary cultivation aptitude and appearance. It was a trap set up by a cultivator on the mountain. Of course, it was targeted at Wu Shuangjiang. A woman with ordinary appearance and cultivation aptitude was not too good, was not worthy of the person behind the scenes to mobilize so many people. In the end, Wu Shuangjiang provoked the second sect master of the Baek Okekyung building. He was really invincible, you know. Even those who set up the trap behind the scenes felt that it was a great surprise. At that time, Wu Shuangjiang was only a nascent soul realm cultivator. In the end, the second sect master of the Baek Okekyung building, who had been in charge of the Baek Okekyung building for 100 years, gave Wu Shuangjiang a choice. Otherwise, he would hand over that woman. According to the law of Tao, his soul would scatter. Wu Shuangjiang, you only need to stand by and watch. You don't need to die. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly brought up an off-topic topic. Our third sect master had nothing to do, so he also set up a similar heart-questioning trap for his junior brother. However, in terms of the details of the Tao heart, his senior brother was never satisfied. Otherwise, that youth could have obtained an immortal fate at that time. He could have reached the heavens in a single step and entered the jade, unpolished realm. If he could not be sloppy in his state of mind and surpass you by a level, then do the same thing as you and seem to be looking for trouble and doing something superfluous, Lu Chen would be willing to look at him more highly. Chen Pingon said, "Is it that person whose Tao name is Shan Qing?" He was also one of the 10 young people under the heavens. Wu Shuangjiang smiled as he picked up the wine pot and pointed at the woman beside Chen Pingon. Ning Yao only said casually at this moment, "This person's actions are not very honest. I cut him a few times with my sword, and he hid in seclusion for a few years." Jiang Shangzhen, who had been listening attentively, immediately repeated the 2 words in a low voice. "Take care, take care." Wu Shuangjiang leaned against the railing and only took a sip before he stopped drinking. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. He smiled and said, "You have to know that before that incident, I was regarded as the Taoist cultivator who had the most Confucian sage aura in the world. I even had the hope of cultivating 1 or 2 natal characters because I firmly believe that everything in the world is clearly distinguished between right and wrong, black and white. Ooh, the mountains and rivers were still there, but people were already passers-by. That was why Wu Shuangjiang said that sentence earlier. Everyone had a calligraphy lake in their heart. Perhaps in Jiang Shangzhen's calligraphy lake, there would be a weak woman like Heng Wu who would linger around year after year without leaving. Perhaps the Hall of Ancestral Masters on the Divine Seal Peak, which used to be noisy, would become empty. There would be no more cursing, and no one would throw a chair. Perhaps in the calligraphy lake in Chui Dongshan's heart, there would be a poor teacher who had a belly full of knowledge but was still hungry. He would take the young man he met for the first time to walk through the shabby streets where chickens were chirping and dogs were barking. Perhaps in the old school, there would be a high-spirited young scholar who was teaching on behalf of his teacher a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, the few people who were listening to the lesson had gone far away and never looked back. Perhaps in the ancestral house of the Chow family in the Mud Bottle Alley, an old sword immortal from the South Saw continent who returned from a long journey looked back and seemed to see a woman with a broom in her hand. On that rainy day at home, the small courtyard where the 4 rivers converged into the hall was a calligraphy lake. Even an old sword immortal who had lived for thousands of years and had a heart of stone would have blurred vision when he looked back. He would murmur softly, "Mother, silly mother, a calligraphy lake might just be an inconspicuous rural mass grave. There was once a lively and cute little girl who was a ghost, but was most afraid of ghosts. After she completely left the human world, she could make a swordsman who revisited the old place not so sad that he would be heartbroken. He just sat alone for a night and dared not to drink. Perhaps it was a lonely accountant who washed his face by the lake with water. Perhaps it was a young man who said that he was too young at a wine table on a long journey. Perhaps it was a woman who traveled with the city and was like the moon in the sky. Her face was full of tears, looking at her lover who had lost his face and body on the city wall. She seemed to still have a smile on her face and waved goodbye to her. She wanted the woman who had a higher realm and better swordsmanship not to worry and not to feel guilty. The first floor was silent. Everyone had their own thoughts. The two sides who were confronting each other seemed to have changed from a life and death battle to a jovial conversation. They even had the hope of making a deal and forming an alliance. However, in fact, they were still at daggers drawn, and the undercurrent was surging. Both sides would continue to fight to the death at any time. There was no need for any disagreements or angry glares to kill each other. Wu Shuangjiang collected some of his thoughts and pointed at the green talisman. He said to Qin Pingan, "My 14th realm Dao fusing avatar, as long as my Dao partner and I are not killed at the same time, neither of us will die. As for how much Dao was damaged and how to recover my realm, it is too involved with the foundation of Dao. I won't tell you clearly. As for today's battle, I will compensate all of you for your losses. For example, this corpse-dissolving talisman can not only turn an earth immortal, who has no hope of reaching the 5 realms, into a ghost immortal, but also enter the jade, unpolished realm. In the future, you can shape your golden body and become the spirit of mountains and rivers. You can change your path and continue to ascend. Moreover, the value of this talisman lies in the material of the talisman paper. This is the compensation for your body's injury." Chun Pingan waved his hand and put the talisman into his sleeve. Wu Shuangjiang continued, "The reason why Jiang Shangzhen and Mr. Cui can suddenly appear is because you used the 3 mountains talisman. There is no problem with the talisman drawing technique. Unfortunately, the material of the talisman is too poor and can't carry too much Dao meaning. Therefore, the benefits of the 3 mountains travel to the distant lands are too small for the 3 of you." Wu Shuangjiang took out 4 falling truth green talismans that were rare even in the Beko Keikyang building. He waved his sleeve gently and threw them to Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan. In the vast world, all the sects under the Beko Keikyang building, such as the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent and the Taiping Mountain of the Tongya continent, would burn this talisman every time someone ascended to the Heavenly Lord realm and invited the 3 sect masters that they respected. The value of this talisman was obvious. Wu Shuangjiang glanced at Chun Pingan's face and smiled. "That's all." Chun Pingan chuckled. "Who are you kidding? There were not many 14th level cultivators who were so stingy. I really only have these 5 talismans on me. However, there are still 3 in the sect master hall. Why don't you come with me to get them?" Wu Shuangjiang smiled and saw through Chun Pingan's thoughts. He joked, "Anyway, you and Dao's son are friends despite the difference in age. Perhaps the 3rd sect master of the Bek Okeikyung building will see you and want to catch up with you. In the early years when you traveled to the Xuandu temple, he nagged you a lot. With these 2 friends, not to mention my old palace, where can I roam around the world?" Chun Pingan asked, "Is Dao's son doing well?" Wu Shuangjiang nodded and said, "He's very lively." Wu Shuangjiang seemed to have thought of something. He shook his sleeves, and 2 more treasures appeared in an instant: a scabbard and the green bamboo cane, which was called Qi travel inscription, were thrown to Jiang Shangjin and Cui Dongshan again. The scabbard was refined from the dragon beheading platform. The scabbard is also a talisman array. I have removed all 36 layers of restrictions. It can be used to nourish the willow leaf and improve the quality of the flying sword. If it can't be done, I will congratulate Sect Master Jiang in advance to the Ascendant Realm. I will give this Qi travel mountain cane to Mr. Cui as a meeting gift. Mr. Cui can figure out its various magical uses by himself. Cui Dongshan took the green bamboo cane, and Jiang Shangjin held the scabbard. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. If they had killed Wu Shuangjiang earlier, wouldn't the two of them have become rich? From then on, they would be so extravagant that they would be out of control. Wu Shuangjiang said to Ning Yao again, "After returning to my hometown, I will issue a decree to the inner disciples of the fifth world to let them serve the Ascendant City once, regardless of life and death." After all, it was the youth cave. Such an ally was one of a kind in the world. Ning Yao expressed her gratitude. Wu Shuangjiang said, "Tianran was your guest at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. She met 3 people in succession. The first one was the person who did business with me. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to take Tianran away. Even if they did, it would be too obvious. Therefore, when Tianran met him at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he even said that he wanted to spar with her. Of course, she was scared half to death. She has always been timid." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "He is Daoist Sun's junior brother. The wood house of the 5 elements and the statue of the middle-aged Daoist were carved from an ancestral peach tree of the Dexian Du Temple. As for Chun Pingan's 5 peaks, they were made from the green bricks of the Dexian Du Temple. The Dao intent contained within was also the foundation of the Dexian Du Temple's sword immortal lineage. This middle-aged Daoist, who looked like a tourist from afar, was the junior brother of the Dexian Du Temple's master, Sun Huaizhong. He was also the master of the unique man of all ages, Song Mao Lu. It seems that she also met a lethargic person. He wore straw sandals and carried a firewood knife. He had been walking around. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly conjured a horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk drew a circle and then made a fist with one hand. He smiled and said, "Scripture seeking is just an empty straw sandal. I don't know what you are looking for." Chun Pingan was slightly surprised, but still said straightforwardly, "Isn't it just looking for a place to settle down? Besides, straw sandals are everywhere." Wu Shuangjiang passed the horsetail whisk to Chun Pingan and smiled. "In my hometown, I used to visit the supreme residence with Lu Qin. However, I only know a little about Buddhism. I hope that you will learn Zen wholeheartedly in the future. Don't run away from Zen." After Chun Pingan received the horsetail whisk, his shoulder tilted, and he almost couldn't catch the fluttering horsetail whisk in Wu Shuangjiang's hand. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly asked, "Buddha's 10 great disciples each have their own number 1. May I ask why Venerable Luo Holuo, who is the number 1 in secret travel, is number 1? Chun Pingan didn't deliberately beat around the bush and answered honestly, "When I first saw this Buddhist case in the book, I didn't know why the monk answered, 'I don't know.' After asking a monk on the cliff, I found out the answer. Since it was a secret travel, how could an outsider answer this question? Of course they didn't know. The theory in the book was explained, and it seemed very simple. It's a pity that everyone has their own problems, and it's too difficult to know one that you don't know." Wu Shuangjiang continued to ask, "How is the seamless pagoda? How is the person in the pagoda? How is it beating the vines to go? How is it only going to the west? How is it seizing the realm? How is it seizing the person? Why is it that when the old monk roars, only the monks are shocked, and they are the so-called handsome sons? Why are they singing horses? Why do they have to speak in a low voice? Why do they have to cover their mouths? Why do they have to clench their fists and raise their fingers? How is it different at the same time? How is it their original appearance? Why is there a chaos-stabilizing sword when the staff is raised, but no white swamp diagram when the staff is lowered? Moreover, how is it possible for a living person to use a sword and a living person's knife? Why is the first sentence of Breaking the Demands, officials do not tolerate needles, carriage and horse have illicit relations? What is the 3 mysteries and 3 demands? How do they break the tongues of all the monks in the world? How is it a matter of the upper class? Chun Pingan sighed and answered honestly, it's all recorded in the book. If I just memorize and copy, I can give more than 300 answers to these questions. On the long journey, he read nonstop. Just the question of how is the patriarch's purpose in coming to the West was memorized by Chun Pingan. He gathered and organized more than 100 answers. For example, if there were 100 illusions, someone might know 90 of them, but wouldn't dare to say that they knew. But some people only knew 2 or 3, and already felt that they knew everything. Wu Shuangjiang finally asked with a smile, then how is it down and out? How is it down and out? You're in your own mountain. You should know this, right? Chun Pingan hesitated and answered, first we walk barefoot. At the same time, we sew straw sandals and wear them ourselves. We're also willing to give them to passers-by. If others don't want to accept them, we won't force them. After all, if we really want to argue, everyone has already worn their own shoes. Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and seemed very dissatisfied. First, there's no meaning to it at all. I was worried that you would run away from Zen. Ning Yao rested her chin on the railing with one hand. She just quietly looked at Chun Pingan. He didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage in this question and answer with Wu Shuangjiang. How old was this Wu Shuangjiang now? How could Chun Pingan compare? Chui Dongshan sat on the railing. This youth grotto was surrounded by great rivers and mountains. The scenery was magnificent. It made people sigh endlessly. Time flies like an arrow. The sun and the moon move like a passing youth. Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing and nodded. Moreover, the youth's hair turns white without noticing. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and asked, I'm only curious about one thing. Why are you so close to Buddhism? Chun Pingan said, in a small town in my hometown, there are 4 signboards. When I was young, I heard the content and felt that there was only one principle. Don't ask for help from outsiders. I could understand it and barely do it. Even if I did it, it was still useful. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and operated his supernatural powers. In the next moment, only he and Chun Pingan left the Stork Tower and came to the outside of the ancestral hall of the Sui Chu Palace at the peak of the mountain. This was the first time Wu Shuangjiang revealed a serious expression. He took out a talisman and said seriously, if by any chance, even you can't protect Tianran in the vast world, if 2 people are killed at the same time, then use this talisman on her. Chun Pingan nodded. I agree. Wu Shuangjiang was puzzled. Why don't you ask me why I'm not worried that you'll use this talisman on others? It was the Taishan Clear Life Talisman made by the Taoist ancestor. Chun Pingan said, there are some things that only I can do. Others can't do it. Senior, you can rest assured. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and nodded, letting Chun Pingan keep the talisman. Since you're willing to take on such a huge burden, it seems like your resentment towards the immortals of the Baek Okekyang building isn't small either, Chun Pingan said. In the Baek Okekyang building, there are actually seniors that I admire very much. Wu Shuangjiang placed his hands behind his back and looked at the clouds and wind outside the mountain. Then he pointed to a huge rock in the middle of the river, near the Stork Tower. That's the Dragon Rest Rock over there. As long as you're a guest of the vast world and have the ability to return home, You can move it. Chun Pingon looked at the dragon rest rock and glanced at the stork tower from the corner of his eye. Wu Shuangjiang clicked his tongue in wonder. Lu Chen was right. He's just like me. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly said, Little Bai is at the Pavilion of Eternal Peace. He's having a good chat with the city lord of Hanging Arch City. Then he agreed to beat up a person called Gao Shi. It seems like he's going to treat someone called Liang Zhouhan to a drink. I don't know much about the history of the vast world. What's the background of these two people? Chun Pingon thought for a while and said, In the vast world, the various dynasties can choose the candidates for the martial temple at their discretion. Other than flattering the monarch, Gao Shi also followed the Confucian temple. He and few colleagues decided on the candidates for the martial temple. In the end, only those with flawless achievements were chosen. Liang Zhouhan felt that this was inappropriate. He felt that there was no perfect sage in the world. He felt that it was too harsh on the ancients. This was definitely a forgiving speech. It's a pity that it wasn't accepted by the emperor at the time. Wu Shuangjiang nodded and said, Who doesn't have the slightest flaw but the hero? It's indeed a forgiving speech from a scholar. Chun Pingon was a little helpless. Since the senior already knew, why did he still ask? Wu Shuangjiang glanced at the long sword on Chun Pingon's back and said, If you dare to rest assured, I will help you refine it. Before I leave the vast world, I will unlock the natural restrictions. At that time, her combat strength will not be comparable to that of an ordinary Ascendant Realm cultivator. In the future, if you encounter some accidents on your path of cultivation, you can temporarily lend the long sword to her. In the battle between the cultivators on the top of the mountain, there were only two things that really competed: the highest lethality of the magic art or the flying sword, and the level of the ability to escape. This was also the reason why Wu Shuangjiang wanted to refine 4 imitation swords. Moreover, Wu Shuangjiang still had a few trump cards. Chun Pingon cupped his fists and thanked him. He was very sincere in calling him senior. Wu Shuangjiang asked, What's the name of the long sword on your back? Chun Pingon said, Knight Tur. Wu Shuangjiang nodded and said, Good name. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuangjiang asked with a smile, Then we'll go back. Chun Pingon had no objection. The small world dissipated, and everyone returned to the inn together. Chun Pingon nodded to the 3 of them, indicating that everything was fine. Jiang Shangjin asked, We can't just let that woman from Xinjiang Mountain slip away after watching her for a long time, right? Cui Dongshan said with a smile. Then let's go back quickly. Chun Pingon said, Thank you for your hard work. As a result, a chief consecrator thumped his chest and a proud student stamped his feet. Both of them were sad. Then the 2 of them laughed and clapped their hands, cheering for the tacit understanding between them. The 2 of them were about to take out a mountain talisman and return to a secluded mountain around Xinjiang Mountain. Chun Pingon coughed as a reminder. Cui Dongshan immediately understood and looked at old Immortal Wu pitifully. Jiang Shangjin's talisman drawing technique was very bad, even worse than the mountain master. As for Cui Dongshan and Chun Pingon, they did not have much energy to draw the 3 mountains talisman. Wu Shuangjiang said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble you to draw the 3 mountains in your heart first, Mr. Cui. Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. The white-clothed youth did not move. Wu Shuangjiang just smiled and did not say anything. He took out his teacup again and began to drink tea leisurely. The 3 of you are not in a hurry, so why should I, an outsider, be in a hurry? Chun Pingon was as still as a mountain. Where's the brush? Where's the cinnabar? Where's the talisman paper? It was as if the whole house was full of paupers with nothing. Cui Dongshan covered his chest and coughed incessantly. Jiang Shangjin held his snow-white sideburns with one hand. The older, the wiser. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked Ning Yao if she wanted to drink. Ning Yao said yes, pick a pot. She didn't want the osmanthus wine anymore. Chun Pingon said no problem. It's just that there are a lot of different types of wine. Don't worry, Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, a pirate ship, what a pirate's lair. After saying that, Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and put down his teacup helplessly. He took out a pen and a talisman. It turned out to be another F** King green talisman. Chun Pingon's eyes widened. Good fellow, as expected of a senior who got along well with Dawa's son. Chun Pingon stood up at lightning speed. He first pressed the green talisman with his palm, then took out an ordinary talisman and hurriedly threw it to Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan took the precious talisman from the teacher, then stood up and bowed with his head down. He stretched out his hands and respectfully took the immortal pen with the inscription Flower Blossom from Old Immortal Wu. On the yellow talisman, Cui Dongshan drew the shape of the three mountains, then shook the flower blossom brush in his hand with all his might. It was as if the brush under the mountains was not dipped in enough ink and could not even wither. Jiang Shangzhen grumbled to Brother Cui and hurriedly gave Old Immortal Wu a precious writing brush from his own collection. Suddenly, the three of them were stunned on the spot. Cui Dongshan looked at the brush in his hand, then looked up at the teacher. Chun Pingon looked at Cui Dongshan, then looked down at the green talisman in his hand. Wu Shuangjiang, on the other hand, took the talisman of the three mountains that was made of yellow paper and held the writing brush that Jiang Shangzhen handed over to him. He smiled and said, Mr. Cui and Master Jiang, don't you need my help to draw talismans? Wu Shuangjiang raised his hand and beckoned. 2. Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan each obediently handed over a green talisman that had not yet warmed up. Wu Shuangjiang put the brush in his sleeve and beckoned again. Cui Dongshan could only hand over the flower blossom brush. He did not expect that after Wu Shuangjiang took the brush, he would put the two green talisman on the table into his sleeve and beckon to Chun Pingon. It was obvious that the talisman that Chun Pingon had put in his pocket had to be returned to Wu Shuangjiang. Chun Pingon said helplessly, Senior, isn't this going too far? Wu Shuangjiang said, whoever has a higher cultivation level says what they want. Who was the one who said it before? Jiang Shangzhen lowered his head and looked down. The three of them went for wool and came home shorn. They even lost a green talisman, or more accurately, two. Cui Dongshan braced himself and said, Sir, you should keep that one. Chief Zhou, and I still have one. Jiang Shangzhen slapped his forehead and ended up getting elbowed by Cui Dongshan. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and waved his hand. He took out two more green talisman and held the flower blossom brush. He concentrated and drew two more talismans in one go and gave them to Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan. Finally, he threw the flower blossom brush to the white-robed young man and said, I also wish Mr. Cui's wonderful brush blossoms and write a few more immortal poems. How to do business with others was one thing. Giving gifts when one was in a good mood was another. Chun Pingon was extremely moved. He had learned it. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen each took out their talismans and were about to leave the night boat and return to the Aquarius continent. Chun Pingon stood up and walked to their side. He held onto Cui Dongshan's head with one hand and suddenly hugged Jiang Shangzhen. He lightly punched Jiang Shangzhen's back. He did not have much to say to Cui Dongshan, Jiang Shangzhen, and Chun Pingon. Jiang Shangzhen had an awkward expression for the first time. He hesitated for a moment, then hugged Chun Pingon. In his entire life, he had never hugged a man. Even the eldest son, Jiang Hung, when he was still in swaddling clothes, he did not receive such treatment. As the father, he had never hugged him. Chun Pingon took 2 steps back and laughed. Everything is going smoothly. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly wanted to say something, but stopped. Chun Pingan had some suspicions. Jiang Shangzhen lowered his voice and said, I heard that there is a consonant city here. I have admired the city lord for a long time. If it is possible, I will have to trouble Mountain Lord to pass on a message for me. Anything will do. Mountain Lord's words are the most appropriate. Chun Pingan felt a headache coming on. Appropriate your master Jiang. His face became awkward, and he turned to look at Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, a straight person is not afraid of a crooked shadow, and you are feeling guilty about such things. On the Jianghu Road, how many 300 taels of silver are there? Chun Pingan retracted his gaze and smiled at Jiang Shangzhen, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Shangzhen probed, then, don't pass on the message? Wu Shuangjiang sat there leisurely drinking tea, and watching the show. He felt that this sect Master Jiang was a wonderful person, and they hit it off very well. Cui Dongshan quickly helped to change the topic. Teacher, if you are free and go to that Xingsei city, and meet an old teacher whose legs are crippled carrying a lantern to climb a ladder to write a list of people, and in the end, he was so scared that his hair turned white overnight. You must help me say a few words to him. His writing is really good, and he should not be banned from writing a list of people. Chun Pingan knew who Cui Dongshan was talking about, and he agreed without hesitation. Jiang Shangzhen twirled the talisman and smiled. Thank you, Mountain Lord, for passing on the message. I will go now. Cui Dongshan took out the green bamboo cane Xing Qiming and lightly propped it on the ground. He laughed. Teacher, take care. I will go now. The white-clothed youth and the blue-clothed scholar disappeared in a flash. Wu Shuangjiang turned to look out the window and smiled. It will be dawn soon. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head and stood up. Then I will not disturb your conversation. I still have to look after the counter. Chun Pingan asked, Senior, when will you leave the ferry and return to the Time Palace? Wu Shuangjiang smiled. Depends on my mood. Maybe even if I leave the night ferry, I will first make a trip to the wilderness. After Wu Shuangjiang left, Chun Pingan and Ning Yao went to Pei Qian's room. Xiaomi was still sleeping soundly. After his master and mistress sat down, Pei Qian gently shook Xiaomi's head, but she did not wake up. He reached out and covered the little girl's nose and mouth. Xiaomi frowned slightly and was still in a daze. She slapped Pei Qian's hand away. It seemed like she could still sleep for a while. Pei Qian could only say, Xiaomi, time to patrol the mountain. Xiaomi immediately jumped up and rubbed her eyes as she shouted, Okay, okay. Then she saw the good Mountain Lord, the Mountain Lord's wife, and Pei Qian with a mischievous smile. The black-clothed little girl covered her mouth with her hands and laughed loudly. Pei Qian did not lie. When she woke up, she saw everyone. Ning Yao said to the tired Chun Pingan, You sleep for a while. I will accompany Pei Qian and Xiaomi and chat for a while. Chun Pingan nodded and fell asleep on the table. As for whether Xiaomi would say something wrong, he did not care. After all, he was not afraid of a crooked shadow. At the entrance of the inn, Wu Shuangjiang, who still had the appearance of a young waiter, sat on a bench with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He shook his head and played the arrow. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and smile gently. When he glanced sideways, it seemed like there was a girl sitting beside him with a pipa in her arms. She sang with the sounds of the pipa and the arrow, hoping that all the lovers in the world would find their way together. Chun Pingan quickly rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to his senses. The sound of the arrow was too noisy. Ning Yao pulled Pei Qian and Xiaomi back to her room. Chun Pingan deliberately blocked the sound of the arrow. He took off his boots and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to breathe and immerse himself in the music. When Chun Pingan woke up, he realized that it was already dusk. Fortunately, there was no sound of the arrow. Chun Pingan put on his boots and walked to the main hall of the inn. He saw that Ning Yao and the other two were there. Wu Shuangjiang had opened a book and was no longer playing the arrow. He had started to be a storyteller. Ning Yao and the other two were eating sunflower seeds, and there was a plate of dried fish on the table. They were the audience. Chun Ping and stood still. After listening for a moment, he began to break out in cold sweat. Wu Shuangjiang said that there was something in the book. The Jianghu heroine asked the young hero, "Dare I ask young master's surname and given name?" There was also the beautiful ghost in the mountains. She smiled charmingly and asked the young man, "Why don't you take advantage of this beautiful night and play some tricks?" Hearing this, Xiaomi frowned and asked Pei Qian what he meant. Pei Qian said he didn't know. Ning Yao glanced at him and smiled. "You can ask the person involved." Chun Pingan laughed and walked over. Pei Qian, "Xiaomi, go get some peanuts, edamame, and cucumber. I want a drink with Uncle Wu." "I don't drink." Wu Shuangjiang closed the book. Many of the pages had folded corners, probably saying something like, "Take advantage of this beautiful night." There were reminders. Wu Shuangjiang walked over to the door and leaned against it. He left the book on the table. After Chun Pingan sat down, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't even know that he was here to join in the fun. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and glanced at the table. Thinking back to the past, his sect was just as bustling as this. Chun Pingan found an excuse and walked over to the door. He and Wu Shuangjiang were guarding the door. Both of them had their hands in their sleeves. If anyone looked at them, they really did look like that. Wu Shuangjiang said softly, "If I'm not wrong, you'll have to go to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains soon. It's very likely that you'll be in the form of an out-of-bodying spirit. When that happens, you'll have two identities. You'll be standing among the top figures of Hao Ran Mountain. You'll be the last disciple of the sage of literature and the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chun Pingan thought for a moment. "Is it to discuss how to deal with the wilderness?" Wu Shuangjiang nodded and smiled. "What else could it be? It's similar to the riverside discussion 10,000 years ago. If nothing goes wrong, you'll still be the youngest person." It was unknown if the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Sages would appear. However, there would definitely be the Sage of Literature. The Sage of Literature, the three leaders of the Confucian Temple, Fu Sheng, the three chancellors, the 72 headmasters, and so on. The talisman Yu Xian, the great heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zheng Juzhong of White Emperor City, Pei Bei, Venerable Fire Dragon. Madame Qingzhong of Lushui Pit, Lu Jubao of White Mountain Continent, Huayin, Yupanshui, and so on. There might also be the great deity of Sui Mountain, Madam of Green Immortal Mountain, and so on. There would also be the Grand Masters of the 100 Schools of Thought. This was because the outcome of this discussion would determine the future of the two worlds. Wu Shuangjiang leaned his head back and leaned against the door. "You're well behaved. You're a national scholar." Chun Pingan said, "You flatter me." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. "I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about the sect that I built with my own hands. The mountains and rivers, the grotto for youth." Chun Pingan nodded. "It's similar to Taoist Sun's Xuandu Temple. It's fascinating." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. "It'll be better if you remove the first half of the sentence." Chun Pingan shook his head. "Our Luo Pa Mountain roams the Jianghu. We're upright and honest." Wu Shuangjiang rubbed his chin. "It seems that this is the only thing that can't compare to your Luo Pa Mountain." Chun Pingan did not reply. The origin of Luo Pa Mountain's atmosphere had always been a mystery, just like how many melon seeds Zhou Mili put in her pocket every day. The mountain chieftain said that it was bestowed by a certain proud student. Cui Dongshan swore that it was the work of his eldest senior sister. Pei Qian said that it was the knowledge of old chef at the dining table. She only listened to a few ears and learned a little. Zhu Yan said that it was the evil wind that spread from cloud-padding mountain that could not be stopped. Wei Pai said that he had benefited a lot from playing chess with Brother Dafeng, the pitiful Zheng Dafeng, who had worked hard as a gatekeeper for so many years, had no chance to refute anything now that he was in the fifth world. Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, throwing an egg at a stone. All the eggs in the world are still the same, unbreakable. Chen Pingon said, I don't think so. Wu Shuangjiang nodded. Sincerity can move metal and stone. You have to believe in it. He asked again, do you know which line of your Confucian sage I like the most? Chen Pingon probed. Returning good for good, returning evil with justice. Wu Shuangjiang clicked his tongue. What's with your brain? You can even guess that. On the table in the room, Xiaomi put her hands on the table and shouted, Mountain Chieftain Mr. Wu, there's no more dried fish in the creek. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head and smiled. It's fine. My share is yours. Chen Pingon also smiled and nodded in agreement. Xiaomi pursed her lips and nodded again. She raised her hands and gave 2 thumbs up. It was unknown whether she was thanking him or asking about something else. A small amount of dried fish was nothing. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly sighed. A happy family. Chen Pingon softly said, It's the new year. (781). In the twilight, Wu Shuangjiang suddenly said that he wanted to leave. The long sword knight, wandering that he threw to Chen Pingon, had already been completely refined in half a day. After Chen Pingon received night wandering, he shamelessly asked Wu Shuangjiang for a copy of his calligraphy. In the Qingming world, it was publicly acknowledged that the calligraphy written by the cultivators who had been removed from the palace could exorcise ghosts. The characters were like hanging talismans and were even more effective. Of course, Chen Pingon did not want to rely on Wu Shuangjiang's calligraphy to exorcise ghosts and ward off evil spirits. That would be too wasteful. He wanted to keep it as a souvenir of the night boat trip. In the future, he would hang it in his Luo Mountain study. When a guest came to visit, no matter who it was, wouldn't they have to ask whether it was authentic or fake? Wu Shuangjiang agreed. Chen Pingon took out brush, ink paper, and inkstone in the main hall. After Xiaomi Li cleaned up the table, he helped spread out the rice paper and leaned over the table to grind the ink. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the ordinary brushes and ink sticks at the foot of the mountain. He seemed to have lost interest in writing. Chen Pingon said helplessly, I really only have these things on me. Senior, please make do with them? Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, Luo Mountain can afford to lose face, but I can't. In that case, let's forget about it. Chen Pingon hurriedly said, Then can Junior go and borrow the 4 treasures of the study from Li Shilang? Wu Shuangjiang glanced at the sky outside and shook his head. We can't let Xiaobai wait too long. Xiaomi Li was still grinding the ink stick. He anxiously raised his hand to scratch his head. He said pitifully, Mr. Wu, can I just write a few words? When we go out, we walk the Jianghu. Why don't we just make do with it? Wu Shuangjiang thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Wu Shuangjiang took out the document he always carried with him from his sleeve and spread out a piece of colorful cloud. He then took out a bamboo brush and carved a line of Xiaozhuan characters on it. On one side of the inkstone, there was an inscription of the immortal cave. A pair of pocket-sized hornless dragons were lying on the ancient inkstone. Wu Shuangjiang tapped the hornless dragon's head with the tip of the brush. The 2 hornless dragons immediately opened their golden eyes, and a layer of golden ripples appeared on the ancient inkstone. Wu Shuangjiang dipped the brush into the ink, and the tip of the brush turned golden. At that time, I only thought that it was normal and didn't believe that there would be white hair in the world. The bright moon was resting alone in a tall building, suddenly came to the window, and suspected that it was you. Finally, there were 3 places where Wu Shuangjiang's personal seals and a flower mark were printed. A scholar on a military horse commanding an army of 1,000,000. The realm of old age. Her heart was like a green lotus in the world. Chun Pingon stood to the side and gently rubbed his hands. He sighed, "Senior, with such good handwriting, it's a pity that you didn't write another couplet. Good things come in pairs. Pay attention to it." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. 2 pieces of couplet paper made of red appeared on the table. On each couplet, there were 7 golden dragon patterns, as if they were waiting to be written. Not only that, he also took out a small wooden box from his sleeve. After opening it, there were 7 small porcelain boxes lined up. It was the famous 7 treasures clay from the old age. On the mountain, Jun Yuqiu had once obtained a great opportunity from the ruins of an immortal abode. He moved the ancient mountain back to the sect. After the mountain took root, strange phenomena occurred. There were often scenes of cinnabar flying like colorful clouds. After immortals refined the flying sand, they gathered 7 colors, which was the 7 treasures clay. There was a saying that 1 tael of colored clay was equivalent to 1 caddy of grain rain money. Chun Pingon was a little puzzled. There was no need to pay attention to the 7 colored words when writing couplets, right? However, he did not dare to ask further, afraid that the cooked duck would fly away if he did. Wu Shuangjiang did not explain anything. He dipped the brush in the 7-colored sand and wrote 7 words on each of the couplets. Returning the brush is like a mountain without enough treasures. Only by reading 10,000 scrolls will one be able to attain enlightenment. Wu Shuangjiang gently exhaled towards a couplet. The 14 golden dragons on the couplet seemed to have been given a finishing touch. They slowly rotated in a circle and then became still. Su Zi's poem and Wu Shuangjiang's inscription. At the same time, he took advantage of the young man beside him. Chun Pingon, who had become the second nephew for nothing, did not have any grudges. He just pretended that he did not know about such an illusion. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Just treat it as a congratulatory gift for the completion of the sect at the foot of the Luo mountain. It can be used as a couplet to hang at the door of the ancestral hall. The words on the couplet change according to the time. During the day, black words will be written. White words will be written at night. The quality is not low. If it is hung at the door of the Luo Mountain's Jisei Peak, it is enough to make the mountain Lord Wei Pai and the other mountain gods, ghosts, and monsters to stop outside the door. They do not dare and cannot take half a step. However, you have to promise me one thing. Whenever you feel that you have done something wrong and that it is difficult to change, you have to take down this couplet." Chun Pingon took a step back and bowed to the Sui Chu Palace Lord, who said with a smile, "I once had the chance to refine 1 or 2 natal characters." Wu Shuangjiang waved his hand and only kept a few seals. He turned his head and smiled at the black-clothed girl. "Xiao Meili, the rest of the stationery on the table are all for you. Treat it as a return gift for your dried fish and melon seeds. As for who you give it to later, I don't care." Zhou Meili hurriedly waved her hand. No, the dried fish and melon seeds do not cost money." Wu Shuangjiang smiled and turned to leave. He strode over the threshold. Xiao Meili ran over and caught up with Mr. Wu. She took out 2 bags of dried fish from her sleeves and scratched her face. She was a little embarrassed. Mr. Wu, that's all. I'll give it to you. Don't think it's too little. If you really think it's too little, it's not a problem." Wu Shuangjiang smiled and took the 2 bags of dried fish. He thanked her and gently patted the little girl's head. Then he left. Wu Shuangjiang took a step and left the city. Xiao Meili waved her hand and stood outside the door. She looked around for a long time and sighed. She was a little envious of Mr. Wu's skills. He did not even need to ride the wind, and disappeared with a whoosh. Wasn't that the divine immortal realm that started from the Jindan realm? What was she thinking? How could the earth immortal realm be enough? Perhaps he was the legendary unpolished Jade realm. Sigh, his realm was so high. He was as high as Wei Shanjun. How many night banquets had Mr. Wu hosted in his hometown? No wonder he gave people gifts without blinking. He was generous and generous. This was how one should be in the Jianghu. That silly girl he met at the Mute Lake was not a bad person. It was just that her hair was long and her knowledge was short. She could sell the big water monster at the Mute Lake for 1 grain of rice rain money. Xiao Meili swaggered back to the table in the hall. Chun Pingon kept the copybook and couplets and put them into the Fongsuan object. He smiled at Xiao Meili and said, "Ancient inkstone, green bamboo brush, 7 treasure mud. These 3 things, let Pei Qian keep them for you first." Xiao Meili was stunned for a moment. The little girl glanced at the items on the table, but I have already thought about how to give them away. Chun Pingon smiled. You don't have to give them away. Just keep them well. When you return to Luo Pa Mountain in the future, remember not to throw them away. Xiao Meili said seriously, "At first, I planned to give them all to the Hill Master's wife. If the Hill Master's wife didn't accept them, I wouldn't have the courage to insist. When I return home, I will give the 7 treasure mud to Sister Nuanshu. She likes to keep records every day. I will give the ancient inkstone to Jing Qing and the green bamboo brush to Wei Shanjun. Isn't there a bamboo forest in the Pinning Cloud Mountain? I don't know why Old Chef and Pei Qian didn't go there themselves. They asked me to go there secretly and count how many bamboos there. I was thinking that if Wei Shanjun received the gifts, he would be happy and give me a bamboo for free." Ning Yao held back her laughter and rubbed Xiao Meili's head. Pei Qian pretended that he didn't know anything. As long as his master asked, he would push everything to Old Chef. Chun Pingon felt uneasy for the first time. He didn't know how Wei Shanjun felt when Xiao Meili wandered around the bamboo forest and seriously counted the bamboos with a wrench. A white-haired boy poked his head out from the corner of the corridor and asked, "Hidden Official Patriarch, where is that person? Did he leave? How was your chat?" Chun Pingon turned his head and said, "He left the city. We had a good chat. You don't have to do anything." The white-haired boy laughed. He put his hands on his waist and shook his shoulders. He strode to the table. "Hidden Official Patriarch is indeed invincible. I don't even have the chance to show my loyalty. Otherwise, as long as I put in a little effort, I would definitely be able to defeat the enemy with Hidden Official Patriarch. What a pity, what a pity." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Then should I invite him back?" The white-haired boy's knees went soft. He reached out to hold the table and said with a trembling voice, "I don't think that's necessary. After all, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away." From the beginning to the end, it was very baffling. When it saw Wu Shuangjiang and chatted with Pei Qian, it was like falling into the clouds. When it came out of the maze, Wu Shuangjiang was gone. What was also gone was its realm as an otherworldly demon. It appeared in a state similar to a person without a realm. Chun Pingon glanced at it and said, "Let's go to the house and talk." They went back to Chun Pingon's house together. Chun Pingon took out the copybook. "It should be the senior. Who wanted me to pass it to you?" The white-haired boy nodded. Just as he took the book, the 2 seals on the book, a scholar on a military horse commanding an army of 1,000,000, and both men and books grow old, a total of 13 words, instantly dimmed and lost their luster. He had a complicated expression and was speechless. Chun Pingon took out the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. The spells and supernatural powers of a 14th realm great cultivator were really unreasonable. It shook its head vigorously and soon returned to its usual expression. Looking at the virtual objects that Chunpingan had obtained in Entry City, it picked up the Narcissus porcelain basin, flipped it over, and snorted disdainfully before throwing it on the table. Xiaomi hurriedly pounced forward, straightened it with both hands, and moved to its side. It gently blew at the small porcelain basin and wiped it with its sleeve. The white-haired boy took over the iron-cast three monkeys fishing the moon and nodded slightly, saying, "If it's a real object, it's still passable." Chunpingan smiled and asked, "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy said, "Every moonlit night, you can take out this item. Just by basking in the moonlight, you can condense the moonlight and gradually nurture a soul similar to a flower protector. If the cultivator's luck is better, he might even become a deputy officer of the flower deity temple and be in charge of some kind of flower messenger. In the flower arrangement, osmanthus is the best, followed by epiphyllum and peony, those monsters in the world who walk the path of moon worship and refining, no matter how high their realms are, will definitely be willing to pay a high price. With this item, you can save a lot of trouble. If you take it to that 100 flowers blessed land, you can just casually find a flower master of the blessed land, or a few life masters and flower deities to sell it for a sky-high price." The white-haired boy was puzzled. This 100 flowers blessed land. Why do you look like you've never heard of it and have no interest? Back then, under the grape trellis of the prison's cultivation ground, you were looking at those flower deity cups with shining eyes and rubbing your palms. At that time, I felt that if I were the flower master of the blessed land, I would start to worry about whether my own territory would be the 1 meter higher sky. Chunpingan smiled and said, "As long as it's a place with money in the world, there will be a bag shop." The white-haired boy nodded and picked up the ebony paperweight. He asked, "I didn't expect you to be a zither player too. You're really multi-talented." Chunpingan put down the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand and asked, "Can you write the complete guangling-stopping music?" It nodded. "What's so difficult about that?" The palace master of the Sui Gong, Wu Shuangjiang, was famous in the world for his talent. He was good at poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As Wu Shuangjiang's inner demon, it knew everything that Wu Shuangjiang knew except for a few killer attacks that had been set up by Wu Shuangjiang. The white-haired boy pointed in the air and wrote the complete music score that had been lost in the world for a long time. Chunpingan copied it on the paper. It yawned and asked with a puzzled face, "Is that all you've got, Elder Ingguan?" Chunpingan nodded. Pei Qian was expressionless and only ate melon seeds. Zhou Meili waved her hand vigorously and said, "No, there's really no more." The white-haired boy chuckled and said, "Yes, there's definitely more. Quickly bring out the treasures at the bottom of the box." Zhou Meili crossed her arms and said with a serious face, "If there is, I'll treat you to pickled fish." "Is pickled fish delicious?" "It's the worst thing in the world. No one likes it. Since no one eats pickled fish, and no one eats it even if I treat them, then there's no more." Chunpingan covered his forehead with his hand. What a reasonable choice of words. It must have been hard on little Mealy Ning Yao's lips curled up. Pei Qian glanced at his master. Chunpingan nodded helplessly. Pei Qian said to Zhou Meili, "Take it out." Little Mealy was anxious and gave Pei Qian a meaningful look. She had hidden it well, so why didn't he give it out? Pei Qian nodded. The black-clothed girl immediately ran out of the house and went to Pei Qian's house. She took out the scroll from the green bamboo box and ran back. She pursed her lips and was not in a hurry to place it on the table. Little Mealy only held the scroll and looked at the good mountain chieftain with a serious face. It was as if she was saying, "I've really given it to you. If the mountain chieftain's wife wants to say something, you can't blame me." Chunpingan glanced at his first disciple and grumbled, "I've already given it to you. What's there to hide? Pei Qian smiled and nodded. Then he looked at the white-haired boy who was the main culprit. Chun Pingon handed the booklet given by the bearded man to Ning Yao. Ning Yao casually flipped through it and found that every opportunity was like a riddle. The words on the booklet were like immortal fairies. The names of the fairies were all there, but it didn't tell the spectators how to get to the fairies. The white-haired boy looked at the scroll on the table. It was made of white jade, and there was a small note pasted on the outside. The handwriting could barely be considered beautiful. The content was boastful, saying that it was going to teach all the women in the world how to dress up. After opening it, there were different eyebrows and hair buns of beauties. There were even annotations. There were a total of 24 beauties. The white-haired boy looked at them one by one and clicked his tongue in wonder. He kept muttering, "Good, good, good." Although the spring mountain is small, it can raise clouds. The moon palace's axe mark is lacking. Only then can it be ranked above the beauty's eyebrows. Flying immortal, descending before the emperor. Mother, this sentence is still the best. This sentence is the best. Turning back to see the husband spinning down the curtain. The husband wants to hug. As sweet as smoke, the white-haired boy raised his head and said seriously, since the hidden official ancestor is proficient in seal engraving, why don't you copy all kinds of eyebrows on the letters? In the future, half of the Tao companions in the mountains will have to use the letters produced by our Luo Mountain to send letters and flying swords. I think it's feasible. It's definitely feasible. Money will definitely come rolling in. That's right. I think it's a good idea. It's definitely a good idea. Chun Pingon rewarded him with one word. Get lost. Julien or me were more suitable for this kind of unconscionable money. The white-haired boy looked hurt, which chilled the hearts of all the soldiers. He picked up the last bundle of withered plum branches and waited a few times. He wondered, hidden official ancestor, what's this? Are we really picking up scraps? Chun Pingon threw the booklet to the white-haired boy. He flipped to the page of plum branches and found that there seemed to be two connections, each with its own opportunity. He could choose one. One of the clues was something about Shangyang Palace, Plum Essence South Xiao Chapter, Jiang Langzhong, Dragon Lake Drunkard, and Zhulu. The other was the bookstore, Corpse, World's Hot Guest, Boneless Flowers, and Duckweed Pavilion. The white-haired boy was confused. After all, he came from Qingming Tian. He was completely at a loss when he saw these. He closed the booklet and said righteously, hidden official ancestor, why waste so much effort? Why don't we just snatch it from him? If I'm caught red-handed, it's fine. Ancestor Yin Guan, you can just run away when the time comes. If you leave me behind, I'll bear all the consequences. Ning Yao asked curiously, what do you mean by this bundle of plum branches? Chun Pingon smiled and explained, Shangyang Palace, this plum essence nickname refers to a concubine. She has a younger brother called Jiang Kaichin. Their family has been in the medical field for generations. As for the Dragon Lake Drunkard, it refers to the different intentions of the two vassal kings. Anyway, after all the twists and turns, the opportunity that they got in the end was most likely some kind of tangible gift from the blessed land of 100 Flowers, the lunar flower goddess. Otherwise, it's related to Lady Royan in the plum blossom garden in the inverted hanging mountain, so it's meaningless. However, there's another clue that I'm very interested in. It's because I'm selfish. If I'm not wrong, we'll first go to the bookstore in the mustard garden in the City of Events, because Li Sherlang is good at making plum blossom windows. And in the article of the Department of Household Affairs, Li Sherlang even cited this as the best production of his life. Therefore, I'm afraid that next we'll need to buy the first edition of the biography of painting as a bridge to find the bookseller Wang Gai. This person once had the nickname, the hottest guest in the world, Wang Anjia, so that we can get in touch with his brother Wang Bei. This person's real name is Wang Shi, and he's good at making seals and painting boneless flowers. Therefore, this will involve an old gentleman that I admire very much. He's good at drawing plum blossoms and is the best in the world. He happens to be the owner of the Plum Blossom House and the Floating Duckweed Pavilion. Not only that, it's said that this old gentleman is the first person in the world to carve seals with stone. With such a rare opportunity, how can I miss it? I must pay a visit to the old gentleman. If there's really any opportunity, I can exchange it with the old gentleman for a seal. At this point, Chun Pingan was in high spirits, just like when he heard the name Li Shirlang for the first time. For example, people like Jiang Shangzhen would always have people they wanted to meet on the night boat. It was the rain that withered and the wind that suddenly turned green. It was the cup of deep amber on the flower-selling pole. It was the heart that had just sunk. It was the 3 times in 2 years. It was the person who was thinner than the yellow flower. In fact, Chun Pingan wanted to visit more sages and ancients in books. Ning Yao was used to Chun Pingan's ability to solve puzzles. She only said how Chun Pingan's affinity with the elders came about, and that was how it came about. Pei Qian's face was full of righteousness. In any case, Zhou Mili could only hear vaguely. As long as the good mountain lord didn't compete with others in poetry, he was very powerful. Only the extraterrestrial demon was dumbfounded by the series of from this to that, from the vine to the melon, and through the door. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Ancestor Yinguan. This night boat should be steered by you. Chun Pingan shook his head and said, far from it. It's just a 2-legged bookcase. It wasn't that he was belittling himself, but that was the truth. The night boat was only one city, but it had already made Chun Pingan gasp in amazement. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to distinguish friend from foe, and that he had other matters to attend to, Chun Pingan really wouldn't mind strolling through the 12 cities one by one on this ferry, even if it would take him 2 or 3 years. The white-haired boy rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. I'm rich, with Ancestor Yinguan giving me pointers. And with my help, won't the immortal's fated chances on this ferry become barren? Chun Pingan said, I still have important matters to attend to, so other than the plum branch, I won't fight for the other fated chances. The white-haired boy pounded his chest with both hands. Is this still the arrogant and greedy Ancestor Yinguan that I know? Chun Pingan said, I want to ask Senior Wang Yuanzhang for a seal. I've already thought of the seal. It'll be clear air fills the universe, scattering into thousands of miles of spring. After a moment of silence, Chun Pingan took a sip of wine and said softly, if I can get 2 seals, of course, it'll be better. The seal will be Wanderer's Journey. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered. The seal is excellent. Ancestor Yinguan's literary talent is unparalleled. Chun Pingan glanced at him sideways. It's something from the old mister's poem. I'm just copying it. The white-haired boy raised his arms and shouted. Ancestor Yinguan's memory is invincible. With one punch, he moved a mountain of books, and with one kick, he toppled a sea of literature. He's number 1 in the world, and no one dares to claim to be number 2. Because I'm too close to Ancestor Yinguan, I can only claim to be number 3. Ooh. In any case, as long as he had a clear conscience, there was no awkward flattery in the world. Chun Pingan suddenly said, according to Court Chief Wu's prediction, I might make a trip to Middle-earth's Confucian Temple at some point in time. As for when I'll go and how I'll return, it's hard to say. The white-haired boy kept quiet out of fear. He sat back on the bench and wiped the table repeatedly with one hand. Ning Yao said, I'll take care of Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Chun Pingan smiled. Then, let's go solve the riddle? Xiaomi jumped down from the bench. Yes, sir. The group of people packed their luggage and left the inn. They followed the clues, and just as Chin Pingon had said, they followed the clues all the way. Just as they had expected, they bought whatever they wanted and chatted whatever they wanted. Finally, in a secret realm of mountains and rivers with thousands of plum blossoms, Chun Pingon used an opportunity that he should have gotten from an immortal plum tree to exchange for 2 seals from the old master, Wang Yuanzhang. Unexpectedly, the old master stroked his beard and smiled. He even gave Chun Pingon 2 plum blossom paintings, one dark plum blossom and the other white plum blossom. The contents of the seals that Chun Pingon had asked for came from the poems inscribed on the paintings. Chun Pingon took the paintings and bowed again to express his gratitude. Thinking of something, Chun Pingon said, "I heard that there was a sect master sword immortal in the Tongyi continent. He climbed the mountain in the snow and said something similar to what you wrote in the history books. Everyone in his sect had heard of it. However, the sword immortal added the words most suitable for unsheathing the sword at the end. Hence, this sword immortal must have admired you a lot." The old man smiled. Is it that the heaven and earth are made of white jade, making one's courage clear, and wanting to ascend to immortality? Chun Pingon held the scroll and nodded gently. The old man asked, "A sword immortal who spoke to the heaven and earth in such a manner in the Tongyi continent. Then he must be dead?" Chun Pingon nodded. "He died in battle. That sword immortal was the sect master of the Tongyi sect, Fu Lingqing." The old man asked Chun Pingon to wait for a while before giving Chun Pingon 2 seals. They were inscribed with the words wind and snow add to the fun and arrogant scholar of the world. Chun Pingon scratched his head and blushed. The old man smiled. "Although I still don't know who you are, I hope that there will be more young people like you in the vast world today." Pointing elsewhere, the old man said seriously, "Remember not to learn from Xiao Baowan from Rongcheng. It's as if he has been a gentleman for many years and is waiting to be a bad person for once. Then he will never turn back. It's such a pity." After leaving the mystic realm, Chun Pingon used the music score written by the white-haired boy to exchange for 3 city passes. Usually, exchanging 2 city passes for a certain piece of knowledge was the limit. It was obvious that the night sailing ship valued the Guangling rest stop music score very much. At first, the white-haired boy was still proud of himself. He walked very lightly outside the shop. However, after knowing that there were 12 cities on the night sailing ship, he immediately started cursing. Xiaomi hurriedly hugged this short, white-haired boy. The white-haired boy was still cursing and flying towards the shop. Xiaomi leaned back and swayed. It took her a lot of effort to ensure that the 2 of them did not fall. After the white-haired boy finished cursing, his feet landed on the ground. He turned around and patted Xiaomi's shoulder. "Your loyalty is exemplary. You have done well to protect the emperor. When we return, I will reward you with some good things." Xiaomi did not take his words seriously. She only grinned and said, "I think I was drunk just now." The white-haired boy gestured their height and shook his head. "Xiaomi, every time I talk to you, if I don't lower my head, I won't be able to see you. How can this do? In the future, I will ask our hidden official old ancestor to build you a small stool. You have to stand when you talk to me." Xiaomi frowned and secretly tiptoed. In the end, she realized that the white-haired boy seemed to have grown taller. When she lowered her head to look, the white-haired boy immediately retracted his toes. When Xiaomi suddenly raised her head, he instantly tiptoed again. Xiaomi took a few steps back. The white-haired boy had already turned around and left with his hands behind his back. They first went to Weigong City to meet the old master, who held a lamp in the night to write the announcement. Chun Pingon helped Chui Dongshan pass on a message. On the way, Xiaomi asked softly, Pei Qian, Li Huai said that you are a princess of a fallen country. Can you find your father here? Pei Qian did not reply. Xiaomi continued to ask, do you need my help? The people I find are very good. They have the ability to patrol the mountains. Pei Qian knocked her with a small chestnut. Zhou merely covered her head with her hands. She immediately understood that she would not be able to find her father. She was indeed asking for a beating by rubbing salt on Pei Qian's wound. They were still at the bank of the river during the dry season. The cliff at the bottom of the river was revealed, deep in the Dragon Palace. In a wine shop, they met a young man who called himself Lord Young Master. He was about to write on the wall. There was also a young man who was absent-minded. He muttered to himself and asked where the ancient sword was. Outside the shop, a tall man with greasy clothes walked past. He looked at a lively young girl who was tiptoeing and twirling her skirt in the distance. His eyebrows were slender. The man felt that this year was her. He had not read a vast book with 440,000 words in vain. There were beauties both inside and outside the book. The white-haired boy who was slamming his hands on the table and shouting for good wine immediately shut up. Chun Pingan suddenly stood up and walked to the outside of the wine shop. He looked up at the sky. At the Lotus Pond in Appearance City, the two people who strolled around Color City first broke through the mountain and water restrictions and directly appeared here, Wu Shuangjiang. Beside him was the young shopkeeper of the Hanging Mountain Stork Inn. In the pavilion, the disciplinary officer sat alone. The direct disciple Du Shanin and the maid Xie Qing were not here. It seemed that the Sword Immortal was waiting for this 14th realm cultivator. Wu Shuangjiang smiled. Little White, go somewhere else. Bai Luo smiled and nodded. The disciplinary officer doesn't have so many small worlds to help you hide your 14th realm, Wu Shuangjiang said. It's just a disciplinary officer. It's not like he's a hidden officer. There's no need for him to be at the 14th realm. After Bai Luo left, Wu Shuangjiang put his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward. For immortal swords came out of his sleeves. He smiled. Flowers bloom in the cage, a caged sparrow imitating sword, and a moon in the well imitating sword, together with the words, flowers bloom. Between heaven and earth, Wu Shuangjiang was everywhere. They were all immortal swords. As for why he wanted to fight today, the reason was simple. Wu Shuangjiang's Taoist partner was often chased by this disciplinary officer with flying swords in the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. A moment later, the night boat was split into two by the sword light. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chun Pingan's mind. Can you come to the Confucian temple? Chun Pingan asked tentatively. Is it the Sage of Rites? After receiving an affirmative answer, Chun Pingan bowed. Thank you, Sage of Rites. After Alliance left the square of the Confucian temple, he seemed to be traveling, but in fact, he secretly went to a restriction in the Forest of Merits. He talked to the sage who accompanied him and was not refused entry. However, in the end, he still had to exchange some merits for it. Only then did he meet the bearded ranger. It was said to be a forbidden area. There were no formations or restrictions, and no one was watching over it. It was just a fragmented secret realm with beautiful scenery. Lu Cha was squatting by the water, fishing with a pole. Alliance came to Lu Cha's side and remained silent. Lu Cha didn't say anything either. Alliance sighed and shook his head. He walked to Lu Cha's back and kicked the sword cultivators, but he used so much strength that Lu Cha almost fell forward. However, he still held the pole with one hand and supported himself with the other, so he didn't fall flat on his face. He squatted down again. His expression didn't change at all. Alliance stood on one leg. He crossed one leg and rubbed the back of his foot. He complained that there was no such thing as an iron pole in the world. He hopped over to Lu Cha's side and sat down cross-legged. He picked up a blade of grass and brushed the dirt off it. Then he held it in his mouth and slowly chewed on the grass. He mumbled, "Brother Lu, what did the Confucian temple say?" Lu Cha said, "Sage of Rites just asked me to stay here. That's all." He was able to pass the sword to Bai Yi. That's impressive. A defeated general dares not speak of bravery. In the Jinjia continent, there was only one painting. It was the scene where Lu Cha killed Bai Yi with his sword. It was copied by some busybodies with magic arts. Therefore, every time the painting was opened and the bearded swordsman showed up, the onlookers would exclaim his name before he passed the sword. Lu Cha. As time passed, the name Lu Cha gradually evolved into a saying filled with awe. It was like a catchphrase. 2 words, one saying, but they could encompass many meanings. As for Lu Cha's swordsmanship, especially his poems, they were not as well known as his name. In the central divine continent, Lu Cha's name was known by everyone. Alliance hugged his head and leaned back. He said softly, "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you at the Great Wall of Sword Chi." It was not that Lu Cha killed Bai Yi. It was that he was stopped by Chen Chunan at the ultimate. As for the mellow Chen Chunan, he got along well with a Liang. Of course, it was only Alliance who thought that they hit it off. Lu Cha said, "Don't make it sound so nice. Fighting with a Liang was more or less the same as exchanging one's life." Alliance crossed his legs and swung them gently. "In this life, I have 3 good brothers. They are all in the same boat. One is an old Shiotsai. They are all talented and can't make a name for themselves. One is Chunpingan. One stands on the city wall. One lies at the foot of the mountain. We can only look at each other from afar. We are in the same boat. Then it's you. Both of us fell from the 14th level." Lu Cha said, "Are you done?" Alliance said, "Why do you care?" Lu Cha said no more and continued fishing. Alliance took a nap before getting up. He said that he would come here to drink when he was free. The man spread out his hands and spun away. He still used the Jianghu's cloud ladder to jump up and down. Lu Cha glanced at him, feeling very curious. Could it be that this fellow was also like this when he was in the secondary Saint Manor? In a sect of the Central Plains, a certain jade, unpolished realm cultivator, who had been half dead by Qi Tingji, had just finished recuperating in seclusion. He came out of seclusion for a few days with great difficulty to attend a meeting in the ancestral hall. There was a masked man who only revealed a pair of shifty eyes. In broad daylight, he broke through the sect's formation and landed on the square outside the ancestral hall. He made a gesture of gathering qi in his dantian. Then he put his hands on his forehead and smoothed his hair back. He called out the name of the jade, unpolished realm cultivator several times and loudly asked where he was. Everything happened so suddenly that a young and promising consecrator of the ancestral hall didn't notice the strange looks on everyone's faces, as if they wanted to say something but were fiercely suppressing it. He stepped forward bravely and crossed the threshold of the ancestral hall. He angrily rebuked the masked man. "Which scoundrel dares to trespass here?" The masked man's eyes darted around as he winked at a fairy who was hovering in the air in the distance. The short masked man raised his fist and waved it behind him. The jade, unpolished realm cultivator at the entrance of the ancestral hall seemed to have been hit in the head by a heavy hammer. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. His waist leaned against the threshold, and his body arched like a bridge. Inside the ancestral hall, from the sect master to the minister of justice to the consecrators, everyone was holding their breaths. Most of them didn't even get up. There were a few unkind ones who turned around and chatted with their friends to prove their innocence. That guy had been here before. It wasn't the first time. After that, the jade, unpolished realm ancestral hall consecrator met with a pitiful end. Central Plains, Shuami Dynasty. A rich man was admiring a game of chess in a pavilion. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and strangled him. The rich man coughed and couldn't speak. He slapped the man's arm with all his strength. The old man's round face turned purple and then white. There were signs of him rolling his eyes. Only then did the man let go of his hand. Yupanchue gasped for breath. Mother asterisk cur. He knew who was here. No one in the world could do such a wicked thing. Unexpectedly, the man strangled the old man's neck again and scolded, "Fatty, you, what's wrong with you? You didn't even smile when you saw your good brother. You didn't even greet him." "Ah, I knew it. There must be someone in my hometown who secretly made a scarecrow every day and cursed me to not be able to return home. Good Lord, it's you." After saying that, he lifted his arm. The old man could only stand on his tiptoes like a ghost. It wasn't that the old man was pretending to be pitiful, but the son of a B*TCH behind him was really ruthless. Yupanchue had to force his Een spirit out of his body. He stood beside the man, stomped his feet hard, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Brother Alliance. I haven't seen you for a few years, and your muscles are so strong. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're worthy of experiencing the glory of a 14th realm sword cultivator. But realms don't mean much. To Brother Alliance, it's your manliness. The last time we met, you had already reached the peak." Unexpectedly, you can still go one step further. Admirable, admirable. I'm drooling, I'm drooling. Only then did Alliance let go of his hand. He pushed the Een spirit's head and let it return to its real body. Sitting on a bench in the pavilion, he spread his hands on the railing and crossed his legs. He let out a long breath and threw a glance at Yupanchue. Yupanchue understood tacitly. Immediately, a wisp of green smoke swept out from the pavilion and floated over. Finally, it condensed into a beautiful woman. She curtsied and smiled sweetly at the man. "Greetings, mister." Alliance jumped up and reached out to wipe his hair. "I'm so distant. Call me Little Brother Alliance." Yupanchue regretted eating and drinking too much today. Alliance waved his hand and said, "Fatty, you, wipe your own shit." Yupanchue played dumb. Alliance smiled and said, "You can call yourself Alliance. In the Xianmi dynasty, there was a famous mountain elder of the academy at the foot of the mountain. He was known as the boldest scholar in the central divine continent by many scholars. When Yupanchue returned, Alliance left in a hurry and said, 'Yupanchue, you have dog guts. How dare you hit me?' Yupanchue sighed. After Alliance left, he found an old immortal, an old acquaintance. The old immortal sneered and said, 'Is it against the law to say a few words? You can scold me, you can hit me. If I fight back, it's my loss.' He met a shameless old scoundrel." Alliance shouted angrily and said with grief and indignation, "Good, good, good. Bullying me because my cultivation is low. You want to fight with me? You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Even if I'm beaten to death by you, I won't take this kind of humiliation today." His voice was so loud that it spread up and down the peaks of the sect. Then Alliance grabbed the guy's hair, put his head under his armpit, and punched his head again and again. Finally, he withdrew his fist and made a gesture of chi sinking into his dantian. He felt refreshed. Another victory. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.